It's time to put up or shut up. We're in the grand finals, and I can't wait to see what ends up happening here.
This is the true test for both of these teams right now. It's going to be about who wants it more, who has been on the grind, practicing this so much. Getting to the grand finals, that is a huge achievement on its own. Not to mention all that is at stake with the prize pool on itself. Coming away with that championship victory, say that you can do it. This is their chance to get that first place for redemption. They're here to make a name for themselves. Come out of these gates strong. Send a statement to all of the people that have ever doubted them in this tournament. Luigi, with the Tracer alone, she has to try to keep this one up, especially now that the Salvary going on Alpha keeps guessing alive and allows the rest to come through. The Mercy lives on. And Kunoichi never, ever give up. That's so much out of Not before the Dragonfly comes out of the sea. No, it's barcode! Instant real gun shot! And the Genji is split in half.
Make your final stand on Midtown.
About to get crazy out here, but somebody needs to make sure they stay out the card. The Flex ends up getting canceled. Can anybody else get a touch on the payload? 0.33 meters away. The high ground left uncontested. The clutch. Everything going way of Kunoichi CGL. Beautiful start to this game. The third look the day at full.
Focus down the enemy Sigma.
See that hand matrix coming through, and HK goes over the top, immediately takes down Halo. Z goes down, no support in a backline.
We're rolling onto it for a long while, and with the composition that Kunoichi are on now, I'd like to see SK
The
make
sleep!
a block. Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Goes down to clutch once again. Now without the blast of the Tracer onto the backline, and the Blizzard coming through from Phone, going to pressure out Kindred, and they just get melted. There needs to be some way for them to keep on top of it.
Only the players are falling one by one. And this is down.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, Overwatch 2 fans. We're back for day 2 of the Calling All Heroes Challenger Series Championship. It's been a wild ride, and we had some sweeps, knocking teams down into the lower bracket yesterday. But before we get too much further, again, I'm your host, Ash, and I'm going to be joined on the desk by my lovely casters. We've got 2 pairings this time, and we've got Dogman and got Moxie. Welcome back, you guys. Moxie, how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. It's been a while. We were last here with the Major 3. We got to see a lot of these teams in action. That has potentially moved on since then, especially moving from Sigma towards the Ramatra. But with this first matchup, I think we're still going to be seeing some very similar things coming through from Microwave, which is good in some ways, but has a couple of shortcomings that we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but we've got to talk about how these teams have gotten here overall. I mean, it's been this season-long, year-long season, I should say, actually, for the very first time down in 2023. So we've got 5 teams that ended up qualifying through those Challenger Circuit points, and then the 3 teams through the Last Chance qualifier earlier into last month. Dogman, when we're looking at the expectations here, though, what have you got to say?
Well, I mean, obviously both of the Timeless teams have those high expectations, you know. They've been dominating throughout this whole, tournament throughout the entire year. And maybe for some of those LCQ teams, they don't have high expectations, but they still are very talented. A super, super good team in Kunoichi, who has been really standing out in the lower bracket so far, obviously with that 3 over Titans Blue. So although, a lot of these teams have a variant degree of expectations, I think at the end of the day, these Timeless teams are looking to win it all, and maybe they have the most on their back.
Yeah, so overall storylines for you guys at home to keep your eyes on overall. That consistency from those Circuit Point Challengers teams, and then to the surprise factor from our LCQ members there that have come into the fray. But we also have to chat about what they're playing for, right? The money that's on the line, the prizing that we have to vie for. And not only is there that money, Moxie, these trophies are so cute. You've got one for the MVPs and the champions and even those participant space bars.
I was gonna say, the money is one thing, the merit is another, but the trophies are the true showstopper. But I think there's a lot on the line for a lot of these teams, but none more so than for Timeless Ethereal. This is a team who have been competing since the very beginning of the 2023 circuit. They've come, they've taken every single major, every single championship. If they don't manage to take this one, surely they're going to be a little bit gutted that they're not able to complete the Infinity Gauntlet and add this last gemstone to the mix.
That's the thing. But overall, on top of that, you've also got to take a look over towards the money. I mean, sure, the prizing is there. We do have those expectations for Timeless Ethereal that they're looking to take it all the way home. And what better driving factor than that 20 grand prize pool pot? Of course, you guys get the overall breakdown here on the screen as far as that individual cash that each player will get to pocket at the end of the day. But we also have to look over towards where they're going to be playing on top of what they're playing for here, Dogman. There were some changes. I know you and Moxie weren't quite around there for the LCQ, so we did have some adjustments to the maps that we're seeing coming in through compared to Major 3.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these maps are, I think, who is it that talked about it yesterday? I think it was CB who talked about, the fact that Kings Row and Midtown have been thrown in there for the hybrids. I mean, there has been a lot of brawl regardless of map it seems we go to, based on, like, I would say less on the map pool, but I think things are definitely decided, whatever the meta may be, right? Whatever comes through with the most recent patch. And those are the things kind of deciding, what kind of happens. Obviously, with maps like Kings Row, Route 66, some of these older maps, it's maybe a bit easier for these teams to maybe want to play those as they have the most experience on them. However, at the end of the day, a lot of what's decided in game is definitely based on, which heroes are the strongest at the time. And Moxie talked about it. I mean, Ramatra has been absolutely a force to be reckoned with so far in the championship series.
Ramatra definitely has been, but you also have to keep in mind, like, teams like Kunoichi, teams that are going to be bringing out some of those funkier compositions to kind of highlight some of their star players, such as Skiesti on that trademark Mercy, if you will. But not only are the players playing for something, you guys at home actually have a chance to get those lovely Twitch drops down in chat, as well as a reminder to get those hours in here on stream, because Moxie, these are stunning. Like, they slay.
Make sure that your account is linked on Twitch as well. We've all been there. We've all done it. We've been like, okay, cool. I've put in 6 hours on the stream. I'm going to be able to bag all of those goodies. And then you look to try and claim that dropping, you see the connect, and you're like, oh, no, not like this. So definitely make sure that your Battle.net account and the correct Battle.net account is actually linked to that Twitch. Is like you said, there are some really great cosmetics. And I mean, the cosmetics team never disappoints. Lovely to see as well that Farah has actually been seeing some playtime in CAH as well, considering she is very much the mascot hero for this tournament. The fact that we did actually get to see Kunoichi, as you said, break out not just that staple Mercy pick from Skiesti, but also the Farah alongside it.
Yeah, the pharmacy was going hard yesterday, that is for sure. But let's take a revisit over towards how yesterday actually ended up panning out there, Dogman. Again, I think I talked about it a little bit in that show open. They were those 3-0 sweeps over in the upper bracket quarterfinals for the very first matches of the day there for day one. And honestly, seeing 3-0s across the board was a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, it was. But I think while that is surprising, I think it can bode well for, viewers of the tournament so far, just to see that 3-0 happen or so early on. That kind of sets us up, I think, for the long run of, okay, maybe today we have some close matches in the semifinal. No jinxes, of course, but there's a good chance that because early on in the quarterfinals, all those 3-0s happened, that's kind of maybe what you expect. And as the tournament goes on, the scriptwriter is almost doing too good of a job, where maybe today, tomorrow in the grand finals have some exciting matches to look forward to. Because also, like you said, even in the lower bracket, I mean, we had Kunoichi that also got the 3-0. The only difference was Fable obviously going 3-1 in their series as well, which was a really hard-fought series from both teams down there in the lower bracket. So obviously moving forward, both of these lower bracket teams also look really good. So really, whoever has to drop down a lower bracket from the semifinals is probably going to be worried about both Kunoichi and Fable.
3-0s and 3-1s also don't necessarily tell the whole story about what a map in itself that scoreline ended up being, right? I know
Yeah.
for the Fable versus Inarizaki matchup, those were pretty close on some of those maps, but a bit heartbreaking also to not even really get that opportunity for a team like VT Blue to get that momentum started. It seemed like they didn't seem quite like the Vancouver Titans Blue that we had seen previously, Moxie, and unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they got dealt a really tough hand, to be honest, coming into that upper bracket, having to go up against immediately Timeless Celeste, who are a very smart team. The mechanics are incredibly clean, but I think, honestly, the best point that Timeless Celeste will have on their side is how they're able to look at certain situations that they're in and immediately adapt scenarios on the fly. We would see where they would look for trades, they would be able to sacrifice their tank to actually find themselves in a better positioning to bait teams into them with things like on King's Row, that absolutely amazing amplification matrix to set up this Sojourn as everyone from VT Blue sees a lack of that rematcher and thinks full steam ahead, it's go time, and walks directly into it when their main is still respawning. And as a result, the second the amp goes up, VT Blue go packing to that spawn point. And I think that dented their confidence. Like you said, they didn't really get to start having that momentum. They were very hesitant to actually put their foot forward against Time Celestial because they were always having to second guess whether or not this is actually an opportunity we can take, or this is something that they're making us think that it's an opportunity that we can take. And as a result, they just got incredibly nervous, incredibly hesitant. And when you're going up against a matcher in May, hesitation is something you cannot afford.
It definitely isn't, but we'll have to continue the chatter about that lower bracket run for those other teams a little bit later because we have to get into the upper semifinals to kick off our day. And for the first matchup, of course, Timeless Ethereal versus Michael Wave and Moxie. Again, these are two teams we didn't get the opportunity to see them on stream yesterday on day one, but they have both obviously made a very consistent splash throughout the entire season.
Yes, this is a team that, well, these are two teams that are incredibly known in the CAH circuit. Timeless Ethereal, you're not going to know that name unless you've been living under a rock because they have taken every single one of these tournaments by absolute storm. Arguably some of the best players, in fact, I would say Bun is definitely the best May that we have in CAH. Sawhill is actually going to be starting on off in the roster, so excited to see what tank matchup is going to be there because the last time they went up against Michael Wave, they were going into a Doomfist and a Genji, and they changed their composition around it regarding whether or not they had Bun on that Mei to mirror, or if they needed to put them onto that Tracer to be able to keep an eye on the Genji looking to infiltrate into the backline.
And I mean, Timeless Ethereal, without a doubt, being the team that everyone is looking towards to be the ones to take it all. But the question is if they're going to actually make that clean upper bracket run, or if Michael Wave can potentially give them a run for their money, being one of those dark horses that everyone has to keep in mind here, Dogman.
Yeah, I think that Michael Wave are those kind of underdogs, right? If we take a look even at the most recent major right before the championship series, I mean, Michael Wave had a real shot of kind of taking down those champs, really making a statement that they are a team that can definitely compete at the very top. I mean, the whole lineup has been very good. Realistically, we need to probably see that step up to the next level from them. Maybe whether that be from their Sojourn player in Death or some other area. They definitely have it in them to do that as well, as they've been a team to always do well in the clutch too. So realistically, Michael Wave is an underdog that is not only capable of winning the whole thing, but taking down Timeless today would be absolutely huge for them, which I definitely think it's within their right to do so.
We'll have to see what they've been cooking so far. But overall, we also have to consider, now that we're heading into this next matchup as well, maybe, I don't know, Moxie, for this first map, do you think that there could be a map pick that could favor Michael Wave in the sense of trying to find that early advantage? I know we immediately see Lijiang Cower coming in hot here as Timeless Ethereal's pick, but sometimes that map pick ban, as far as what we see actually coming into these options, it can make a big difference in how a series plays out.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Microwave and Timeless Appeal actually match up against each other was back in the Major, and it was Microwave who took control point. So that is something to remember. Like Justin has said, they are an underdog coming into this, but they're an underdog who've already proven that they're able to stand up against this team. However, as we head into Lijiang, we're potentially going to be seeing a lot of that Ramatra come through on Control Center. But if we do head over to Gardens, there's the potential, the possibility, that opportunity to see a Junker Queen pick coming in through as well, where you have that shout, you have that rush, the ability to immediately position yourselves onto the point, and then you basically bait them through that choke so that someone can get grabbed out by the Jagged Blade, pulled out of position, made vulnerable for your Sojin to absolutely shred down, and there you just spiral the fight for numbers.
Well, we're going to have to see if Moxie's 3 crafting does pan through here for some of those hero swaps. We're going to head straight into this first matchup, you two. Have fun.
Thank you, Ash. And Lijiang Tower, the map will be starting on as we load on in Moxie. I mean, early predictions, you obviously think that there potentially could be that JQ. What do you think the chances are that we actually do get to see that, though, right? I mean, both of these teams obviously like that Ramatra, but, you know, we have seen that JQ come out at points. What do you think we're actually likely to see as we load in? Obviously, it depends on the submap, but...
So if we go somewhere like Night Market, we could potentially see a Dim Fist come out from Mari. However, when we saw Mari the last time, she did actually play a Ramatra over on, I believe it was Icebreaker or Antarctic Peninsula. If we head into Gardens, I think that's potentially where we're going to be seeing Soil pick up the Junker Queen, whether or not Mari is going to mirror it or come out on something like Ramatra, because you still have a lot of distance line of sight angles that you can take advantage of. You want to be able to block off the potential of the Jagged Blade picking those players out of position as the fight begins as well. But it looks like we're just going to have a clean mirror matchup. Neither of these teams really wanting to deviate too far away. The Junker Queen into Ramatra is an incredibly tough matchup for the JQ to actually be able to take advantage of, particularly because the Ramatra just has so much poke and is such a huge presence as the fight begins that a lot of the time the Junker Queen doesn't get close enough to actually have 75% of her kit even available.
Yeah, so both teams running that Ramatra has been kind of dominant so far throughout the championship series. And now Microwave and Timeless Ethereal both go towards that bridge. They take off some poke initially. Sawhill already the first one to take control of that pillar side as well. Force that Maywalt early. Nothing really comes of it for Microwave, so that utility already gone. Could mean that Timeless just push onto Microwave. However, they've kind of locked themselves around the dojo. That's a great area. That's given Death the opportunity to take out Bun as she tried to go aggressive. Removes Bun from the server. Now you don't have that man anymore, and you still have Death pumping that damage in from the backline. Sawhill dangerously low, and so is X10 on the other side of Timeless, but they've managed to keep everybody alive for now. However, that second Maywall comes out from Zoe, separates Timeless away as Microwave look to cap the point out. They do have some members back, and in fact, it's Wicked to go down, so Timeless working themselves back into it. Yin and Yang, they've done quite well. Bun also finds Death, so that damage removed from Microwave, and although Microwave had the edge, had the advantage, they built up some ultimates first, it doesn't matter because Timeless Ethereal came back and are going to take the point first.
Yeah, Sawhill lives. That's the huge thing. Microwave find that first pick, like you've said. They had to rotate onto the point, however, because they put themselves onto that dojo angle so that when the Maywalls cool down, they still had all of the defensive capabilities to dodge around that potential Sojin pick. It meant that when the point started to unlock, they had to challenge Timeless Ethereal by walking directly into them. And as a result, now they're going to get picked apart time and time again on these approaches. Losing that Baptiste is the absolute worst thing because you have the amplification matrix to try and rely on using, setting it down, breaking apart the space that Timeless Ethereal have holding on to just get out of choke alive.
So good. What they do. However, Microwave finally has regrouped. Nearly 40% of the board. Ultimates nearly even except that overclock. Not going to be on Death's side, and same with the Annihilation. Mari. Blizzard by Bun is here as well as Microwave tried to walk in, immediately removes Mari. Sawhill tries to take some space with the Annihilation, forces the beat drop, also has the pocket here. I mean, what better way to close out on this team fight in particular with just that Blizzard and Annihilation?
Microwave, you're supposed to put ult, Dustin.
Yeah.
What's the golden rule of thumb? Never commit
Don't
both
stack,
support
yeah.
ults in one fight unless it's the last fight. And to make matters even worse, Timeless Ethereal hold on to both of theirs. So Zoe can try and use that Blizzard to just put themselves onto point and force Timeless Ethereal off of it to try and find that flip. But Timeless Ethereal have all of the sustainability to keep a tank anchored, use the Ant Matrix, make sure that they stay alive, and just not allow the contest to go through.
And Timeless should be aware that Zoe's got the Blizzard, so they're probably trying to play around that too. However, at least one person should get caught out by it. However, they're using that pressure just to take the point for now. Microwave, nearly 60% towards the flip. Now a counter engaged by Z. With that amplification matrix, there's the Blizzard to stop it. Overclock is here on the outside, allowed them to find death as well. So no more Overclock in sight for Microwave. Yes, they took that point. However, no more Sojourn here. And look who's taking all of that space. It's Sawhill. However, Wicca, oh my god! What a boop onto Bun, however. It does cost Wicca her life, sadly. So no more Lucio here. And yeah, everybody just kind of closes out on this point. And what an amazing job by Timeless Ethereal overall. And that's map number 1. Gardens goes in favor, or sub-map number 1 goes in favor of Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal know that they have banked up enough point percentage that if a Blizzard comes through, they can abandon that point, they can regroup later, because it's only about 10% that Microwave are allowed to pick up. And then Mari has to turn around and use Annihilation, not to push back onto the players of Timeless Ethereal's front line, but to actually peel for the back line of your own team. And as a result, yet again, the flip goes over, seesaws onto Timeless Ethereal's side, and Microwave just don't have the point percentage nor the bodies as they lose one by one, player by player dropping. And they lose so many players in such a quick succession that no one is able to actually get back in time to start that contest fight. And now we head over to Night Market. It again is going to be that mirror. It again is going to be that overall swap, but we're going to see Zoe this time actually taking a far longer off angle to try and infiltrate and put more pressure on the backline.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's tough to get really good May walls off here too. Bun finds Zoe early too on that left flank. I mean, they took care of it. They sent 3 to deal with 2 on the left flank, and Microwave didn't even react. Perfect re-engage by Timeless Ethereal. They're looking like a well-oiled machine right now, Mox.
It's such a hard one to try and break as well. You don't want to get stuck in that original choke because that's where the Maywall is going to have all of the value. You want to try and flank into the backline so that you can potentially use something like the Maywall to break line of sight of the heal from that Baptiste onto Sawhill to try and deny the tank presence from stopping Microwave from walking forward. They're at least going to be able to pick out X10 before they can move out of that choke, but Bun is just being an absolute thorn in their side at the moment, not allowing them free passage onto point.
Yeah, but this is how Microwave can kind of like get themselves back into it, you know, with that pick off from Zoe. This is what you wanted from that on Garden. It's a lot harder, I would say, on that map because of how much cover is here. Maybe Night Market gives them that retake potential. But Microwave, they flipped that point, Moxie, and they're not too far off in terms of ult charge either.
Yeah, now they have that choke. You can see as well, Microwave are splitting their team. They've got that May with Zoe and also Wicca on the Lucio in case you get run down on to be able to use that speed and get everyone out safely. You can see at Timelessville they tried. Bun wanted to wall off, but Zoe's able to get away with the help of Wicca.
Zoe using a lot of those resources to stay alive. Now had to use Ice Block, so they're caught out at the moment. This window really just trying to save Zoe, but Zoe falls. I mean, kind of is tough for Microwave. Unfortunately, Zoe really trying to exhausted all of Microwave's resources trying to save her. Now, Microwave back towards the point without their May. They get engaged on by Timeless, who drop their own amplification matrix. The Microwave want to use any ultimates here. They already lose AJMR, so yeah, everything is kind of falling apart at the seams for Microwave towards this point. And Timeless will take the point, flip it back in their favor.
Microwave, however, coming in with a lot of ults to this fight, have to be careful that they don't get caught out, however, losing another player in choke. Are we going to see Timelessville try the same thing by keeping that May on the off angle? Yeah, you can see Bun just trying to keep an eye out, make sure that Microwave are going through that choke, immediately meeting Sawhill, rather than looking for that off angle yet again. So that's such an early May wall, and as a result, Bun gets to throw in the Blizzard knowing he's not going to be blocked in line of sight.
Oh my god, but there was a gap. The Microwave could fit back through. Counter beat from Halo to keep their team alive as well. Zoe drops the Blizzard onto the front line, so Sawhill is frozen. Finally, will go down the lamp a little bit too late there for Z. That was a slight mistake that usually we don't see Timeless make. Counter overclock from X10, trying to make a hero play, but everybody's already gone from Timeless. Surely, eventually they'll fall too. Yeah, they do, and Microwave will come back. They're making it close here on Night Market.
AJ is going to be coming in with the Ant Matrix. Def is going to have the Overclock. Mari, that potential to entirely shut down all of the space with Annihilation, but Soil has Annihilation of your own, and that means that if the Ant goes through, the Remacher can just pop ult and waltz right through it.
Playing this choke point, drops the Vortex, still holding around this corner as well. Trying to make sure Timeless fight for all of this space, but they already dropped back towards the point. Halo on the flank again. Has been so proactive on the Lucio roll. Amplification Matrix here. Big window with the Overclock too. Does the Annihilation slow it down from Sawhill? Does have the Immortality Field. Can they actually find Sawhill in time? They do with the Counter Annihilation, but it does cost Zoe their life. However, Microwave, maybe just with that one kill, because their Amatra is gone, this is potentially fight winning and map winning for Microwave. They drop back towards the point. 90% of the board. Counter window from Z, but not really any value found just there. Only some space created. Sawhill, yeah, back on the Doomfist, comes back towards the fight. The boops again from Halo, but nobody's off the map. Halo then tries to fall back towards the rest of the team, but it's Mari and Death to find two again, and Microwave, they're coming together in this overtime to shut down Timeless Ethereal. They only had this Blizzard here, but Bun, you know, saving it for next map, basically, just kind of cosmetic, as we're going to round number 3 on the very first map of the day.
Yeah, Microwave making it competitive, able to take Night Market. They're able to exhaust a lot of the ultimates that Timeless Ethereal had going into what was last fight territory. And Timeless Ethereal, they know it's last fight territory. You see that overcommitment, that overstep that you normally wouldn't make. If you lose a tank, that usually signals trying to back on off, regroup, and save ultimates for a later fight. They know that they don't have the percentage to be able to play it that way, however, so we see the full commitment come through. So he'll swapping onto that Doom, trying to come back in time with the rollout over from Cliffside to regroup while those ultimates are still active, but Microwave expect it. They're able to see the Doom threat away. Zoe even coming back in on a Genji of her own, so she can do pretty much the same thing. As now we head into Control Center, and if you thought the Mei was valuable before, that value just went up exponentially. These walls are going to have to be absolutely pixel perfect from both of these players.
100% agreed. This is definitely a map where Mei tends to shine a lot more, at least this sub-map, compared to the other two. Meanwhile, Microwave, they have full white control on the right side, but they're a bit split, right? I mean, they maybe get Maywall here, like you said, from Bun. However, yeah, they lose Zoe already. I mean, just the counter engage is there. Everybody's too split. Death wanted to kind of play from main, so you could see, you know, kind of a difference in terms of how they wanted to play that. However, Death does find X10 at the very least, so they're kind of working themselves back into this off of Death's positioning. They'll have their players back before Timeless do, so Timeless do get that first point cap. However, they're in a 4 versus 5 now. Microwave, do they take advantage of it? They drop onto Sawhill, but Sawhill drops forms, changes forms to stay alive and stay healthy, so they trade pack Zoe. However, Death still finds Sawhill, and now without their Amatra, you don't have any more frontline pressure. It's so hard to win without your tank. And now Timeless Zero, yeah, they're just going to back up, build some ultimates, and wait for Sawhill to come back.
Yeah, Townsville not able to find that stall that they were looking for. Bun was playing towards control room rather than on the point itself. So you don't have that stall presence with the ice block and the wall. Instead, now we're going to see the regroup and Matrix coming on out early from Microwave to buy position so they can try and flush Timeless Ethereal back off of that point into Def, who's building up so much ult charge on the Sojin, but now that the window has gone from Microwave, Timeless Ethereal bite back.
A nice window with X10 to shoot through it, gives them that kill, and now Sawhill also takes down Mari. Microwave just slowly falling apart here. They're going to have 40% on the board here, but Timeless Ethereal will get the objective back on their side.
Sawhill's going to have Annihilation. Mari as well is going to be able to have it to match both of these Lucios holding on to the sound barrier. Are we going to see the commitment of that Annihilation to try and flush out that support ultimate to set the stage for these Blizzards to find more value? Exxon and Def also incredibly close and similar to those charges on that overclock as Microwave takes an off angle, but Halo spotted them out!
Yeah, and into the Vortex too. Oh my gosh, before the beat can even drop to save Death. Unfortunately, happened far too fast for Death to react. Wicca now will go down to X10-2. Annihilation here from Sawhill just to kind of finish off everybody for Microwave, and they do so quite well. Nearly 60% of the board now for Timeless Ethereal.
Microwave trying to sneak yet again. This is a very sneaky team. Whether it's Zoe playing pseudo Tracer with the Maid looking to dive into the backline, or Def wanting to take an off angle with that overclock and catch someone unawares before the sound barrier comes through in time to save them. And unfortunately, it meant that they were a little bit too predictable as Bun is able to ice pick Def, who yet again is sent packing the wall, making it even harder for Microwave to be able to retreat, as with control of all of this space, Timeless Ethereal just burn Microwave out of so much point percentage. We're on last fight.
Yeah, now Bun's got pretty much the world in her hands at the moment with that Blizzard. They're trying to distract her at the moment towards the White Room and wait for their Sojourn to come back. In fact, Zoe goes first with their own Blizzard. Sawhill gets caught out, but the Immortality Field with the window here should keep Sawhill alive through that. And now a counter engage. X10 finds one with the Overclock Annihilation in desperate times to try to counter, but you can't. That's a 3K for X10 in this fight. Bun finds the fourth. Wicked goes down, and Timeless Ethereal will take map number 1 in this first to 3.
Yeah, there's just no outward pressure on the Sojourn when that overclock starts to come through, because everyone from Microwave, all of their attention has to go on to that point. If they step off of it, the round is done regardless, so all they can do is just stand and take all of that damage as X10 is able to pop on off. It looked close on Night Market, but this is something that Timeless Ethereal are incredibly good at. It's something that we actually saw them taking advantage of the last time these two teams matched up against each other. They stumble for a moment, a millisecond, and then they look at your win condition, they look at how your team is operating, how they're positioning, they download that strategy, and they figure out your next step before you even take it. And you could see every single time they were in control of that point, it wasn't just the point they were playing in control of, it was all of the space alongside it as well. Every time Microwave thought that they were being one step ahead, Timeless Ethereal were already standing there tapping their watch.
Yeah, I mean, that was... You see some of these like really dominant teams, kind of like if we noticed on Gardens, they maybe slipped up slightly at the very beginning. You know, maybe you take that like first map warm up or something. But, you know, Timeless, they really didn't lose a step. Like you said, sure, Night Market didn't go in their way. But, you know, besides that, they looked really good, Moxie. I mean, throughout the entire map, everybody kind of stepped up. X10, Bun, Sawhill, Halo, and Z all had their own moments. Meanwhile, Microwave, what can you give them, really? I mean, it was just kind of like Zoe had a good pick off at one point. I mean, what takeaway do we have if you're on the side of Microwave to give them some sort of, you know, excitement coming into this next map?
I mean, I want to see more shenanigans come through from them. They're risky because if you are splitting your team off, you already saw it, right? Timeless Ethereal, they started figuring out that they would be playing split apart rather than the May with that Ramatra to try and find value and isolate some of those targets down. And as a result, we saw 3 players from Timeless Ethereal committed rather than 1 or 2 to watch the flanks, because they know it's not a sort of guessing game. It's not a maybe we'll put a couple of players here and it could potentially find value. It's we know they're going to show up here, so we're going to make sure that we always outnumber them in a fight. So I want to see either the full commitment to that strategy from Microwave, where they all go for those rotations so that it's 5 players rather than 2 that don't immediately get overwhelmed, or they mix things up and temper that strategy a little bit more, because doing that once is good. It leaves your opponent guessing. It means that you're always going to be turning around, trying to watch your back, figure out whether or not you need to be on the lookout to keep your backline safe. But doing it twice and then thrice falls into a pattern which becomes predictable, and when you're predictable in Overwatch at this level, unfortunately, it's on the same level as being dead.
Basically, 100%. It's for Microwave coming into this, 100% agree with you. It's like they got to mix something up here. Obviously, it's not the composition, because really at the end of the day, you know, you see fans be like, okay, we need to play something else, different comp, maybe something you're getting kind of smoked on this current one. Why don't you try something new? But you can't really do that, right? Especially on the next map, which is King's Row, Moxie. I mean, you know better than anybody. This is another really good Ramatra map. You don't change anything up except your play style, maybe, like you said. And King's Row is a map where Timeless Ethereal are still a very good team. I mean, you talked about it as well in the previous major. The one map that Microwave did win was Control. Now you don't win that too. I mean, you got to be a little bit worried, right?
Yeah, especially, I mean, like you said, King's Row is a very good map, for the Mei, for the Ramatra, it's also a really, really good map for the Sojourn. A lot of off angles, a lot of space that you might not necessarily be expecting a DPS to be already occupying. And something that we haven't really talked about is the difference between these two Sojourns. A lot of it is down to the fact that because Timeless Virial keep winning these fights, keep controlling that space, X10 is already set up for victory, right? Already having that advantage, already having control of that off angle, gets to pre-fire before anyone from Microwave steps forward, so Zoe is always having to play on the reaction. But again, when you're able to come out with 32 eliminations in 3 rounds of control, that immediately sparks alarm bells. This is a play that you need to be able to shut down, and you need to start doing it now.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's tough though, Moxie, because it's like, it's just easier said than done, because it's like, what do you do against Timeless Ethereal where you shut down one player, but everybody else kind of plays to that same level that other player did that has been the star of this team, you know? It's an absolute monster that you're dealing with on the side of Timeless Ethereal. There's a reason they've done so well in every single tournament so far leading up to champs. I mean, maybe, I guess, on the opposite side for Microwave, Moxie, you could, I guess, give them a takeaway, like maybe now that the lights are brightest, that it could potentially impact the performance of Timeless Ethereal. But on map number 1, I mean, they didn't even seem phased, right, Moxie? I mean, they just were constantly like just a well-oiled machine, just moving forward, making sure you didn't have any space, always finding those pickoffs. and I guess the best thing you could do is just try to fix those tiny mistakes and hope that it pans out.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal, they're a very smart team. Even if you think about, you know, that first fight that they took on Lijiang Gardens, where they lose, they draw, well, they lose first blood, right? Microwave were able to find that first pick because they have that forward positioning already into Dojo, but Timeless Ethereal are again looking one step ahead. They know that Dojo is going to be a strong position at the beginning of the round because the natural cover, but as soon as that point becomes capturable, it actually becomes a lot more problematic than positive, because it means that you have to rotate onto point through the open space, and if a team is already set up on point, they get to continue holding that natural cover with the pillar directly in the middle of the point, and they also get to set their Sojourn up to already have that line of sight on that rotating repositioning team. And this is something that Timeless Ethereal took advantage of time and time again, because when we were seeing the Mei flanks come through from Zoe, it meant that the Mei was away from the confrontation. You were trying to set them up, you're not already in that fight, and as a result, Mei is in this composition not just an incredibly aggressive tool, but also an incredibly defensive tool. Things like that wall, or even the ice block in itself being used to be able to absorb a lot of the damage and threat coming through from that Sojourn, all of that was removed in its entirety, and X10 got to free farm.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you brought up earlier, you know, Timeless Ethereal thinking like one step ahead. And, you know, that is what all the best players do, right? It's just always thinking, you know, before, you know, instead of reactionary, right? Always thinking, okay, you know, if this happens, then I'll do this. As a team, we'll do this. And it's that, you know, overall hive mind mentality that Timeless Ethereal, like you pointed out, are just really taking advantage of right now.
It's not just Timeless Ethereal, it's also Timeless Celestial. It might potentially, no, there it is. X10 just going for a little bit of an attempt of a snipe, Bun looking to maybe come in with that Mercy Pocket to land a couple extra shots of damage.
No.
As Bun is able to immediately shut the defensive Surgeon down, and that is all hands on deck. Green sign is go. Timeless Ethereal moving forward and trying to take A off the first fight.
I mean, that was an absolutely nice shot from Bun. And the next 10 finds off Zoe too. Yeah, everything just falls apart at that point, right? Microwave, at best, they can hope that they get quick deaths here, maybe get a recontest, but definitely not at this point. Timeless Ethereal, they're just going for more. They even farmed Death again. I mean, Death, I don't know, we need to look at the deaths per 10 after this, but, you know, Death might be up there with the leading category after the end of this game.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Again, Timeless Ethereal, they count out that respawn timer. X10 just power slides into position, knowing that Death is going to be using that mobility to try and regroup with the team as fast as possible, and takes you down. Mari onto that Orisa is going to make it even harder for Microwave to find the space, because that Orisa is just an absolute walking hitbox. At least we'll be able to use things like the Javelin Spin to absorb a little bit of that damage, but you're just giving X10 so much charge at the moment. There's no shield to stop the Sojin from shooting in to your backline.
Holding this choke point at the moment, one of the hardest to get through. However, Timeless do have the ultimates to do so. However, Zoe also has built up near towards that Blizzard. Interesting decision to drop this amplification matrix on the cart horizontal or vertically. Gave them the kill onto Zoe, so Zoe's not going to have that Blizzard in this fight. Wicker did trade it. No overclock here on Timeless's side, so Ultimate's kind of building up slowly. Everything being a standstill in that department, so it's a big neutral game fight until AJMR comes through with that window. Mari comes back for the peel into Sawhill, who has been so aggressive, taking that space for Timeless Ethereal. Kind of gives Microwave a solid position. Overclock comes through, though. Javelin slows down X10 for now. Mari has to drop back. Beat drop from Wicked here to keep them sustained against this Blizzard from Bun, who doesn't actually find anybody just yet either. Timeless Ethereal trying to buy time for Sawhill to come back with that Annihilation just a second. Mari also has a Terra Surge in just a moment. Nice peel. Now the Annihilation comes out from Sawhill, but a counter Blizzard to stop Sawhill from going further gave them the kill there too. So Microwave, one pick after another, actually slowing down Timeless Ethereal and holding this choke.
Oh, they spot Bun. They know that Bun didn't manage to make it through choke. Really good wall coming through from Zoe to stop that Mei from being able to regroup with the rest of your team. And now this is where the Orisa actually starts coming into a lot of value, because you can hold around that corner, you can wait for Timeless Ethereal for Sawhill to start to make that movement forward. You can use the Javelin throw to push the tank back, and then everyone from Microwave can collapse onto the players left vulnerable behind them. Maywell coming on through so that everyone from Timeless Ethereal can try and kite the actual consequences of that overclock, and it does its job perfectly. Death pops the ultimate, but no one falls.
Counter window amplification matrix there, but it's met with a Terra Surge. Mari obviously was holding just for that situation, and it works out just well. Dropping though an amplification matrix from AJMR as well gives them even more kills, and this is looking really good for Microwave at the moment. However, Timeless Ethereal still have 3 minutes on the clock.
X10's going to be coming up to an overclock as well. Wick is going to have the sound barrier. There is going to be an absolute magnifying glass on this Lucio to be able to time it properly. We've already seen Sojins take advantage of how long it can take for sound barrier to actually connect to the ground, with how quick overclock can take one of these pushies down. Zoe not going to be playing quickly, going to be playing as slowly as possible to try and find value with the wall. Have they been able to isolate anyone? No, she hasn't, and as a result, Microwave finally forced off of that choke and actually having to regroup entirely.
Wicker with this beat drop's gonna have to be huge, because X10, like you said, has that overclock ready to go. Wall on the backside from Zoe to stop them from falling back. So thinking one step ahead is the side of Microwave. Perfect beat drop from Wicca to slow down X10 in the overclock. Also, the Blizzard is here onto the inside of the pub. Amazing Blizzard from the side of Microwave, and Bun also dropped the counter Blizzard, but nobody's there to follow it up. So a bit of wasting ultimates here from Timeless Ethereal, and Microwave holding strong.
And Mari didn't even have to burn something like a Terra Surge to be able to counter the Blizzard. Something that we see so often from Orisa's into the maze, taking advantage of the fact that Terra Surge automatically gives you that 4 to 5 forms, so you don't get affected by that Blizzard. Now you're going to have it to nullify the Amp Matrix yet again from Timeless Ethereal, looking to buy support ultimates and that space as Amp goes up, but it's from Microwave side as Halo has to get aggressive and try and knock those players off of the high ground.
Halo playing super aggressive with that beat drop available. Now that amplification matrix Major Mark goes down, X10 finds Zoe too on that flank. That was consistent that we saw on the previous map with Zoe being found first. And now with the Annihilation, Sawhill goes aggressive. Make sure Microwave don't try to fight back. I mean, they use the Terra Surge to no avail. And Microwave just kind of gets that reset. Now at the moment, I don't know if they get a recontest in the Streets phase here. They bought a lot of time off the clock though, Monty.
Timeless Ethereal had to commit so many things as well to make sure that they didn't have to go right back through that choke. They used 2 support ultimates and the Annihilation to use that aggression and finally pick up that checkpoint. That checkpoint is not where things stop getting hard for these attacking teams on King's Row. Now you're moving into the most difficult area to push forward, and because of all of that time that got sunk in your time bank, you've only got 2 minutes to do so. And since you had to burn 3 ultimates to be able to guarantee that the time continues, you have to push right into these fights to rebuild.
Halo! What a boop onto Wicca there. Overclock here from Death on the flank. Not going to result in anything. X10 just shuts it down without their own overclock. And now, I mean, Microwave just running towards that cart. Maybe they'll get a kill or two if they can make it messy. It's definitely not out of the question, but all of this kind of started from that boop off the map there from Halo. Now a Blizzard comes through from Zoe, and no follow-up is here either here. I mean, Timeless just comes back. They, I guess, had to use the overclock at the very least. X10 will get 3K in this fight. They're trying to die on the card as Microwave at the moment. I guess they'll be happy with X10 using that overclock.
Yeah, Zoe sees that the Mei isn't working, is going to swap onto that Genji to try and put a little bit more pressure onto this backline and also dash up onto the high ground where X10 is currently standing. That soldier needs to be pushed off of this angle. Or he's going to have the terror, so you can see Zoe just waiting, getting into position, wants to dash onto the high ground, but Time is Ethereal. Figure it out. They know the swap's coming through and they peel.
Oh, but the Terror Surge is there to counter the Amplification Matrix. We saw this previously on Street Phase, Moxie. Oh my god, Microwave shuts down Timeless for now. However, Timeless only used that Ant Matrix. With 40 seconds left, they have a recontest here as well.
Yeah, but the great news for Microwave is Timeless used the Ant Matrix and Terror Search, displacing everyone, meant that X10 and Halo were not able to get damage through to pull their ultimates up for this next fight. Wicker is going to have a sound barrier, and Halo is still missing hers.
Like this from Zoe. Making it messy, drops back, but unfortunately goes down. You know, nobody was trying to go as aggressive as Zoe was there. Death, though, does find X10. Mari here on that left flank has the Immortality build. Wicca still has that beat available. Do they use it in time to save Mari? No. They hold on to it for now. In fact, the card's falling back. Somebody touches some Timeless. I mean, Halo still has the beat drop. Everybody's got ultimates here, but now, I mean, overtime ticks down. This is getting scary for Microwave.
If Mari is able to javelin spin the Blizzard, that's going to be absolutely huge because Wicca will be able to hold on to the sound barrier. They have to try and touch. You can see her just trying to use that javelin spin, anticipating when the Blizzard is, but she uses it early, and sound barrier as a result has to come through.
The Blizzard with the beat drop late there from Halo 2, so it layers on top of Microwave. At the moment, Annihilation here towards the cart. Death finds one, but the Annihilation, I mean, makes it so nobody else can touch. Timeless Ethereal and overtime tap out. You know, honestly, Moxie, that was not too shabby for Microwave considering how bad first point went, right?
Yeah, the recovery was huge. They landed really well on their feet, being able to swap onto that Orisa and take advantage of that choke. That really brutal corner for these attacking teams to be able to push past. Very similar to in the past how we see Reinhardt's playing around those corners, waiting for their cooldowns to be able to cycle back online before getting to play aggressive again. Really helped out. The Orisa, if you get walled off by the Mei, you have things like the Fortify and the Javelin spin to be able to keep yourself safe. It means that there's a lot less pressure on the Baptiste to throw Immortality Field in every single time your tank gets isolated out. Plus, you can put more pressure on the Mei in terms of how not just the walls are being used, but also the Blizzard utility. So a lot of the time it becomes a lot more telegraphed when that ultimate's going to come through. So Wicker with that Lucio can make sure everyone's kited out around it. But really crucially, the true counter in play was Mari coming with those Terror Surges to stop Amplification Matrix from being that domino effect that Timeless Ethereal used to pave their way to victory. It's not just Amp Matrix buying themselves the space, it's also being able to shoot through it and do so much more damage and build their ultimates so much faster than their opponents. And that avenue, that win condition, was drained entirely by the Orisa.
Yeah, I like that swap. That is an interesting decision to do that. And like you said, Mari was doing a super good job at shutting down Z and the rest of Timeless at points. However, you know, coming back to it, Timeless still capped out, right? Even in overtime, they capped out. And now they're in the lead coming into their defensive side.
Are we going to see the same come through from Microwave? Timeless were able to full pitch onto Ace so quickly off of one pick, but it's just not happening at the moment. Microwave having to contest. They were already starting with the Orisa, which is nice to see. No ultimate reset to try to circumvent that Amplification Matrix. They've seen what works and they decide to double down.
They're trying to go past Sawhill, but Sawhill says no. Zoe, go back to the spawn doors. Holding around this statue side, now has the rest of their team. I mean, Timeless Ethereal just shoving away Microwave in one fatal push. Wicca almost goes down, but lives at the moment. Already nearly a minute shoot off the clock for Timeless Ethereal.
And that's the drawback when you're running the Orisa, right? We talked about being able to play around those corners and wait for those cooldowns to cycle back. You don't get those if you're trying to approach the point on the attack. Every single time Mari is forced to use defensive, she becomes so much more vulnerable, and Timeless Ethereal can immediately pressure that tank even further. So Microwave just don't get the space to set these DPS up to prosper.
Wicca trying to set up a flank angle off the top of the clock tower, at least have Zoe kind of deal with that Sojourn. Meanwhile, block already used by Bun. Nice wall there with the amplification matrix from AJ Mar, affords them that kill. Counter window from Timeless Ethereal down their May player, though, so no Blizzard in sight for now. However, at least get some time for Bun to come back from spawn now with a minute and 30 off the clock. Mari tries to come back through with that spin, so that cooldown is used. Zoe gets the wall off too, so they're trying to find Sawhill fast. However, the heals are too good there for both Halo and C. Beat drop now available. Terra Surge available on the side of Microwave, who uses their ultimates first here. It's Bun to get found again, actually, after coming back from spawn. So great work from Microwave to find that kill. Beat drop counter engaged by both Lucios. So he still has that Blizzard ready to go. Doesn't want to use it just yet. Now Annihilation is here from Sawhill, but everybody's kited it away. So that Annihilation doesn't get any value at all. Sawhill now, I mean, this is going to be tough to live, right? Just shoved into the corner, deleted by death, and Microwave capture that first point after about 2 minutes.
Are we going to see Microwave push aggressively forward to deny Timeless Ethereal control of that choke? Yes, we are. They're not able to find a stagger pick, but they are able to move forward instantly because they know that first choke moving into B is where you lose most of your time if you're an attacking team. So he's going to try and play quiet, not get spotted out over into pub. If you get spotted out, it's really a death sentence for the mate. If you don't, however, this Blizzard is going to be huge, and Timeless Ethereal are absolutely none the wiser. That 20 stealth check paused. It's a huge Blizzard.
I've never seen a drunken stealth build before, Moxie, but, you know, having a pint at the pub allowed them to find those few kills. Now, Overclock comes through with the Blizzard. Oh my god, Zoe hits the shot before Frozen. Are you kidding me? What a kill from Zoe. Maybe affords Microwave a chance in this fight too, and it does so. Tall Hill goes down. Timeless used ultimates to no avail. Now they just get to push that card even further through the streets phase. It's been so far flawless for them here.
Yeah, absolute showstopper of a fight for Zoe coming on through with that May pick. Death as well, getting to play a little bit more forward with the overclock, trying to shut down Timeless Ethereal. If you can pick apart one of these players before that contest can probably be launched by the defense, that is absolutely huge. However, you do know that you're going into an amp matrix coming on through, and you can see Microwave positioning around the payload accordingly.
Back off towards the main side. Amp still here. He actually comes back to deal with this overclock over the top. Just uses to kill Death. Oh my god, that is absolutely BM. Doesn't even want to use the rest of it. Now it comes back through the top side as well. And what a counter window there to Microwave's engage. Maybe a bit overzealous there, Moxie. What do you think on Microwave's push?
I'm a fan of it, to be honest. If you can actually use the overclock and find that pick, think about it. That catwalk angle is only really going to be taken advantage of by either XN or Z. And as a result, that amp would have found next to nothing. Microwave, other than a Maywall, wouldn't really have had anything else to be able to counter it. At least now it's off of the table. Yes, you do sacrifice the Sojin overclock, but Sojin is deadly in her own right all the way through neutral. It's part of why she's such a strong DPS, right? Every single time that charge hits 100, you essentially get a miniature overclock, even though XN's going to be coming in with a full one. They're going to be able to kite around it, but Mari's not going to be able to kite that one. Huge wall comes through from Bun, isolating the tank, immediately blitz down, and Microwave have to press reset, and this is where it gets dicey. Because that sacrifice for the overclock once can work, but if you have to keep throwing ultimates in just to be able to brute force your way through choke, your ultimate bank and that time bank is going to dwindle down very quickly, while Timeless Ethereal can afford to just bank up ultimates, so even if they lose B, they can stall you out in C.
I'm curious to see how Microwave plays this. Minute and 17 seconds left on the clock. Timeless Ethereal's defense is going pretty well in the streets phase after looking kind of sus at the beginning. Bun hits those shots, force the ice block of Zoe, but in a safe enough position where it doesn't matter. Can't catch him out with that May wall. In fact, Zoe's using it to her advantage on that top side. AJ Mar, meanwhile, with the window and Immortality Field, keeps him alive for now. Nice speed drop from Halo with that overtop amplification matrix. I mean, double support ults and the Blizzard from Bun there gives them that win for now. And so Mari actually comes back to the Terror Surge. Blizzard is here as well. Mari finds one kill, now forces that overclock from X10. Hill finds Mari too, so even though they come back in with ultimates, they don't find the value from them, and now it's just absolutely terrible for Microwave. They only have an overclock for next fight.
there's the adaptation that we were talking about coming through from Timeless Ethereal. They see that Mari has been countering the Ant Matrixes with the Terror Surge. So what's the solution? Drop Ant Matrix on the high ground where the Orisa has absolutely no way of being able to use Terror Surge to contest it. And as a result, X10 is able to take full advantage of that ultimate. Heading into last fight, we have Annihilation on the board. Soil taking a lot of pressure, trying to stay alive, knowing that you're going to be that target of focus for Microwave to take you down because it's the only ultimate that the defensive team has.
The Death's got to find those kills. The Overclock unfortunately does not. And now Bun, with the help of the amplification, or the Annihilation, able to find Death too. I mean, this is brutal now for Microwave. Right, I mean, they lose Zoe. Yeah, Zoe goes down. Halo also finds that immortality field. Everything else is falling apart from Microwave, although at points they look good. Timeless Ethereal really just capitalized on King's Row to go up 2-0 in the series and put us at map point.
Yeah, there was a window that was there, that was open and ajar as Microwave approached that last fight. But the win condition hinged on being able to take Soil down before overtime started, or at least pressure the Ramatra low enough that you have to utilize that Annihilation before it goes down to that timer burning on the payload. Because the way that you counteract Annihilation is you move out of the way of it. It's one of the simplest strategies in all of Overwatch to deal with a win condition in a fight. But there's a tiny little asterisk that's there at the end of that sentence, and that is until overtime comes into play. Because what does overtime not allow you to do? Move off of the objective. So Annihilation, when you're in that overtime fight, is one of the best ultimates to have if you're a defensive team.
And I think to maybe lead the conversation towards these individual players, Mox, I mean, X10, was playing amazing throughout the series. And you know who also has kind of interested me too, because obviously as good as X10 is, I think that also Bun has been a standout player on the Mei so far. Zoe, I think, has been somewhat struggling on the Mei. I think she's a fantastic player, especially as we saw in previous majors. Zoe playing some of that Genji, I believe. She is really good at those other characters that aren't Mei, but I think a reason why Bun has been such a standout player, Mox, is because Bun can flex onto whatever and make a huge impact, right?
Yeah, Bun's walls as well are always incredibly creative. A lot of the time we see the Mei wall being used to sort of isolate a target down, manage to pick yourself up a kill in those first moments of a fight so you can immediately spiral with just numbers alone, or you play to try and support your tank if your tank takes a little bit too much damage and your supports don't necessarily have line of sight or the confidence in being able to keep them up. You're able to utilize that Mei wall to buy themselves a little bubble of downtime for the tank to be able to reposition and back on up.
Actually, look at that. Look at the damage that Mari was doing, but still lost. That's tough.
Yeah, it comes down to this thing called meaningful damage and meaningless damage. And you have to remember as well that Mari is shooting into a shield tank, as opposed to everyone on Timeless's side who was shooting in to an Orisa, which means that every single time you're damaging that Orisa, you're directly impacting the health bar, as opposed to Soil, who gets to cycle through that Ramatra shield time and time again. And that Ramatra shield is actually something that we do have to talk about, because it's problematic for everything. It's not just problematic in terms of providing meaningless damage for the statistics on Microwave side, it's also incredibly problematic to splitting off veins of support onto Mari's side, because if you have that shield, it stops the BAP heal. You have to utilize the boots or even a high ground position where you're a lot more vulnerable, a lot easier to pick out for the Mei and the Sojourn to be able to target, because you're constantly having to maneuver that line of support around the shield standing in your way. We have all been that. We have all been a support like an Ana or a Baptiste, where you're playing into something like a Ramatra or a Sigma on the other side, who understands that not necessarily the value from having a shield is for your team. It can also be such a detriment to the other side as well.
Yeah, 100% great points. And obviously that's Saul Hill, who has been doing well on that Ramatra so far. Meanwhile, everybody, we will be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for that at number 3. We'll see if Microwave can make that reverse sweep. Welcome back, everybody, in the championship series of Calling All Heroes. We are finally here at the end of the year, or beginning of the year. Jesus, it's 2024, Moxie. I'm losing my dang
January
mind.
may have felt like an age, Dustin, but we're still in 2024.
We are. And in this series between Timeless Ethereal and Microwave, we're in the semifinals of the upper bracket. Currently, Timeless Ethereal up 2-0 on Microwave. Kings Row was at least, well, it was about the same, I would say, even that Lijiang Tower. Wouldn't you say that so far, Moxie? I mean, Timeless Ethereal 2-0, semi-close, I would say. What do you think?
Yeah, there was like a little bit of a stumbling block where, again, Timeless Ethereal had to figure out how to deal with that Orisa swap coming on through from Mari, but the second that they did, they were off to the races. They hit the ground running. They were like, okay, if you're going to use Terror Surge to just block those amp matrices on the low ground, we're going to take the fight to the high ground because we have Sojourn and we're still going to be able to take full value. But speaking about low ground, we're going to be heading over to Suravasa, which means that we're probably going to be seeing potentially a little bit of the Junker Queen. I mean, some teams do like flexing the Junker Queen so that you can arrive at the point faster than your opponent. But again, this is a huge gamble because Junker Queen into Ramatra struggles. So it's sort of rolling the dice and picking your poison of whether you think you're going to be going into a Ramatra mirror or whether you think the other team is also going to be playing the Junker Queen and you want to go for that forward positioning or go for the Ramatra knowing that you have that advantage over the other side anyway.
Yeah, and Suravasa, like you said, I think we have to wait and see what these two teams play. However, at the end of the day, the Ramatra has just been so freaking good.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen teams attempt the Junker Queen on this map into the Ramatra. It did not go well, Dustin. It resulted in one of the fastest flashpoints I have ever seen. It was rough to say the least, but I feel like we're gonna get the mirror. Maybe Microwave are gonna swap to something like the Junker Queen if the first fight doesn't really work out for them and they want to try and get to another point a little bit faster. But I feel like the Ram mirror is just too strong to forego.
I like the idea. I like what you're going for. I think Mari as well has kind of shown, I guess, in this series in particular, the Orisa. So that definitely could be a swap to come through. However, at the end of the day, like you said about Sawhill and Timeless Ethereal, how they're playing their Ramatra at the moment, they just play it so flawlessly, right? I mean, they just managed to make those rotations with their own utility incredibly well. I say that as Sawhill's obviously hovering over the Orisa, so we could see Sawhill potentially mix it up. I guess why not, considering up 2-0 and he could try things out, right?
Golden rule, especially on Flashpoint, never talk about the composition until the team is out of that spawn. Until Microwave going to be starting off on the Ramatra. We can talk about how strong the Ramatra is. On this point, there's a lot of opening angles, a lot of different rotations that you can take. Ramatra is very good at being able to shut them down with things like that Vortex and the shield being used to influence every single approach possible. As there it is, Sawhill rolling out on the Orisa, and all of the things that we were just talking about, all of the utility that Ramatra has, Orisa foregoes entirely. If you get Vortex off, you can just fortify. Or better yet, you can Javelin spin and Matrix it up before it even hits the ground, and look at that, Timeless Ethereal off of Sawhill being able to use the momentum already on that point first.
This railgun shot from death there, but at least forces him back. Oh my god! Wicca gets removed. And now that spin comes out from Sawhill to try to push out Mari from that immortality field. They find it anyway. They find Mari eventually anyway. And the first point, Timeless Ethereal will pretty much take it with ease.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal going to now look for those stagger picks as well to come through. Mari immediately going off of the Ramatra, seeing it's not going to work. Sawhill is just able to utilize all of the Orisa defensive capabilities to brute force through all of this Ramatra aggressive capabilities. And we're going to see the Sigma, the shield being in place to put more pressure onto XN, trying to find some of these other angles. You've got the accretion to try and knock back some of these players of Timeless Ethereal when they do get too over aggressive and look to punish. And already we can see that extra pressure with those spears coming out onto XN to force you off of that high ground angle so that you're not in a position to take one of the backline down.
Mari pushed back for now, utilizing as much of that shield as they possibly can to get some space here, but a lot of this fight does rely on these Sojourns at the end of the day, right? Both death and X10 popping in that damage. Nearly 80% of the board for Timeless Ethereal. These points go very, very quickly. X10 gets poked down low, force them back for now, and with that, Zoe tries to drop that Maywall to take some aggressive space with that Baptiste amplification matrix. They actually give up the point. Timeless Ethereal does for now. Come back through, use their own amplification matrix to the wall. Mari gets pushed into the corner and deleted, as does Zoe. So although they gave it the point temporarily, it didn't really matter. Timeless Ethereal take it back, and we'll take the first point of the 3.
Yeah, there's the rubber band, Timeless Ethereal. They see that they're taking a little bit of pressure, that Mari is forcing X10 off of the angle that they've set up onto the high ground. The thing is, the Sigma with that pressure isn't a win condition, so Microwave, like you said, have to commit that Ant Matrix just to find the flip. And Timeless Ethereal, because they've already banked off of all of the stall that X10 buys them with the Sojourn, so much point percentage that they can just step off the point, kite around the amp, and then come back in with one of their own, absolutely no sweat off of their backs. And worse for Microwave, RNG falls into Timeless Ethereal's favor. This is one of the problems that these teams run into with Flashpoint. Is going to spawn closer to some of these other teams to respawn, and unfortunately Microwave now have to push a Sigma around the environmental cliff, with the Orisa having the capability of shoving everyone off.
The Bun actually goes down first of all people, and also HMR finds Sawhill in that Blizzard. Also Gravedic Flux was there to try to capitalize. Z will find AJMR, but the damage is already done at this point, right? Timeless just kind of have to reset at the moment. They don't even want to contest this point. Just going to get Sawhill back for another fight.
They do manage to build up 12% with that initial control, but it is a very fast flip. And Microwave now having things like the Sigma and the May, they have that stall sustain potential, so that if things start going a little bit south, they're still going to be able to bleed a lot of point percentage, because like you said, Flashpoint goes up incredibly quickly. Timeless Ethereal taking that cliffside, faking it out, however, to try and bait those utilities from Microwave's side.
Yeah, Blizzard off that push actually catches out Zoe. Well, Z does find Zoe in that fight. Beat drop already after they've lost one. Also, they didn't Matrix here, so a lot committed for Microwave and what appears to be a lost team fight so far, though. Sawhill goes down. Death finds them, at least. So Microwave kind of coming back into this as well. Amplification Matrix here, so they're able to find Wicca. Mari trades back Halo, so they are trading, but there's too many people for Timeless at this point. A lot of ultimates committed there to not even capture the point. That's kind of tough.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fight going on incredibly long actually falls into Microwave's favor, as we're going to see 77% picks on up for this team. So he'll on to that Ramatra, immediately looking for that poke face to try and delay Microwave's approach for as long as possible to be able to play catch up with the percentage that they're missing.
Now Microwave go around the outside, nearly 60% on the board here. Pretty much last fight territory on this point in particular. For both teams.
Musical chairs with compositions, by the way. Mari's now onto the Orisa.
That is super interesting when these teams are deciding amidst the match in terms of composition. You pointed out with Flashpoint, maybe these tank players will try to do that. Sawhill backs up, doesn't have to worry about that Maywall anymore either. Nearly 90% of the board for Timeless. However, Microwave have all of the members of their team on the point. No ultimates for either team just yet. Maywall perfectly placed again. Mari goes so low, down to 80 HP. Put Immortality Field here to keep him healthy as well. That cooldown removed. Death finds X10. That's huge for Microwave. They also have the Blizzard first as well. 80% now on the board. They want to find these stagger kills. Timeless Video try to back up, not lose anybody here. However, it's far too late. Microwave, they kind of hooked this fight very, very late, and it worked out for them. 98% of the board. They're surely going to take this point, tie it up so far on Flashpoint, and find some stagger kills.
What a set play coming through from Microwave. That swap to the Orisa is huge. Every single time Zoe wants to try and use that Maywall to isolate Timeless Ethereal. They're already playing clumped up, so Mari actually uses the Javelin throw, which does a lot of damage, but also has a significant amount of knockback. So every single time Sawhill is actually playing with their team, whoever gets played behind the Ramatra gets shoved back and the wall comes up to isolate. And now yet again, we're going to see the Blizzard being used to isolate Sawhill away from the backline, away from the defensive capabilities. And with the tank having to back on off, Timeless Ethereal have no space to be able to utilize the 2 DPS ultimates that they had.
You were talking about RNG earlier going in favor of Timeless. Now it's swapped back for Microwave, right? Finding that kill at that choke point with the wall ends up working perfect for them. Now Death comes with the overclock for the top right. Counters, he dropped from Halo, but also another one from Wicca to keep Death using this overclock. As many shots as they possibly can get off here is going to give Microwave a huge edge. Sawhill tries to come back with the Annihilation, but will go down Far too much healing here. Not enough damage for Timeless Ethereal, who are pushed back yet again by Michael Wayne.
Yeah, Microwave committing in massively, but again, they've already been able to buy themselves 52% and counting off the point. They've got the Mei to be able to stall. Timeless Field do have the ultimates, however, so you can see Microwave being a little bit more hesitant to try and hold that forward aggressive position. But still, so much percentage still up and counting before Timeless Field are even able to get into position, and they have 3 ultimates. They can't afford to use all of them, though, because if they lose the next fight, they're still going to be down a point.
Timeless comes through from this back left, taking their time. Use the amplification matrix first. The Microwave want to disengage. They do. Around the corner, so that's already 1 ultimate out, but they've got 2 more to have to work with. At the moment, Microwave still waiting, biding their time. Timeless will take that point flip. Now X10 goes aggressive, drops the overclock through on that flank. Will find 2 immediately. The Microwave will sink for now. That's 3 for X10. Back to the spawn they go. However, they, like you said, Moxie, have built some time bank to work with.
Yeah, Bond's able to hold on to the Blizzard as well. That is absolutely huge. Like we said, Timeless Field, they needed to be able to find that flip. It goes into overtime, so Microwave, no matter how long that fight goes on, they're not going to be able to pass 99%. So Timeless Field have all of the time necessary to be able to stall. Now they themselves get to stall the approach coming through. If Microwave are able to kite on to that point, it just plays into Bond's hand. It means that the Blizzard is going to be able to connect onto so many more of these players. You don't want to use the ultimate out in the open. Instead, you want to bait Microwave into walking directly into it by dangling the point in front of them as bait.
Bun with this Blizzard is going to be huge, right? I mean, AJMar has to come in with that Ant Matrix. We'll use it early, in fact. So maybe that confuses the side of Timeless for now. However, it doesn't look like it. X10 finds that. Blizzard is here from Bun. Frozen May on the point. Gets saved by the Immortality Field. Both of these Baptistes have been playing so well. However, who's been playing even better? It's X10 on the Sojourn. 2 in this fight. Make it 3. Overtime now ticks down. Unfortunately, it was far too hard of a point to retake. Timeless Theory will take this one to put it on Matt, or I guess it's like point? What do you call it? Map point? What do you call it? Whatever.
Yeah, map
They're there.
point. It's really good target focus coming through from Timeless Field as well. They know that Zoe is closing up on a Blizzard of her own. They make sure that the Mei goes down so that once Bond's Blizzard has run its course, Microwave don't have the win condition or the confidence to be able to throw ultimates in afterwards. Instead, they're going to have it to use now. We're going to see the Blizzard immediately drop from Zoe. The follow-up is there. And this is huge for Microwave. That is 1 fight win for the cost of 1 ultimate. Now, Dustin, they have the next ones to be able to weather the storm and keep building up this bank of percentage.
Yeah, both teams' Mei is coming alive here on Suravasa. We'll take the point, like you said. Now, going to play with some ultimates in the bank. We'll have some poke. They could easily do so. Build up towards that window here. Timeless Ethereal, right? The pressure is on them on their own retake. We saw him on the Orisa.
Now, we've got Mari on the Orisa as well with a Terror Surge. He does have that Ant Matrix, but we have seen Mari engineer the Terror Surge to counter it entirely, and unfortunately isn't able to give the opportunity, go solo as the Ant Matrix comes up, has to fall back behind the cover of Fountain. No chance of using the Terror Surge to shut it down.
Counter Terror Surge now here for Mari, but will fall. It's tough. I don't really know how you get surprised there. If you're Microwave, you have so many ultimates, you somehow still get caught out by a window in Sawhill, right? It's just one phase of ultimates.
It felt like it was bait, right? You look at where the Ant Matrix actually comes through from Z, it's right on the choke, which is perfectly measured for Zoe's Mei wall. It very much was Microwave trying to force Timeless Ethereal into a game of Ultimate Chicken so that the Mei wall is able to perfectly cover the Ant Matrix, but the Mei wall doesn't cover the Ant Matrix in time, and Mari takes so much damage. XM by then has already been able to break free from that choke, put yourself onto that high ground with all of the damage coming through from the Sojourn, that when we see both of the Orisa drop Terror Surge, because that pushes you into a static position, Mari is the one who loses the gamble because of the additional damage coming through from Sojourn.
And pops the overclock in this fight. Has to deal with a Lucio who's harassing him. No kills just yet for Death either. Just found some pressure for Zoe to find the kill onto Halo, but now X10 comes back through with their own overclock. However, down Halo. So some of that healing and potential speed boost is just out of here. So X10's overclock will eventually get ran through. Zoe counters with the Blizzard here. Able to find Sawhill too. Bun has their own Blizzard, but nobody is here to follow up at this point, right? You lose your Orisa, and now everybody just kind of funnels through on the point for a potential recontest with that Blizzard.
Good wall as well from Zoe directly on the choke to disconnect the front line and the back line. Timeless Appeal, however, playing last fight. The Blizzard, you're going to have a Terror Surge as well. Mari having to swap off of the Orisa onto the Sigma did reset a massive chunk of that poke pressure coming on through from the Sigma composition. However, now you get to play defensive around those capabilities. Javelin throw, no! Mari goes over the wrong side of the wall!
Oh my god, but the boot back to safety, never mind, brought back through to the Terra Surge. X10 will find them, however, Death finds one on the downside. Sahil goes so low and is found by Death. Oh my god, what a round in particular for Death here. 2 kills in that fight without the overclock too. Just some nice railgun shots. And the amplification matrix there from AJMR turns this fight, and now we're all tied up on map point here, Moxie, on Suravasa.
Redemption arc for the Soldier, and Death coming in absolutely clutch. Mari going into the wrong side of the May while toppling directly into Timeless's full team. Forced AJ into utilizing that immortality field way too soon before ultimate started to come into play. But Death on the Sojourn doesn't need an ultimate to still have that insane amount of kill potential that is afforded to the DPS. And now point percentage is reset. Microwave still with the Sigma going to be coming in to the Flux as well. Halo holding onto that sound barrier. Doesn't want to have to use it early, however, because you've got to deal with free ults with it.
Now there's that overclock early wall or Mayblice block used by Bun. Keeps himself alive for now, so it almost works out. However, as he drops the amplification matrix, looks like it's shut out by a body shot from net there, and then Mari with the poke damage. But great work from Microwave so far. Bundes comes through to down the point. A reset coming through from Timeless Ethereal, and Microwave's counter swaps, counter picks have been working out.
There we go. That's the bait. The same bait that we saw coming through from Microwave the last time that we had Z dropping that Amp Matrix onto Choke. This time around, however, you are able to take advantage of the Sigma's defensive capabilities. You make it look like you're pushing onto Timeless Ethereal side. Z, as a reaction, immediately drops the Amp Matrix to try and punish, and immediately Microwave just cut noise, pull back, and that Amp Matrix finds absolutely no value. And as a result, you're not going to have it for the next push, whereas AJ is still holding on to one of your own.
Microwave sits back, has to deal with the overclock from X10, who doesn't find any kills, gets damaged, but no kills. Microwave also drops the beat. And on this map, it seems like X10, the number might have been found from Death, who comes from above to get that kill. Bun does trade pack Zoe. Beat drop here to try to keep everybody alive, but the Gravitech Watch still finds value on a Sawhill. Yes, Timeless is trading, but it's not enough at this point. Ant Matrix in the back, everybody else here. Microwave will steal a map and potentially start this reverse sweep.
Oh, really good stuff coming through from Microwave. Again, being able to recover. Flashpoint is a map that is probably one of, if not the most stressful to play into. Second to potentially only push. This mode goes by so incredibly quickly. If you think trying to just keep a track of the ultimate economy and how aggressive you're being and temper that aggression into defensive capability is hard on some of these other map types, it becomes even more important with Flashpoint, with how quickly that point percentage actually progresses. Unlike something like Control, it's not a case of when that point is finished, all of your ultimates lose value. No, it is when the next point finishes, another unlock. So you have to make sure that you can win a fight out while still holding on to something else to be able to win the fight out afterwards. Or if you indeed lose that fight, identify as the fight progresses, okay, this is not a fight that we're going to win. We're not going to make it easy, but we're still going to make sure that we don't overcommit so that we can come in with a better advantage for the next one. And that is something that Microwave took too hard, because at the start of that map, it looked really rough.
Yeah, it did. I mean, that's a great point that Microwave really were able to make those rotations early because they got those fight wins. Like you said, I mean, every critical moment, it appeared like Microwave just came out on top with either that Blizzard from Zoe late into the fight on the rotation before the point even unlocked. I mean, like you said, everything kind of went in their favor because of how they've played. And, you know, maybe this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where when the lights are shine brightest, right, how does Timeless Ethereal react? At the moment on this map in particular, X10's been playing super well throughout every single map until this one, where it did feel like Death kind of found their groove, were able to shut down X10 at points.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the stats as well, the deaths are pretty equal. Death does die 5 times compared to X-10-7, but everyone else is very much even 7-7, 8-9, 8-5. And it's down to the fact that Microwave, they don't necessarily only play aggressively, they make sure that they play into what used to be predictable. They've sort of Pavlov conditioned Timeless into expecting actual full commitment onto all of these pushes, right? If you look at how Lijiang started, with how aggressive this team was being, when they started to take those flanks, they were fully committing into all of those fights. And it's something they started taking advantage of towards the latter half of Flashpoint, because they started pulling their punches. They started going for a couple of feints. They went for some of those left hooks when they actually made it look like they were going for an uppercut punch. And as a result, Timeless Zephyro reacted wrongly. They dropped things like the amplification matrix. They tried to go too aggressive. They wanted to try and match some of those ultimates for ultimates. And as a result, they played directly into Microwave's hands. And that is something that is crazy, because normally that strategy is Timeless's own. It's literally like Microwave went, okay, that's what you do. Well, I can do it better.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see what Microwave have been able to do on Suravasa. We'll have to see if they can keep doing it, right? Obviously waiting for the next map pick coming through. We saw the map pool earlier on, Moxie. I mean, for this series in particular, I think it really matters for this team, for Microwave, to really get things going here and now, right? Obviously, you talked about potentially Death having to step up, make those amazing kills on the Sojourn, having to have Zoe do well on the Mei, right? On that map in particular, things have changed, but do you think that this is just a flash in a pan? Do you think this is a one map type of thing? Or is there things here that they've learned that they can move forward with in the next map?
I think there's things that they've learned 100%. If you do one strategy once, you can think, okay, maybe it's someone having a little bit of a moment, or maybe it's a fluke. Maybe they wanted to go aggressive and then they saw the amp matrix and they went, okay, this is a fight we don't want to take, and they pulled away. But they saw the value that that got and they continued to do it. And going back to that pattern, right? If you do it once, it's a surprise. If you do it a second time, it becomes somewhat predictable. If you see it 3 times happening, you know it's going to be coming. But that still applies to being able to work out these solutions. If we see someone do the same thing multiple times, it means they've cottoned on to a strategy, and if it's working, they're going to double down on it. And that's exactly what they did. So moving forward in the series, I think Ultimate Economy is about to become a lot more up in the air between these two teams. I think we're going to have some sleight of hands come through, Dustin.
We might. I mean, obviously the next map is going to be Esperan. We'll have to see if things are changed for either side, and it seems like Microwave are willing to do that. And same with Timeless Ethereal. Like you said, that was kind of the game plan, was a little bit ripped off from them, right? That kind of change up between compositions amidst the series, right? It's very tough to do that too. I mean, that has been a big evolution, I feel like, for a lot of the players in Overwatch 2, is to figure out, what heroes they can swap to throughout the series, to instead of just locking to, okay, let's play GOATs, for example, back in the olden days. And it seems like for Push in particular, we could really see a mixture of things, Moxie. We could see anything from that Ramatra composition to the Sigma to the Orisa. Which composition do you think is favored here on Esperantia, on Push in particular? Because that's obviously the map we're going into, and it's such a crucial map decider too.
Ram. 100%.
Ram.
We've seen him so much, and I hate to say it, but we're probably going to continue to see him. He's just an incredibly strong tank. He has a lot of defensive capabilities, so that when things like the Mei or the Sojourn start to come into play, who have that amazing burst potential. One, if you're playing into a Mei, you don't want to be running that Sigma a lot of the time, because that Mei primary ignores it. It's not one of those projectiles, right? It doesn't get matrixed by the shift. Instead, it's like that echo focusing beam, where it just rips through that shift, rips through that one defensive capability. And if the Sigma is close enough, he disintegrates in seconds. Ram doesn't really have to worry about that, especially since they've removed the full CC on the Mei beam. Your tank no longer gets frozen up. So for the Ramatra, who is that touted tempo tank, who wants to be able to play a little bit defensive, a little bit slow with the poke phase, which plays perfectly into setting up your Sojourn, but then when you want to get aggressive, when you want to get the ball rolling, you have all of the aggressive capability, and better yet, the defensive capability to be able to survive having that aggression and wanting to move forward.
See what the two teams decide to choose moving into here, and you're leaning more towards that Ramatra for Orisa in particular. Like you said, there's so many different ways to play it. Very crucial map, this one here, Moxie. in the semifinals. Obviously, whoever wins here will move forward into the upper bracket grand finals. The other team, unfortunately, is going to drop down the lower bracket. We'll still have a chance moving forward, but it's a very important map in particular, whoever wins this, right? For Microwave, they'll potentially have the momentum if they win it here, right, Moxie? But for Timeless, they can shut it out right here and now.
Yeah, these two teams have been learning a lot from each other as well. We've seen multiple strategies carry over. We've seen multiple picks as well coming on through from some of these other players. If Microwave decided to go the pharmacy route, Esperanza is definitely one of those maps where you can find a lot of value. There's a lot of the high ground, there's a lot of those rooftops, very similar to King's Row Street Space and also Dorado A that the Pharah can use, but I think we're just going to be seeing standard meta unless Microwave decide now is the time to pull out that old identity of the Genji Doomfist. I'm on the fence about this, Dustin, though, because the last time we saw them use this, Timeless Ethereal broke its back within seconds.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out for them. That's definitely a strong choice to make right now in Esperanza. You know, maybe it forces Timeless to mix things up, though, right? I mean, I think we talked
it
about...
might win them the first fight. And on push, that is huge, because the last time we saw Timeless deal with it, they had Bun on the Tracer to actually stop Zoe from being able to get into the backline and pose the threat as the Genji. And Timeless they didn't expect the Genji, they didn't expect the Doomfist. They're entirely unequipped to be able to have that avenue of choke control.
Jimar obviously going to set up a lot of those anti-grenades. That's what we're on the Nano POV at the beginning. Misses the first one, however, just goes for a set nade. Now kind of knows where everybody is. Just tossing out cooldowns, understanding that, you know, they can't really be dove on by Timeless. There's too much of a distance gap to really make here. Nade misses again from Microwave's side, so they're really looking, they're kind of poking and prodding for that anti-grenade. Meanwhile, Timeless taking some space with that robot. Already 9 meters, minute off the clock too here. Not a lot of ultimates built yet either. Neither team doing a lot of damage just yet. Another anti-grenade miss.
Land.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what Microwave needs at the moment for them to find this dive. However, at least they've not lost anybody just yet, so it's not really gone too terribly for them. Here we go, off cooldown yet again.
Nano.
Building the Nano. 4 times the charm with the anti-grenade. Zoe doesn't even need it. Just finds X10. We talked about Zoe being a great Genji. Having to play Mei throughout the series. Now makes that swap and really doesn't seem to have lost a step finding that first kill. And now with that, I mean, Microwave surely can maintain this. No, never mind. Sawhill comes back, finds Zoe, trades it out, equalizes it. Now in the 4 versus 4. They stopped that robot from pushing forward. Now here's that nano boost, but it's on a Doomfist, right? Is the damage there? Immortality kill to keep everybody alive. No, the anti-grenade finds Halo with a final blow. So Mari just there to create some space with the nano boost. And now they're actually able to get that first fight win. It was an incredibly long first fight. Seems like Timeless are still fighting it, though. They want to find these kills. But no, eventually Microwave will get them and control that robot.
Immediate swap from Xeon to Kiriko as well. You can see that those anti-nades are going to pose a problem, and the Kiriko is straight away brought on out for that Suzy to be able to cleanse that effect. Bun still not swapping onto the Tracer, most likely because you have that Blizzard. You do not want to give up such a valuable ultimate. The problem is the Blizzard going to be able to find value? Wicker is playing Protect the Ana, so not on the Lucia to be able to kite around it. So the backline is prime real estate for the Blizzard, but everyone else, the Doomfist, the Genji, and the Sojin, they all have the ability to dodge it entirely.
AG Mars gonna get blocked by the shield. Now a rally to keep Wicca alive here. Overclock as well. The help against the push from Timeless. Sleep on a Sawhill, gets woken up immediately. Ultimate still available from Timeless after the beat. Nice anti-grenade slows down X10, but eventually cleansed off from Z. Which is why they've got that Kuriko, like you mentioned, Moxie. Bun finds Zoe too, who went for that dive. No Genji now here from Microwave. A lot of that damage gone. Lands from Mari. Has to back up out of there for now. They do have a lot of that cart space, so as long as they don't lose anybody, they're in a decent spot. But we'll see if they can do that. Yeah, it was definitely wishful thinking. Mari will get staggered, and Timeless have control of the robot.
Okay, we're gonna have Nanoblade for this next fight, and that is one of the ultimate combos that Timeless Ethereal struggled with, and this is what they're going to do to shut it down. They catch the backline away from the Sojourn. AJ taken down, kept in position by the Blizzard alongside your Brigida. That's the problem. A lot of the time that you run into, normally we see it with Pulse Bombs, right? If you find a Pulse Bomb stick onto either the Ana or the Brigida, they play so close together, a lot of the time it results into a double elimination. It's the exact same mentality coming through from Bun's Blizzard, and because he cashed the Ana away from the Genji, you delay the prospect of the Nano Blade, but it's only been delayed. We're still gonna have to rip the band-aid off eventually, and eventually might come sooner rather than later.
There it is, Halo deleted. Suzu out, can't save X10 here. That's 2 in this fight, and Zoe's gonna live for now. Annihilation from Solhill actually got 2 on the other side. Make it 4. Oh my god, the counter push on the other side where we're watching Genji POV. It ends up not mattering because Timeless Ethereal's Annihilation in frontline has killed everybody.
Sleight of hand, Dustin. Sleight of hand. You think the Nano Blade is going to be the most important, but Soilhill sees an opportunity. Rally has already been used by Wicker in a couple of fights previous. Soilhill knows no one can shut down that Annihilation. No one can kite it out either. And as a result, the objective keeps moving. And yes, you lose your backline, but you still put up so much more distance in comparison to what Microwave have achieved. And now they have to cycle back into their win condition of Nano Blade. I don't know if they'll even get another one online.
I don't think so either. I mean, that's just absolutely a backbreaker. 100 meters now and climbing for Timeless Ethereal. It seems like the Suzu from Z as well has just countered every single anti-nade from AJMR. I mean, they're playing this very well at the moment. Yes, they find Sawhill at least, but Moxie, I mean, they've already built up 112 meters and they're climbing even farther.
Yeah, you're going to have Overclock combined with Kitsune Rush. You do lose X10, but you've still got Bun on that Mei. Microwave now going to take advantage of the Soja missing to push that objective a little bit further back. Their Halo's just delaying, not allowing Microwave to be able to break past those early spawns coming through from Timeless Ethereal, who refuse to give up the high ground. That's a safe vantage point that they can hide when the dive comes through.
Only has the back gun under there, doesn't want to use the Doom ult just yet. AT connects on the Sawhill for now. Overclock flank from X10. Immediately though, Mari came back with the slam. Oh my gosh, what value found of the Doomfist. That is a huge kill to get. But they did have to use the rally as well as that ultimate just for that overclock there. In this fight in particular, Microwave will win and find these stagger kills to get control of the robot with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
2 for the price of 1. And crucially, the one that you're able to draw out from Timeless Ethereal side is not anything that can be used to counteract the Nano Blade coming through. This is the true win condition for Microwave, right? It all anchors and cycles around this Nano Blade, but Timeless Ethereal have the beat drop to be able to sustain through it, or Bun can even just use that counter Blizzard to stop Zoe from being able to find the dash resets.
And Zoe's the one pushing the cart though. Has to back out, nice pocket there, but the Mei is slowed down. Also, Nano Death, in fact, with the overclock this time to mix it up. I like the change up, beat drop here from Halo. Sustains for now, and they actually find X10. That was a huge kill to find because X10 has been a thorn in the side of Microwave every single time they go for that push. So they deal with those flankers and come back towards this robot off of a Nano overclock play.
So this is huge. This is big brain coming through from Microwave in 2 ways. One, you bait out Halo into utilizing the sound bar to counter the Nano overclock, which means Zoe doesn't need the Nano Blade to have enough damage to chunk through the health bars from Timeless Ethereal side to actually convert into kills. And 2, Bun could not use the Blizzard to be able to counter it because unlike the Genji who needs to get close to melee slash through you, the Sojin can play out of the range of Blizzard, so Timeless Ethereal just had to take it on the chin.
Yeah, Mari and Zoe probably just going to have to go really hard here in this fight. But Bun finds the kill on the Wicca while they're setting up. Oh my gosh, and now they try to go forward. Anti comes through, cleansed immediately by Z. I mean, perfectly played by them, but now that blade comes through. Annihilation to force back Zoe. I mean, that's the value found of the Genji blade dry. There's not really much else you could do. As long as they don't lose anybody, they might be okay. However, it looks like Timeless are always in a position to find these stagger kills. Now from the top side, Sawhill comes through. AJMR goes down, no speed boost or peel. Mari actually commits that Doomfist ultimate as well. Death finds one on the flank. They don't have a lot of healing, just a Brigitte. Can they find Halo? If they find Halo, it might be winnable. Or Z, able to find Z, that could be something here for Microwave as they're still on the top side of the bridge. The robot really isn't pushing too far. Oh, just kidding. It's actually moving in favor of Microwave, so they've managed to come back towards this robot. And a counter push there from Microwave is successful.
Yeah, Nano overclock as well, potentially on the cards as well. For this next fight, Bun is going to still hold on to this Blizzard to be able to shut it down. Townsville have not had to use it so far, is still holding on as that emergency break glass in case of solution. As Microwave having to try and figure out how to formulate this dive, but Bunch is making it so much harder for Def to actually have that angle on the high ground to try and pick some of these plays from Timeless Ethereal down, and as a result, no one's low enough for Mari to find a kill.
While they're trying to save Bun there, the counter push comes through from Microwave. However, X10 gets rid of Zoe in that fight. Sawhill also finds Mari, and this robot is not pushed far enough yet either. Not even halfway to how far Timeless got on their original push. Is now 30 seconds left, Moxie. It's looking very, very dicey at the moment for Microwave.
Yeah, Microwave just can't formulate this dive. Timeless Ethereal aren't being brought down low enough, so when Mari punches in, it's only a distraction. There's no actual threat to it. And Timeless Ethereal have identified as such as Bun goes onto that off angle, challenging Microwave. Def's gonna have to pop that overclock and try and find a kill. Halo goes incredibly low. Will be able to hide behind that bollard and keep herself and the sound barrier safe, and somehow she still gets healed up.
Overclocked out from X10, comes through. Death on the flank. Wicca also stuck in that blizzard. Will go down to Sawhill. X10 waits for Death to peek around the corner. And this should close things out for Timeless Ethereal to cement themselves in that upper bracket finals. Finding Zoe on the stagger. That blade is negated pretty much throughout the entire map, and especially at the very end. Timeless Ethereal are moving forward in this tournament.
I said I was on the fence about that Genji Doomfist. I like the idea of it. It's something that you pull out in the hopes that it surprises Timeless Ethereal, and you did see that they were running out on that composition without the Kiriko, which they immediately swapped to when they identified, okay, they're going to be formulating dives, they're going to be trying to play off of the setups of these Antonides. We need that Suzu in full effect so that we can hold on to our cooldowns and abilities as well as our own lives when that starts to come into play. But unfortunately, that surprise factor, that sort of feint into a jab that Microwave were hoping and gambling the Doomfist and the Genji pick would be, is just too well read by Timeless Ethereal, because it's something that they've already played into with this team. And Genji struggles so much at the moment in this meta because of the amount of shutdown there is. You don't have to swap onto something like a Tracer to control all of the avenues of the backline, because the Mei does the job for you. You can't deflect the beam, it does so much damage in seconds. Every single time the Mei is there, the Genji can't fully commit in, and you saw as a result, when Mari was punching forward, a lot of the time Zoe's presence was entirely absent.
And on that note, I know you pretty much just kind of talked about it there, Moxie, but I mean, at least I guess in terms of Microwave, to get your take on it, do you think that what they've done, you know, mixing up that composition map by map basis, and then ultimately going for that full commit on that Doomfist Genji Sojourn, I mean, do you like that at the very least, that they're willing to, you know, step out of bounds per se and change that composition up to a very high degree, even though it costs them in the end potentially?
I like the fact that they tried it. I don't like the fact that they continue to only run it as the map progressed. Especially because we saw time and time again, even though they would mix things up, right? We saw not just the Nano going on to Zoe for the Blade, it was also going on to Death with the Sojourn for the Overclock, which found a lot of value. The problem is Nano is only going to be up so often. You have to be able to win those neutral fights when ultimates don't come into question, especially on push, where a lot of these points go down to players choosing the right moment to be able to keep that objective moving or hold it in a better position for their backline to be able to actually keep themselves alive a little bit longer. And you don't have that when dive comes into the mix, because you have to be hesitant. You have to wait for all of the pieces to fall perfectly, debate out some of those abilities to be able to punch on forward, and as a result it means you're always going to be playing split, and that objective gets nowhere near the amount of push distance in the neutral as it does for the other side. So even though they were coming in with some amazing nano overclocks and some really strong Genji blades as well, it just wasn't enough. It was 3 good fights compared to just overall consistent damage output and threat and space control as a result coming from Timeless's side.
Looking good, Timeless Ethereal so far to put themselves in the upper bracket, but we'll break everything down in a second. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see some of our analysts. I believe we have Christopher and Ash on the other side to break everything down with me. We'll see you guys in just a second for that breakdown.
Timeless Ethereal just secured their spot there in the upper bracket finals 3-1 versus Microwave. But Microwave started making it a bit tough as we headed into that third map where they were able to get their one match win there, Chris. And also, welcome to the Calling All Heroes broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Like, that's first off the gate. So excited to have you here with us and join us on the analyst desk. But second off, I got to get your overall thoughts on this last matchup.
I think the series was pretty high quality. I was really impressed with both teams' meta read. It felt like strategically, I think everyone knew what they were doing. Even maps 1 and 2, I think that were actually really close. I think for Microwave, they'll obviously be disappointed to lose, but I think that if they go back and kind of VOD review it, I think they'll see that series was really, really there for them to win.
Yeah, they definitely had the opportunity to do so there, Dustin. I mean, it was tough, I think, because Timeless Ethereal, they're kind of the raid boss in this overarching tournament this entire season, right? But Microwave, as they were a bit of those slow starters earlier on in the series, the adaptations were definitely coming through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they got the praise. Microwave got the praise from, you know, one time second place Overwatch League world champ. Not really world champ. What do you call that? Second place. You're finalist. Runner up. Yeah, runner up. Coach of the year. One of the goats in our scenes. I mean, that's obviously high praise. I think 100% Chris touched on it. Microwave, if they look back at the VOD, 100% need to maybe just like take what they did moving forwards, and they'll probably be solid in the lower brackets. I mean, we saw that last major. This team was just really good, super talented. Definitely a dark horse that you can't just push aside. Timeless Ethereal really did their preparation and their work ready for Microwave in the series.
Yeah, Microwave, definitely a team to keep your eyes on if you're out at home and looking to root for somebody to be that dark horse to make that lower bracket run. Because again, this being the upper semifinals, they do have that second chance of life to try to continue on and make it through the remainder of this weekend. But we also have to consider the fact that Timeless Ethereal, I mean, they were the top team throughout the entirety of this 2023 Calling All Heroes season for a reason. I think their macro gameplay, the way they look to set that up, Chris, definitely was shown here in this last matchup.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think that one difference when we talk about the Ram compared to the Sigma Mirror is it feels very difficult for the Ram to die. So if you just group up as 5 and run the Ram, he won't die. So what ends up happening a lot is both teams try to send off angles on retakes. You start to see the Lucio Sojourn flank from Microwave here. And what Timeless was so good at is they predicted these flanks. Either they set traps like you see here. There was numerous times where I started to see they would do what we would call overloading, where we see there is a 2v2 on the left side, so let's send our Sojourn to go match it so that we have the 3v2. And what they always made sure is they won this side fight. And as long as you win the side fight, your Ram's just going to live forever. The hero is genuinely unkillable no matter what happens. And I feel like that was a really, really smart meta read. And I really feel from a strategic point of view, that's where the series was won.
Yeah, it's where you see them kind of being in a league of their own in that kind of sense. And those setups are also obviously for the DPS players to capitalize on. So when you think about the Sojourn plays that we saw coming out there, X10 was making quite a name for themselves in the first 2 maps, but we slowly actually saw Death starting to catch up, especially on Suravasa, where it felt like in that second half, Dustin, they really started to heat up.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because we keep wanting to talk about Microwave, like I said, and even in the stats game, if you just looked at this alone, you'd be like, okay, obviously the Sojourn with the better stats won, but in fact, no. I mean, Timeless and X10 in particular was really just good in this system as a team and or as a player in particular, so it was tough to kind of shout them out all the time, but realistically, obviously X10 came out on top most of the time in these Sojourn fights.
Yeah, I think one thing that I was really impressed with X10 was whenever Z had the Baptiste ult, that Amp Matrix, X10 would group up with it and would look just to charge rail, body shot, and we saw numerous fights exactly like Def is doing here, where we were able to just win team fights off just a body shot, which was a really, really, like, I think a big difference between the 2 Sojourns, especially on map 1 and 2.
Yeah, the difference makers in those kinds of plays for sure. But I feel like we also need to highlight Z. I think, Chris, maybe you wanted to say something about this flex support that was coming through. Just like their ability to help with that sustain. Also the windows coming in to help X10 capitalize as well.
I think exactly. I think both Baptistes had a really solid series. I think to be honest, everyone who played can be pretty pleased with their gameplay. But I felt, especially when it comes to ult value, Timeless were able to get so many wins purely off the amp matrix, which is a huge factor in terms of the overall swing of the ult economy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, thank God Landon's not here, Chris. Right? You know, we don't have to hear any more glaze about Landon in this series. I'm just kidding.
No.
Both these Baptistes are really good, obviously. You know, even at that level where Landon nearly is, right?
Yeah, one day maybe you can get there.
Well, it's just so much fun being able to talk about the plays that were happening and the way that Timeless Ethereal were able to just continue to adapt even after that map loss. But we do have to give a congratulations and kudos over to the team and also head over to an interview. This time, we're going to be having the chance to talk with their coach, Lep. Hi, Lep. How are you doing? Congratulations on winning that upper semifinals. Unfortunately, I don't think I was able to hear you there. You may have been muted on
I
your
said, sorry, my mic was down. It's been a long day. I'm really excited, really happy to be here, to be able to represent my teammates and to be able to represent the Timeless brand. Pleasure to meet y'all.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. Thank you for taking the time to do this interview. So kind of curious, like for Timeless Ethereal, obviously your team was reigning supreme over the entire season. Undeniable performance in that kind of sense with the consistency and seeing that they're always kind of a step ahead of a lot of these teams, despite the competition still looking to catch up, of course. But overall, what did preparation look like heading into this championship weekend? Were things kind of carrying on as usual? Was there anything special you guys ended up like leaning into, knowing that so much more was at stake?
Not really. I think for me, the biggest thing is, especially coming in and coaching a roster that's been playing together for a while, a lot of things that I wanted to focus on were more so out of game. There's things in game that I can't really talk about with regards to strategy. So a lot of like adaptation whenever it comes to strategy, but I really wanted to make sure that the team was able to maintain composure, especially being able to go down in these maps. Taking a team that's really successful like Timeless and going into playoffs and having a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I really, really like. We have this saying, maintain a deep calmness, and we associate that with the color blue, right? So being blue and being like really, really calm and being able to come back from these situations is the biggest thing that I wanted them to be able to do and have. So that's kind of what we focused on going into this.
I love hearing that, the fact that you guys really just focus on like keeping grounded and whatnot, because I was actually planning to ask like if the team actually felt a lot of that pressure, like knowing they were playing so consistently throughout the entire season and looking to secure that first place spot for the championship series to earn that infinity gauntlet, as Moxie was saying earlier on the broadcast. Was that something that weighed on their shoulders?
That's not really a conversation that's like very open, right? Like that's not something that's like, oh, we're worried that we're not going to get the trophy. There's lots of confidence, I will say, and that's really, really nice to have. But I just want to make sure that even if it's not like an open thing, that like subconsciously, like we're all on the same page and that we're all like, we're just gonna go in, we're gonna do our job, and we're gonna get the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, the big thing is just being able to focus on playing your own game and not getting too in your heads about everything.
Oh yeah.
We did see in this last series there was a lot of hero swapping there for Amari on the side of Microwave with the tanks, and on the analyst desk we're talking a little bit about how Microwave looked like they're really trying to kind of get ahead in those hero swaps and looking to try and counter that. How did it feel in the moment trying to work around those changes? Because Mari swapped up really, really frequently, and I'm curious to see if that kind of affected the approach to the game coming out from Timeless.
Oh no, it did not. I will say that normally hero swaps are kind of like an interesting thing to think about. But going back to what I was saying before about like just maintaining composure, we've prepped, we had the reps, we had the practice, especially scrimming the teams that were scrimming. So really, really not worried. Really, Sahel is able to pick whatever tank they feel comfortable on and just win with it. And that's what I wanted, and that's what we did.
Man, you guys are so like, you're just on it. I feel like not even, tunnel vision is the wrong word because that I feel like has a more negative connotation, but just
Mhm.
very focused in the way that you guys are able to kind of just carry on and play your own game, as I was saying before, and not really allowing those external factors to kind of affect that and just move like water around in those adaptations.
Oh yeah.
But it was a pleasure chatting with you, Lev, and I want to give you a chance to give any shout outs or thank yous here while you're on stream.
Yeah, I'd like to give a special shout out to my teammates, right? And by my teammates, I mean because I really feel that we're a family at the end of the day, and everybody has their own piece to play. Everybody has their own part to play whenever it comes down to actually getting into these matches. And I want to throw a shout out to all the players, all the staff, me included. You know, got to give some props to myself. That's really it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and good luck to you and Timeless Ethereal on your upper finals matchup later on. We'll see you guys later.
Bye.
That was such a sweet interview. Always love being able to talk to the coaches and get like that kind of perspective on the team and everything like that. But we are going to throw to a quick break. We're going to be back with the other side of the upper bracket semifinals in just a bit, and we'll see you guys later. Hope everybody grabbed a drink and some snacks for some more Overwatch 2 gameplay as we head over to the other side of the semifinals. That was just a 3-1 win for Timeless Ethereal up against Microwave, who are knocked down to that lower bracket and will be facing up against Kanoichi later today. But, I mean, Moxie, that matchup that we just saw was a lot closer, I think, than maybe we initially expected. Microwave really got to give them some props there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot closer than I think anyone really expected, like you said. So I think this is such a huge boost of confidence to a lot of the other teams in the bracket. They have a lot of potential VOD that they can go back and look at and discover, okay, what exactly were Microwave able to take advantage of? Because they found weaknesses in Timeless Ethereal, weaknesses that we haven't really seen thus far. So I'm really excited to see how these other teams are going to adapt moving forward when we see that winners final.
Yeah, but we also just heard from Coach Left, who talked about the fact that Timeless Ethereal, they know how to keep their cool, keep themselves grounded. So they earned themselves that first upper final spot, like you just mentioned there, Moxie. And now it's time to head over to that next matchup. Dogman, the fact that we're looking towards Timeless Celestial versus Wisp Embers coming up next. What are your expectations?
I think this is going to be a dogfight, right, between both teams. Obviously, I think behind the scenes we were talking about it, how Wisp Embers actually is a very, very solid team, and Timeless Celestial looked super good in their upper bracket matchup as well. Both teams obviously getting that 3-0. I think we're just in for a barn burner of a series, if I'm going to be honest with you. I know I've been jinxing things a little bit because I said the last series would be close, which it still was. But this one, I think in particular, definitely has everything in the works to make sure that it goes the distance.
Yeah, and looking over at the Wisp Embers roster as well as we say hello to these players here, Moxie, I mean, we have to consider this team, the individual pieces here, and you got to tell me a little bit more about them.
I mean, I'm just really looking forward to, as Dustin said, a barn burner of the match, but there is one specific matchup that I am so looking forward to, and it's Snozla versus HK. These Mays are going to be so interesting to get to watch and see how exactly the wall is utilized, whether or not it's utilized aggressively, whether or not one of the other Mays decides to hold on and try and play a little bit more counter so that they can play a little bit more shenanigans with some of those off angles. We've seen a couple of different picks as well coming through. Street has definitely impressed as well. An incredibly aggressive Ramatra player who just decides to go all in forwards. And I know something that Christopher is going to be really excited to see is that something that he talked about where he was saying you have your Sojourn who actually pairs up with the Baptiste when those amplification matrices are about to become available. That's something that Timeless Celestial also does as well.
And I mean, Dogman, looking over at Timeless Celestial on top of that, who is or I guess swapping over to Wisp Embers actually, who is your player to look out for in particular?
Well, obviously, Moxie already talked about HK, so I obviously is a fantastic May player, one of the best players mechanically in all of Calling Out Heroes. So obviously we have to shout out HK, right? Just such a fantastic player. Senna as well, playing more towards that Soj, really has to do a lot of work in that department. So probably look more towards there for, who's able to step up. I think on Moxie's point, HK is definitely a standout player that always plays well, right? So that's going to be consistent for Wisp Embers, right? It's a matter of who else can step up to that same degree. Are the supports going to play to that level that we saw in the previous series? I think we talked about the Baptistes in that series, in that matchup, in the other semifinals match. Can Anyun and Poor play to that high level as well?
I love that you mentioned Anyun and Poryu there because that's who I was actually just about to bring up. Those support players. I mean, Anyun especially one to look towards, but Poryu able to still step up on that flex support and get to that level and support Anyun in that supporting role there, Moxie. We've seen a lot of elevation coming out from that backline.
Yeah, supports at the moment are an incredibly strong role. In Overwatch, I think they've always been an incredibly strong role, but at the moment in this meta where supports have that damage potential, as well as the means and mobility to be able to try and 1v1 some of these DPS, it is so important that you're able to hold your own when things like those backline flanks try to come on through so that you don't deplete resources coming through from your other players. And it's something that Christopher talked about, right? if you have a Ramatra, he doesn't really need babysitting 24/7 like some of these other tanks. So you have a lot more downtime for these supports to get a lot more damage hungry. And we're seeing it in things like the Lucio breaking off with the Sojourn, or the Baptiste just looking for picks, because you are technically a hit scan, which means you also do a whole chunk of damage to the other team as well.
Well, I'm looking at to seeing how both these squads step up to the plate. We're heading over to Antarctic Peninsula up first, and Dogman said it was going to be a dogfight, so I'm going to let you two take it away and see if things get scrappy.
Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. And, you know, what a series that we have on our hands. Second one of the day. Obviously, Antarctic Peninsula will be map number 1, like Ash pointed out. And, you know, we haven't seen it, at least today. We did see some Antarctic Peninsula yesterday, Moxie. I mean, do you think that compared to just taking today into account, what are the major differences that we're going to see probably from these two teams compared to like Lijiang Tower from earlier, Moxie?
It's still sort of the same, even though the scenery changes. You still have that identity of Ramatra of just being incredibly powerful. May, again, a lot of these maps in Overwatch have been built with those chokes in mind, and with choke control comes May's value rising and skyrocketing. There's a lot of different angles as well from approaches to these different points, which means that the Sojourn with the off angle is able to find value. In the past, we would see the Bastion alongside the May, but the Bastion requires a little bit more support coming through from your backline, and it also means that you have a lot of less space control. You don't get to take as many off angles, which means that if the other team is running a Sojourn, a lot of the time you can find yourself getting boxed in and collapsed on, and in control that can feel very claustrophobic. So we've sort of moved away from the era of the Bastion and very much settled on the Sojourn and made tag team, and it works perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, from a spectator, I always love watching Sojourn. I know it's a controversial take, but to be honest, I mean, the Bastion is just not as exciting to watch as Sojourn, for me at least. I don't know. I mean, we've had this discussion before, Mox. You're like, can we move
Well, the
on from
Bastion is
Sojourn?
also sort of a lot easier to know the timings of, right?
Yeah.
There's the transformed mode where you have to immediately bait out and then try and hide, and a lot of the time it comes down to being able to utilize the May wall to be able to absorb the brunt of the damage when that transformation comes through before everyone kites around the corner. Sojourn doesn't really have that downtime button, and it actually pushes a lot more stress and pressure onto your ult tracker, because not only are you having to ult track the charges of the other team, you're also having to keep a track of the ult fire on the railgun. And there it is. We're going to see the Sojourns come through. Azure on their own. We're actually going to see full commitment, however, from Wisp Embers. Senna and Poyu going to be sticking right next to each other to provide that off-angle position.
Yeah, wall already removed from Wisp Ember's side. They'll play slow. Street Lord will also forced out that Immortality Field, and Senna finds the kill through it. I mean, what a nice shot from Senna on the point side to take out Azure. Now that Sojourn has been removed, there's not a lot of damage here. Mauler's able to find HP at the very least, but no, too much damage here now. Wisp Embers took the point and took that first fight win.
Yeah, look at the difference as well in ult charge compared to Senna and Azure. And all of it comes down to the fact that Wisp Embers actually assigned the Lucio to just ferry the Sojourn into a better position before the fight began. So Senna already had control of that off angle, and Time Celestial walked directly into all of that damage already coming through. And they just didn't have the position to be able to return the favor. And as a result, Wisp Embers gets to just control so much more of the fight, as yet again Senna going to be coming in a disrupting shot, disrupting all of Time Celestial before they can walk onto point and try and threaten the space on the front line.
Yeah, has that railgun shot ready to go. The back, already using that Ramatra shield as well. Tops it for now. Immortality Field plus Amplification Matrix in a great spot so they can sustain on the front line and get the damage on the Street Lord, who goes down in this particular fight. Another loss. First member of Timeless Celestial, and Wisp Embers are looking strong at the moment, Moxie.
There it is again. Amplification Matrix used for Senna to be able to find that damage. You don't need the headshots, you can just find the body shots, and as a result, it charges so much of the overclock. But the kill, finally taking the Sojourn down, allows Azure to start to actually challenge that space and build up the overclock to have it to match. We're going to see the disruption shot come on through as HQ throws a defensive blizzard to keep that point anti-tank alive.
Counter Blizzard now comes through, stops that May from retreating too far. HT will go down to Snozlar. With this overclock, Timeless Celestial able to get a lot of that space. Kindred just kind of tries to stagger towards that point. I don't think any more ultimates are going to be used here for Wisp Embers. They're just going to go for a reset, and Timeless Celestial will claim the point now.
Yeah, but off of just a Blizzard and Kindred surviving that long, Wisp Embers are able to buy themselves over 90% of the point. That's insane. Timeless Celestial have to win all of these other fights in a row, which means that they have to be so careful that they do not overcommit in those ultimate economies. Wisp Embers, in the meantime, can afford to just continue poking, pressuring until they find a fight that's favorable to take.
Push forward. Timeless Celestial comes to the left side, drops the beat on that engage from Wisp Embers, who had used the overclock. Now counter beat from For You is here. Aniu's already down, though. Even through it. Don't even know if Aniu got the beat in that particular situation, but it looks like they don't need it, right? Everybody else on Wisp Embers able to capitalize off this annihilation from Kindred, and now they move forward towards this point. Timeless Celestial has nobody here. They got Snozlar on that Symmetra to come back and maybe try to touch 97, 98. Lucio almost here. Can he touch in time? Yes, Lucio does touch, but falls immediately. Now just the Tracer as well. Staggers coming through now. I mean, what else could they really do? Timeless Celestial, right? It's just a bunch of staggers towards the point. Everybody else here will get out of this map. Wisp Embers will take round number 1.
And unfortunately, they just have to walk directly into yet again an Amp Matrix with Senna directly behind it with control of that point. And when you head into overtime, you do not have the point percentage to play around to wait it out. You just have to throw yourself directly in front of that damage. It looks like it's definitely Wisp Embers starting to pull ahead. Timeless Celestial really faltering, not being able to pick up that momentum. A lot of the energy and confidence off of having that Sojourn got knocked out of their sails off of just the first fight. I really want to see Azure getting a little bit more support coming through from the rest of their team. As we've seen Wisp Embers, they're fully committing to make sure that Senna finds so much more value.
Yeah, this has been really good for Wisp Embers and Senna. Now they just TP out of spawn. Same compositions on both sides here, Moxie, is surely both teams meet towards the right side. We'll have to see who actually has the advantage, though, and actually controls the top side. Both Maywalls used. Disruptor shot on both sides. Pretty much mirror from both sides. However, Immortality Field has to be used first on Timeless Celestial's side. Senna and the rest of Wisp Embers are just doing far too much damage, forcing out those cooldowns early. And now, without one member of their team, surely the rest of them will fall. Street Lord will go down. Senna 4K in that, or 3K in that fight in particular, and the point will also go in their favor first.
Yeah, Kindred having a really good initiation engagement as well, goes on to that high ground, drops down directly in front of Timeless Celestial's team, but has that wider angle, so even when the Maywall comes through, still gets to be healed by Aniu and that Lucio, and as a result, when we see the wall isolate straight, that does not happen for Timeless Celestial. They have to invest the Immortality Field to keep the Ram alive, and the second that cooldown is off, the Slimbers get such a leg up to be able to win the fight. This time around, we're going to see the rematch get isolated, but no! Kindred is able to jump around it before it comes through.
I mean, Kindred's already built up towards that annihilation. However, Street Lord and Azure actually come back on top from their counter push. 2 for the Street Lord. What a fantastic name, by the way. Just love it. Now everybody else on Wisp Embers stagger towards the point as Timeless Celestial finally have found some ground and take the point.
44% picked up for the side of Wisp Embers. They're going to have that annihilation, like you said, because of the amount of pressure and movement up close that Kindred has been able to find with that Nemesis form. And as a result, the Maul is not really going to be able to utilize this Amp Matrix to hold down the space, because Wisp Embers can just use their Matcha ultimate to move through it. As we're going to see Amp for Amp come through. Both of these teams holding on their Matcha ult as a result, but Timeless Celestial have to throw the Blizzard in defensively.
It's looking so dicey from a Baptiste POV. Mopti pretty much entirely reactionary to everything that was happening. No precise positioning, just throw out Lamp, throw out Regenerative Burst, jump over the wall. Immortality Field down to cap. It works out for them because they found that first kill. And now HP also will fall too. Snozlar, what a shot. Keep things moving forward. Finally in the series, Timeless Celestial look to have that point advantage. However, beat drop counter engage with the overclock. They find a kill from it. Nice bob and weave from Azure, but eventually they will fall. No trade just yet. Annihilation here from Street Lord. Does have Immortality Field to keep it moving forward, but Kindred also popped their own annihilation, so it is back and forth.
No flip.
Snozlar back towards the point. No flip, like you said. They're still touching the point, waiting for their Sojourn to come back. But the health pools aren't looking good for Timeless Celestial. They're slowly getting them back. The Blizzard is here, also with the Ant Matrix, so 2 ultimates committed to finally clean up Timeless Celestial, as they'll find everybody here and flip the point.
Oh, that was such a long stall. Wisp Embers eventually understand, okay, we're not going to be able to take these players down without committing ultimates in, and as a result, that is going to have a butterfly effect into this next fight. Timeless Celestial are so close to so many ultimates, they just need to give a little bit of poke, a little bit of pressure, and then they can immediately drop on point with the Blizzard to buy themselves all of that space.
Shout out to the supports for doing such a good job on Timeless Celestial's side. Oh no! As I say that, AQA will go down. Mauler over the top does have at least the amplification matrix, but no kills are to be found. It's only healing. Not a really great angle for that matrix. Maywall here though could give them a kill, but no, everybody has focused around just living on Wisp Ember's side. They already built 83% of the board.
They don't drop on point either, so they commit to ultimates, but they don't get the flip off of the back of it.
90%. At least they'll have the Lucio in this fight. Wisp Embers still playing back no ultimates here just yet until this beat drop has been built. What does Wisp Embers want? Oh, and everything kind of just happens at once, apparently, as I pretty much lagged out there. The rest of Wisp Embers with the beat drop able to find the kills. Timeless Celestial get wiped. Wisp Embers, you know, was looking dicey early on. Will win this map, although it was a little strange in the end for me in particular. They're going to win Antarctic Peninsula and go up 1 in the series.
Wisp Embers able to take that first control. If you're Timeless Celestial, Dustin, you owe an apology letter to this team. The one fight that they needed both of their supports up to be able to coordinate the drop down from high ground to low, to be able to take advantage of the ultimate deficit between these two sides of having the Blizzard and the Out Matrix, two tools which should immediately buy yourself all of the space to be able to find that flip. And the Lucio goes down at the worst moment. That is a tragedy that Shakespeare can only dream of being able to reach the levels of. Oh my goodness, that domino effect of lacking those two ultimates and not being able to find the flip off of it to be able to spiral into having the stall effect with that Ramatra cost them the map. That's crazy.
That's tough, as basketball player Dennis Schroeder would say. Fire emoji at the end of that as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like what do you do about that if you were the side of Timeless Celestial? Because yeah, I mean everything was just going in favor of Wisp throughout the series. It just seemed like they continuously had that pressure from frontline. I mean, Kindred was pumping damage. If we just look at the stats alone, Kindred had like 4 or 5k damage. Do you think that's more so just how Kindred was playing on the Ramatra, or is that just because their supports were doing a better job potentially on Wisp's side?
Well, Kindred was, like you said, absolutely escalating in terms of the Ramatra damage, but Snozzle was actually doing so much more May damage as a result. HK holds on to the Blizzard, and by the time that HK actually utilizes a Blizzard, Snozzle's almost built up 60% of one already having used the ultimate. And that just goes down to the fact that the Ramatra is always in the face and just pushing continuously, but like you said, that's reflected in terms of the amount of heals. So much sustainability to be able to keep that Ramatra up and alive and keeping that space under control, because again, Ramatra alone has so much stall, so much potential to be able to just cycle through the shield, cycle through Nemesis, use the blocks to be able to just mitigate a lot of the damage so that it is survivable until things like your Lucio and your Baptiste are brought back into the fight, or they're able to cycle back into things like that regenerative burst or immortality field.
I mean, that was rough. I think we were talking about earlier with Ash, where it's like, yeah, you know, you don't look at, you know, map score or whatever else, you know, it doesn't really tell the full picture. But I think a 2-0 on Antarctic Peninsula, I think that was the full picture, right? I think that in particular, it just felt like Wisp Embers just were always in control. I mean, if you just look at stance, if you look at the map, how everything went, you had points, like you said, but if you're relying on that one moment, like you said, Moxie, where you can't have your Lucio die, I mean, that's always rough. Yeah, you can always fix those tiny things like that. However, throughout the series, it just felt like Wisp were not letting go of their advantage, right?
Yeah, again, they were able to find these forward positions before fights began where they were always at a better vantage point. They knew to be able to bait things like the Maywall out. They had to sell that idea of the Ramatra being vulnerable so that the May immediately goes, okay, this is my time we're going to be able to burn a lot of those cooldowns. But yet again, it's Timeless Celestial baiting you into this false sense of security where you think you have the upper hand, and then 2 seconds later immediately revealing that, surprise, this has been their game plan all along. And this is something that I was talking about when we had that desk segment at the start of the day. Timeless Ethereal are incredibly good at masking their intentions, but Timeless Celestial are true masters of this. They are absolute magicians at being able to divert your focus into one thing while slyly pulling off another entirely. And a lot of the time you don't realize it's too late. And then suddenly you've already lost the map, already lost the fight. And moving forward, this is something that we're going to actually see being utilized against them now, with Wisp Embers doing exactly the same thing, making you think that you have the upper hand against the Ramatra, going for that first main wall, and then immediately revealing that all along it's actually the shoe on the other foot.
What a team, Wisp Embers. We'll see if they can continue their prowess, as they've kind of shown up more so towards the later half as well of calling out heroes, right? I feel like this team is in particular has been good, right? A solid team in terms of just points. They have been third throughout the entire tournament, but in the Champ Series in particular, they do appear to be kind of coming alive. King's Row will be that second map, Moxie. Is it going to be a similar story between Antarctic Peninsula, or is this maybe where we see Timeless look at the drawing board and say, okay, when we figured this out, we can kind of play a bit different?
Well, it might not be the same story, but it's going to have the same characters. It's going to be the Ram, it's going to be the Mei, it's going to be the Sojourn, and obviously you've got to have your Lucio and your Baptiste to be able to utilize that speed boost, kite aggressively forward with your own Ramatra or split off with your Sojourn, make sure that you protect them on the off angle, but also have that speed boost to be able to negate and navigate around the opposing Ramatra's ultimate as well. This mirror matchup is so interesting to see, because a lot of the time when one ultimate comes from one side, the opposing ultimate of that same hero also comes from the other side, and it then goes down to the micro on which team is able to come out on top. And a lot of the time, in fact the majority of the time, on that first control map, it was Wisp Embers.
Yeah, I like you mentioned the micro, because in this particular instance, it was like this mechanical prowess that Kindred and the rest of Wisp Embers were really able to show, right? I just think that a little bit of a diff, you know, potentially MTD, Moxie? Potentially main tank diff? Yeah?
I wouldn't say MTD, because again, it's just Wisp Embers getting to play that forward position, putting a little bit more stock into things like those forward positions, utilizing for you on that Lucio to be able to get Senna into those approaches, or Kindred into the right angle to be able to take full advantage of her kits. As we're going to see Wisp Embers now on the attack. First of all, yet again, Tunsless, very similar in terms of the positioning. Lucio and Sojourn up on that high ground to be able to prey on the players as they move through choke.
Yeah, we always see the Sojourn spot for the top left, and Azure is able to capitalize off of it. In the previous series, we saw Sojourn get picked off there, not in this case. And look who swaps the Widowmaker real quick. It's Senna. Back from the spawn, no kills found from it just yet either, though, but already 40 seconds off the clock on the attacking side for Wisp Embers.
Yeah, no merry-go-round, unfortunately, this time. As we're going to see Azure still holding onto that position. Disruptor Shot is so good in these scenarios because you can utilize that ability to slow down these pushes and rotations from the attacking team, which means that they're stuck in choke a little bit longer. But the second that they're able to break around staircase, it immediately becomes Wisp Embers running this show. They don't have to worry about the choke splitting them off. They can just pounce on the Sojourn and immediately shred Azure down.
Yeah, you gotta react to that. They didn't even fall back to the clock tower or anything. Just thought they held that position. Maybe they wanted to go aggressive there at the choke, but they just reacted far too late. Regardless, Wisp Embers did a fantastic rotation, like you said, Mom.
Yeah, really fast as well. This is something that having that Lucio puts into motion, quite literally. You can go from 0 to 60 in the absolute blink of an eye, and like you said, sometimes it catches some of these players unawares. Speaking about caught unawares, what a Maywall coming through from HK.
I don't know, Snozzler did not expect that amplification matrix to try to equalize it. But no, I mean, everybody in Wisp Embers able to fall back. Senna will get Mauler too as they peek the corner.
Oh,
I mean, amazing.
As well.
Yeah, early on they could not find the kills with it either, and now there's just a bunch of staggers. This is absolutely falling apart at the seams for Timeless Celestial. You gotta be worried if you're a fan of them.
Yeah, this is Sea Salt in the wound right now. Timeless Celestial losing the Baptiste early and then the tank late. That is so much payload distance, and that is the payload sailing a free pass through one of the hardest chokes to break normally in the game. Wisp members have to be so happy about that one because they didn't even have to commit that many ultimates to be able to break it. As now we're going to see, oh, a time Celestial clocks where the amp is going to be no!
Oh my god. Shut down after peeking up by the Lucio of all players. However, HK with the Blizzard. And the rest of their team able to find Street Load here. As the Red with the overclock. Tries to find a kill. Jumps over the top of the train. But no kills are found. Just a bit of positioning. And now Wisp members, do they want to come back through? They did use some ultimates earlier. To some success. But really, they've not breached to this choke point just yet. Now into the Blizzard goes Kindred. Nice job from Snozlar. However, the Immortality Field is there to keep him alive too. Beat drop by KQA, or KQA is there. However, a counter one by For You. Wisp members try to go aggressive. Then Kindred will commit that annihilation. Street Lower trying to counter with their own. However, the damage has already been done. Snozlar will go down. Kindred does fall lower. The heal's there. It looks like they are. Regenerative Burst keeps them nice and healthy as well. Those right clicks. Now an amplification matrix from Mauler. They really want to win right here. Timeless Celestial. They're buying time as well for some of their players to come back from the spawn doors. Icicle slows down Mauler for now. But after that Amp Matrix, right, ultimates used, no kills found. Wisp members now to come back in with their own on the cart even further. Pushes away Timeless Celestial now towards the Mega Health Pack. Do they potentially get a re-engage before they're out of meters to go? Amplification Matrix falls. 1 meter left. Immortality Field committed here as well. Now that eventually will be gone. No cooldown here for that player on Wisp, or on Timeless Celestial side. Now Wisp going to use their own against Azure, who drops the overclock. Do they find the kills at Senna on the other side without their overclock able to find them? And the Blizzard here too. It was a long fight at the end of the Streets phase, but Wisp members are able to close out.
It's a long fight, but it's actually towards the halfway mark that Wisp members are able to land on their win condition, and that is a disruptor shot from Senna into a more Maywall from HK to keep Timeless Celestial stuck inside that corner where they're forced into utilizing that Immortality Field. So when we see Azure come in with the overclock, which should immediately swing things in their favor, they do not have the cooldown to be able to keep the Sojourn standing and utilize the ultimate to shut Wisp Embers down. And as a result, they sunk the overclock into a fight, and Senna gets to utilize hers with an absolute shooting gallery.
Just flies forward even further. 2 kills. No hex given. Lucio back to the spawn. 1 fight remaining. And this card's so close to the end here.
Yeah, Wisp members, they've got the sustainability in plus Signed Barrier. Kindred's gonna have the annihilation as well, the trace as well. Coming through from Azure, immediately shut down, however. Timeless Celestial not able to utilize any of the ultimates that they were about to come into that fight with, Dustin. And that was huge. Getting the Tracer out of the way that quickly, with the respawns for the defending team being that close, and 3 ultimates coming into play, that is massive for Wisp members. They're able to shut down so much stall potential for the defense and finish off King's Row with 2 minutes and 55. So often we see teams full push King's Row with barely a minute to their name. That is a masterclass on how to play this map.
What a collapse. What a collapse. I don't mean to be toxic, but that was amazing, like you said, from Wisp members. But Timeless Celestial, I mean, what happened? What happened with them, Oxy? I mean, they just, like, got picked multiple times. It felt maybe like, compared to the previous map, there wasn't a lot of fight in this situation. Wisp members just kind of rolled over them. I mean, there was, like, 1 point in Streets phase, but ever since then, it was just not comparable.
It was positioning coming through from Wisp members. It was really smart when Snozzle wanted to try and use things like the Blizzard. Senna was always playing an off angle, so Azure wasn't able to take advantage of any player getting frozen out. As a result, Kindred might have been caught in the crossfire, but with the fact that you don't lock down either the Baptiste or the Lucio, there's always going to be enough sustain potential, especially if you get caught out in the Nemesis form. You get to just keep all of that damage mitigation for the longest time, and Azure was having to continue to contest with Senna without getting to take advantage of the natural win conditions for this composition. Wisp is doing a very good job of being able to shut the mirror down. Timeless Celestial, if they want to keep this competitive, they cannot afford to slow down a singular moment in King's Row.
Oh, they really can't. Now we'll see what they decide to do. Here's that Sojourn off angle that we tend to see on first point King's Row. Really is the thorn of the side of Timeless as they try to walk through, but Azure finds Senna. You know, that's an amazing first pick from Azure. Really has been a standout player for Timeless so far. Whenever it feels like Timeless Celestial do good, it's off the back of this player. They rotated towards this point. Timeless Celestial now starting to get up those ticks. Wisp Embers this time playing it slow. But the Lucio on the top side, missed shot from Azure keeps For You alive. Also, Immortality Field here gives them the opportunity to fall back, but they're being chased down by 3 members. Did they live? No way. Regroup with their team. Now going to have 5 players. Wisp Embers somehow escape such a dicey situation in the high ground.
Senna's back.
Senna's back as well. They try to come back through. Wisp Embers, we get a walk towards Street Lord, who's already forced to use that block in change of form. So a lot of that tankiness already removed. Azure goes aggressive. Or sorry, tries to fall back to the rest of their team. But is caught in the middle of the open. Stoss was able to find Senna too. Wisp Embers, they've almost made the comeback here, but the Ant Matrix over the top now. I mean, that's far too much damage and healing. No counter ults here from Wisp Embers. I mean, they potentially could, but HT goes low. Ant Matrix here. There's nobody here to touch the boy. Oh my god, wait, Kindred almost was there, but just couldn't. Still stays alive still. I don't even know if they expected to live there in that situation, honestly, but now they're going to back up, just give up the choke point, and take the streets fight.
Kindred gets out alive, though.
Yeah.
That's huge, because now you get to retain this position in Streets. You've got an Annihilation to come through. There's no Ant Matrix from either of these teams, so whoever has that forward better positioning around this corner is already going to be coming in with that advantage as HQ looking for the off angle through that narrow hallway, trying to scope out where to place this wall.
He now forces that block, then tosses the Blizzard. I mean, that's just perfect. How you're supposed to play that. Snozzler panics, uses their own Blizzard, doesn't get anybody because the cooldowns weren't used for HK. So amazing work. We talked about that matchup between HK and Snozzler. In this particular instance, HK comes out on top.
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure to force Snozzler into utilizing that ice block so that you don't have it available to dodge the Blizzard Freeze coming through. And then Wisp Embers able to catch on to them, may isolate them down so they don't get any of that initial progression with the Blizzard. As Wisp Embers with a defensive position with the overclock, Senna comes in and shuts Azure down. So much more value for the defensive Sojourn than the attacking. This is what we were talking about, right? Having that cushion of safety, of cover to be able to fall behind. That is why it's so problematic to be able to push through some of these choke spaces, and Sojourn, especially now that you get to retain some of that alt fire charge, is just benefiting massively from being able to hold all of that power before the fight even begins.
Lucio's dueling in the top side. Poor You has to back up for now. Ultimate advantage is finally in favor of Timeless. They use the wall here. Finally force that cool out of HT. That could be huge for them. Ant Matrix is a bit too far back though. I mean, from Baller. Unfortunately, now they can't use it here. It's easy to disengage for Wisp Embers. They just back on out of there, have their own amplification matrix. Aniyun over the top towards the boiler side. Could use it for themselves, but don't even need to. The main wall was huge, blocked everybody in the pub side, and Timeless Celestial just collapsed against the main wall by itself.
HQ's May is just magic. I'm so happy that I get to see it again. It really just feels like HQ has such a good grasp of when to use these walls, and like you said, as a result of how good these walls are being, Wisp Embers gets to retain hold of these ultimates, and as a result, they're running the economy. Timeless Celestial used the Ant Matrix and found nothing with it, because HQ not only is able to find the wall to shut it down, but also sets up the wall for the pick to come through. So they lose a player, have to try and run through with the tail against their legs, and now Aniyun gets to hold on against this corner with an Ant Matrix to slow down the Celestial's push down.
Early soft disengage from Wisp Embers. Now they come back through. Ant Matrix ready at the choke. Wall already used by themselves. Azure finds that pick though on the Lucio. Forty's been playing pretty aggressive so far, so maybe that's what resulted in their demise. Street Lord also finds HT. Snozzler will find Senna. And then finally, now, Timeless Celestial we're able to get through. Kindred finds Mauler on the stagger. That's pretty sane, but in this situation, right, we're entering a massive ult fight coming up.
If this is anything like the last long fight, though, it's gonna go in Wisp Embers' favor. Remember, they are incredibly good at bleeding Immortality Field out from Mauler before Timeless Celestial are able to utilize it to set themselves up aggressively for things like this overclock. Wisp Embers are going to try and do the exact same thing.
Overclock used early from Azure. Snozzler sitting on an off angle on the left side. Now uses that Blizzard at the choke. 3 meters to go. Can anybody touch either? There's an Ant Matrix. Help stall. Street Lord goes really aggressive. Uses that Annihilation on the inside, but doesn't get any more value. Beat drop here, counter engage. Unfortunately, Timeless Celestial cannot keep their front line alive. And with 3 meters to go, it all falls apart. 1 minute now on the clock. Wisp Embers even get to hold on to their own Annihilation.
You can see how afraid Timeless were of the Deja Vu as well, to the point that they start off the fight with the Overclock before Wisp Embers are really even able to be put into a position where they fall prey to it. As a result, Immortality Field gets to be held onto, and Timeless Celestial don't get to utilize either the Overclock or the Blizzard to free up the space from the payload to pick up the checkpoint. Now we're down to 35 seconds. They've only got one ultimate to play around. It's going to be the Zap Matrix, but Wisp Embers, they're just giving up this space. They're going to have HK look for a flank to set this wall up, but they are getting challenged. Timeless Celestial making sure that HK does not get that free reign to try and shut these players down.
Yeah, and got the Immortality from the left side. Meanwhile, on the front, because of this positioning from HK, Kindred was able to come through with this Annihilation. Now 12 seconds left. Nobody else here. Moxie, I mean, they're going for the spawn camp potential. 8 seconds. Yeah, they're going to be touching time. Tracer, Lucio coming through. I mean, they're going to try to touch, but, you know, Moxie, Wisp Embers don't even care about the people coming to touch. They're up 2-0 now in the series. And if that last series was a chess matchup, this feels like a checkers one. Wisp Ember is just absolute gods at the game right now. 2-0 over Timeless Celestial, which is also supposed to be a very good team, making them look like amateurs today.
Yeah, you can see that Timeless Celestial, they were very aware of the amount of time that they had left. They knew that they wouldn't be able to cleanly get through those chokes in another fight that they had to take, and as a result they had to full commit onto the fight before we hit into that overtime, and it shot them in the foot. They had to go incredibly aggressive early on because they didn't want to be too hesitant, where HQ would be able to shut one of them down before the fight properly began. As a result, we saw that full commitment, all of the ultimates invested, and no one from Wisp Embers goes down. And even worse, Time Celestial, when they actually utilized those ultimates to try and push Wisp Embers either away entirely and just zone them off of the payload, or force them to contest and walk directly into all of that damage and kills, they pop it too early. And they don't get either. They don't get the payload moving forward, and they also don't get any of the kills that they're looking for. And as a result, Wisp Embers just wait them out and are able to sustain through all of the damages before coming back in swinging. And Timeless Celestial, after that fight where they fully commit in, they have nothing left in the tank to be able to push any form of attack, especially when HK is baiting them all onto taking that fight up towards theirs for Kindred to just come through with the Annihilation, and as the ultimate suggests, absolutely rip through the entire team.
I mean, it's tough. It really is. I think that you said how they're kind of like, it feels like Timeless Celestial are kind of shooting themselves in the foot at times. Like they're making the game scrappy. And, you know, that could be good if you really have insane mechanical prowess. But at the same time, if you're just kind of going in and expecting something to go your way without a plan B or something else, it just feels like it falls apart, right? There was that instance where they came through on that pub side, like you said, and then immediately just died to no ultimates. So maybe Timeless Celestial can take this break and kind of come back, recall what they did good in that previous map, and bring it into the next one. But at the moment, 2-0 for Wisp. They're on that map point. We'll have to see what happens after the short break, guys. So see you guys in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the middle of a matchup. 2-0 at the moment for Wisp, who are making this game against Timeless Celestial. Make sure not to say Ethereal. Looking pretty easy for them at the moment. I thought this matchup would be close today, Moxie. Break down what's happening at the half at the moment between these two teams.
Yeah, I was on the same lines as you, Dustin. I thought it would be really close, especially looking at how Celestial were performing yesterday against VT Blue. On King's Row, it looked like a different team entirely. They were the ones punishing yesterday VT Blue's hesitation and setting up all of these really jazzy angles, looking for these really nice trades. If a tank went down, no sweat. It was actually something that they were disguising as a little bit of a smarter play later on down the lines. But you can really see that something against Wisps has unsettled them, and that something has come in the form of H-Key. H-Key has broken this team entirely. Every single ultimate is finding value, every single wall, as well as being able to cut and isolate these targets. Worse, instead of applying pressure on the Ramatra, a lot of the time it's being used to apply pressure onto Snozzler. And without Snozzler having those abilities, things like the Ice Block, when your own Blizzard kicks in, you don't have that self-sustain tool to be able to find value of the ultimate. And with the Mei remove, not only do you lose sustain, you lose that focus threat coming through with that massive dump of damage you can do on the primary with the 100 per second. And you lose a lot of the trust in your tank too, because Street just doesn't have that safety line that's available for Kindred when HK is still standing.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic points, Mox. And, I'm curious, obviously the series is not over just yet, but, Wisp members look to be in the driver's seat. I really am curious at the end of the series when you and Chris break everything down, what exactly happened for Timeless Celestial. Potentially. Obviously, it's not over just yet. Maybe on Suravasa, they've got something planned. But like you said, I mean, H-Key and Wisp Embers, Mox, they're looking at another level right now. They're looking like they can win this whole thing.
As we head into Flashpoint, these maps are going to get a lot bigger. These objectives are also going to get a lot wider with a lot of different angles and flanks you could potentially take. I want to see the same strategies that Timeless Celestial were doing yesterday, where they would split their team into different pockets so that they could take these off angles and apply pressure all round, as opposed to just having 5 people run directly at Wisp who have just so much more space to be able to shut them out entirely. If you see a Sojourn isolated or with only a Lucio, run at them. It's something that Wisp did to such a good effect when they were attacking Kings, and it's something that Celestial are just ignoring entirely.
We're now first fight on Suravasa. And Timeless Celestial flip the course of the current timeline and make this reverse sweep happen. Wall already out from them. They play actually back at the moment. Wisp Embers are the ones trying to take the forward positioning. A Mei wall to block off the Sigma. Make sure Street Lord is always pressured out, and Kindred stays healthy. Oh my god! Senna almost goes down because they were in such aggressive position. But Osra, unfortunately, doesn't get the kill. And now, Wisp Embers, I mean, they got full control of the point. They took it. Azure goes low on this off angle, too. But in fact, it's Mauler to go down first to Kindred. This unrelenting pressure from this front line and everybody on Wisp is too much. I mean, they not only took the point first, but also sent Timeless back to spawn.
And you know what guaranteed that they picked up that first flip? It was the split. Again, Wisp committed players onto the high ground to separate and provide a different angle of control, and Timeless Celestial did not have the sustain to keep Street confidently standing on the point alone. They got bullied off of those angles. They had to pull back, and as a result, Wisp Embers take control of that point and start the percentage building, and before Timeless Celestial are even able to mount a second push, Wisp are already about to breach 70% of this point.
Oh, Snozzler, what a pick on Ascena, though. That's kind of what they need. These opening picks, these flash into pain stuff from Snozzler. 2 kills in this fight. Amazing work from the Mei player of Timeless Celestial. The cleanup just comes through. And at a time when you desperately need something like that, too, they still use the Ant Matrix, but so did Aniune. However, they've got to hold this now for 100% against 99.
And pushes like that, where you're trying to play aggressive and have everyone play off of the angle and damage and threat that the Ant Matrix provides, that's when you can commit 5 players on the same angle. Now, when you're in a defensive position, I want to see them take up more space, and I'm not seeing that at the moment. There's no split off from Azure with KQA to be able to try and find value with this overclock. Instead, they're all bundling very much up onto point, which Wisp Embers are just going to be able to utilize to run straight up.
Wall off. Kindred goes low. Beat drop here, though, to keep everybody healthy. Counter beat from KQA. Overclock from Azure eventually run out. Both Blizzard also used with that. Now Kindred gets to come in. However, Street Lord only finds one. Kindred finds 3 on this, or 2 on this engage, and the Immortality field. That potentially could come through, but they don't even need it just yet because they're just getting all the damage via that low ground. Lucio almost said, in fact, Azure to fall. I mean, there's not much that Annihilation is going to do at this point. Could have potentially saved it for the next one. Wisp Embers now come back, take that point, and we'll take point A.
I'm gonna start to sound like a broken record, but again, it's the off angle that Wisp are able to utilize to translate into a fight win. Senna and Paul show up behind the point. Time Celestial have to immediately divert half of their attention to dealing with shutting the Sojin down. They don't find the pick. They do scare the players off of the space, but the damage has already been done. Kindred has already been able to infiltrate the space and utilize that Annihilation to claim all of the kills. And when Wisp are already playing with so much percentage to their name, they just needed a couple of moments to be able to pick up the point in its entirety. And now worse for Time Celestial. Not only do Wisp rotate to the point first, they also pick up 2 kills.
This is brutal. Wisp Ember just close out, and it's exactly how you said, Mox. He just feels like every single fight, you know, is Timeless Celestial keeps getting surprised, but whatever Wisp Embers are planning.
And we're going to see the same thing. Wisp Embers, when you see this map, when you see the positions that they're playing, look at how close Senna and Paul are playing, and look at how bunched and bottled up Time Celestial are.
Oh my god, I mean, it's going to happen again. 40% nearly on the board now. They still have members of their team back towards the point, but there's that off angle finally checked by Timeless Celestial. Forces them to regroup as 5. But they're still strong as the unit because they have this Ant Matrix, so it was all in the game plan. And Senna finds the kill on Azure, even through Mauler's own Amplification Matrix. No Immortality field to keep their Sojourn alive. That damage has been removed. Overclock will not be built. Snozlar is going to be the only savior with a potential Blizzard. But Snozlar goes down too. Wisp Embers are playing this perfectly. Nearly 80% of the board now. They're going to close out on this one and make it map point.
So when you don't take off angles and utilize these ultimates, you have to remember this is an ultimate being used in front of 5 people. That's 5 people reacting to it, and one of those players includes a mate. So the Ant Matrix comes up and HK is immediately able to react. Senna is able to take a pick as well before Time Celestial are able to take advantage of that ultimate, their own ultimate, being utilized. And yet again, Wisp Embers are able to win the point. Time Celestial still not mixing things up. Azure are going to provide a little bit of a distraction to try and slow Wisp Embers' rotation down, and it's something that has to be done because they're coming in with way more ultimates than Timeless have available. They need to be able to set themselves up onto this point as Senna yet again looks for an off angle to surprise Timeless so they lose a lot of the value of these defensive capabilities.
The peel was there. Oh my god! Did that beat just save Senna at like 1 HP? No freaking way. Azure goes down. Kindred on the front line. Meanwhile, with that Annihilation, Timeless Celestial couldn't even buy any time for their own tanks to find those ultimates. Wisp Embers again take the point first.
Yeah, and insult to injury. Even more, Dustin. Time Celestial may have been able to put themselves onto the point first, but they're not able to claim it. Wisp Embers start picking up percentage, and Timeless Celestial only have 2 ultimates to be able to try and put themselves on top of it. Anion's going to be coming in with the Ant Matrix, wants to hold on to the high ground as a result to set Senna up so that she can utilize that angle potentially, as Timeless have to just try now and divert Wisp's attention, but the poke is going to be so much more percentage picked up for their opponent.
And they try to come in. Overclock here on the backside. Any kills? Yes! Azure finds Senna. Now that Sojourn is removed, who's been a thorn in the side of Timeless too in this fight for Azure. Looking good. Strong so far. 70%. Going to be building towards 75 for Wisp Embers as the point flips back for Timeless, who just used the overclock in that fight.
I want to see the off angle. Walla has the Ant Matrix. The last time we saw this exact point, there we go. They used the off angle. The Baptiste set up on the exact building so that Azure could have such a bird's eye angle onto Wisp as they move forward with this, not even overclock, but just alt fire and body shots coming through, amplified with the damage from the Baptiste. But they give it up!
I guess they had to. I mean, they just want to come back towards this point regardless. I mean, they have to regroup, right? They had a skyline angle to at least pressure for some railgun shots. Now, Ani and the rest of Wisp Embers, right, deciding what they want to do. Like you said, Mox, they're giving all the space to the side. Maywall here to slow it down. They know the engage is coming, but Mauler finds HK. Great work from Mauler to keep Timeless alive in a series that has been so dire for them. Overclock here on the point to both Azuray's shot as well. They don't even need to use an overclock shot or railgun shot to get the final blow. Wisp Embers tries to reset quick for a potential recontest.
Time Celestial not really wanting to utilize any other ults either. I think Wisp are just going to give this up entirely. They're not going to be able to touch easily. They're too close to the Blizzard and the Annihilation. They're not going to have either support ultimates either. So if you actually go into another fight before putting yourself onto that next point, you risk doing too much to allow KQA to hit that soundbar and give Time Celestial a bigger advantage in terms of overall sustain in a composition that's already absolutely drenched in survivability.
Look at this, Monks. Wisp Embers are actually at the point first, so they don't actually opt to hold the choke point necessarily. It's a bit too hard. How open this entire section is. Rotation around from Timeless Celestial. They come to the main. They're actually kind of on the attacking side in this instance. HK ready with the wall, knowing this is where Timeless likes to go. Maybe in practice and scrims, they understand what Timeless's game plan is. And now at the top they come. Wall is there. Blizzard, it's countered. Everything what Timeless Celestial is trying to do. However, the change of form keeps their tank player alive for now. So, great counterplay by Timeless. Yes, Wisp cap for now. Senna finds the kill into Azuray 2. And now we're not that Sojourn. The damage is gone. Snozzler will toss in the Blizzard to try to equalize it, but nobody's found. In fact, they don't even have the point either, so not really nothing is going really their way at the moment. Immortality Field to back up for now. They're still down one, waiting for Azuray to come back from spawn. Annihilation engaged from Kindred. They know this is their chance to win. They'll find Street Lord even before the Sojourn is back. Snozzler falls 2, and that's already 50% off the board for just one fight.
Yeah, that Blizzard was literally just to put the pressure onto Street so that Wisp could be able to cap, because they know they're about to hit support ultimates. If the fight goes on long, they can utilize those support ultimates and stall it out and bolt percentage to win in the overall. It is such a long con, and it plays out perfectly. Time Celestial now coming into this next fight for ultimates, but they know that they can't afford to just dump all of them in. But with 85% and counting on the board for Wisp, they have to make a move soon.
Senna hiding with the Lucio. Overclocked ready. No kills found on Wisp either just yet. Speed drop, re-engage. There is that overclock onto the Ant Matrix. They actually fight off Senna for now, but Senna doesn't go down. That's the problem. And now Senna comes back, gets the May. Oh my god, what a shot from the Sojourn. If we're talking about HQ earlier, now we're talking about Senna on this map. 2 kills for them there. And Wisp Embers just close it out. I mean, nearly flawless against Timeless Celestial to put themselves in an upper bracket finals.
Yeah, Wisp Embers. We thought maybe this would be a barn burner. We were wrong. They just had such a better understanding of how to utilize the spacing, how to utilize the mobility of things like the Lucio and the Sojourn. And looking at the Time Celestial that we saw yesterday against VT Blue, those were exact conditions that this team was meeting. I do not know what changed in between then and now. The only thing I can say that was the big difference maker was just not having that same level of trust or finding the same level of value around the Mei utility. And I'm sure that's something that Christopher will love to touch upon, because Mei is so just absolutely bombarded with different values that you can find in terms of micro and macro and being able to coordinate in a team environment, as opposed to how you would play Mei in your own solo unranked games.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing work from Wisp Embers. And, you know, it does feel like Timeless Celestial did kind of seem like a shell of their former selves throughout the entire year. They played very well, but leading into this, you know, through whether it be the Mei play, like you said, or overall team cohesion, it just all fell apart in the upper bracket. And this is obviously where everything matters most, right? We're in that championship series. This is the end of the road for a lot of these players in the Calling All Heroes grand, you know, tournament. And obviously Wisp Embers showed up today. They just looked beautiful as a team. A 3-0 series versus Timeless Celestial. Really, I don't know if there's anything you could take away from that if you're Timeless Celestial. Is there, Moxie? Is there anything that could take down the lower bracket?
I think for them, this is where they need to learn their lesson, that sheer outwards aggression with all 5 players just piling in on the same angle does not work. It will work sometimes when you have things like Amplification Matrix and you just want to brute force bullhead your way through these fights as quickly as possible to be able to find those kills and lock a space down. But when it comes to spinning the long con and keeping control of all of these different avenues, especially in the setup to fights, you have to be so much more controlling of that space. And I hope it's a lesson that they take into the lower bracket and that they learn from, where they see, okay, this Lucio and the Sojin were running rings quite literally around us. This was a problem that we had to turn around and deal with. It depleted resources from elsewhere in our team, resources that were immediately punished by the other side. This is something that we did fall prey to, but it's also something that we can use to our own advantage. This is something that you have to utilize to your advantage if you want to be able to find success in the mirror matchup of the Ramatra, Sojin, and Lucio.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you and Chris break down that entire series. I mean, there was a lot there probably is a lot to talk about from that series, but I'm going to be heading out for now. We'll see you guys after a short break with Chris and Moxie to break everything down what happened in that series.
The expectations set up going into the semifinal series by Dustin in the pre-show was that this was supposed to be a dogfight, but instead it looked like Wisp Embers had that dog in them. Because, Chris, we really saw the way that they were able to bring everything to the table in this series.
Well, this is what I've said since day one. Never trust Dogman. That's been one of my lifelong lessons. I think you're right. I think that on paper this looked to be a really close game. It felt, I think, Moxie, you were spot on with everything you said on the broadcast, really. It felt like Timeless really struggled to get any form of angle pressure. They kind of funnel themselves into this narrow fight a lot of the time. And if you want to play narrow in this meta, then you have to at least win the ult trades, which they almost never did.
It was really painful as well sometimes to watch them go always for the same angle, because it was so predictable from Wisp side, and there are so many different things and different abilities in this composition that can shut those ultimate pushes down, which again is another reason why you want to try and take those off angles, because it burns through a lot of that, right? The Ramatra can only put his shield in one location, the Mei can only put her wall in one location, so if you take an off angle, a lot of the time it's to bait some of those abilities out, so that on another angle you can find the value. But since you're always going from the exact same approach, one of those abilities is always going to be online to be able to shut whatever you have planned down.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think you're exactly right, because I think especially with Ramatra too, I think that the way that we do blocking, it can only go in one direction too. And I feel like that's very much the off angle is the way to beat. If it's Sigma, I think it's slightly different. The shield is wider, he's more squishy. But with Ram, we have to find a way to like angle round and shoot him in the back of the head.
And you saw, like, they understood that, right, from Wisp side, when they were trying to push and take back that first point on Suravasa when they lost control. They sent that Sojin round the back with the Lucio to make the Ramatra turn around and have to, like you said, Christopher, utilize a lot of those defensive capabilities that then just led to such a huge deficient in the tank 1v1 that spiraled really quickly out of control.
I think something to keep in mind here as well is the fact that for Timeless Celestial, it didn't seem like they were playing at that level that we've seen them play at in the past, even going back yesterday to day one. And Chris, I've got to get it from your point of view as a coach. What do they need to do now dropping down into the lower bracket? Again, they have another opportunity to make this run. They're not eliminated. We'll be seeing them later today, but that's also a blow to the mental on top of that in-game strategy.
I think when we look at double brackets, I think there is something really interesting to consider. There's two challenges, right? There is a challenge to win in the loser bracket later today. There is maybe an argument that due to how Timeless played yesterday, we are good enough to win this, so we keep doing what we're doing. But there has to be a feeling that the three teams that we've seen today in this RAM mirror look very, very strong. And there is a real question somewhere tonight. Do we go into Vodru? Do we try to cook something up? Is there a queen comp that we can make work? Do we bring out some sort of dive comp? Assuming our goal here is to win the whole event, is our RAM mirror at this moment in time strong enough to beat all three of the teams left in the tournament?
I mean, it's a big question that you have to throw out there in that kind of sense, but overall, I think the undeniability also has to go towards the DPSs on the side of Wisp Embers. Senna to be the first one that I want to highlight because I think her performance, Moxie, was stellar throughout the entire series and so consistent at that.
Yeah, and again, this sort of goes back to the problem that we were seeing coming through from the opponent in that you're always coming from one angle. So the Sojin always knows where to expect to actually need to fire. So that actually leads into not just a lot more damage coming off of ult shots or railgun, but also a lot more damage coming through off of those disruptor shots too. We were seeing that Wisps off of those disruptor shots would actually be able to follow up with Maywall coming through from HK to force things like the Immortality field out. It is so rare that we see teams back quite literally against a wall having to burn through a Immortality field to be able to save themselves from going down to a Sojin cooldown.
And I mean, damage output is just one part of the story, right, Moxie? I mean, you have to consider also on the other side of things here, Chris. I know you really wanted to highlight and had your eyes on HK as this DPS player, while not having that same kind of damage output, had insane value with her utility.
So obviously, I'm a coach that's coached quite a bit of Mei in my time. And one metric I always have for Mei players is I think even if you don't get the highest value from wall or from off angles, if you can feel really consistent at maybe an 80-90% ult win rate, our team is going to cap second on every single map at the bare minimum. And if my Sojin can carry the rest of the fights, that feel really good. And for HK, she was amazing. I think almost every ult I saw was a fight win. And what was doubly effective is sometimes both Meis were using ult at the exact same time. And if you can not only win the fight with your Mei ult, but then commit the other Mei to using the ult at the same time, the ult economy is in total shambles for the enemy team.
I mean, it's pretty insane, like how consistently she was able to make that turnaround happen and whatnot. But Moxie, we are going to have to say goodbye to you for now. I know you're going to be joining us again tomorrow, but thank you so much for casting earlier or today, just now, and we'll see you on day 3. And Christopher is obviously going to stick around for the remainder of the day, but we do have to say hello to another special guest on the desk. We're heading over to an interview now this time around with Cap. Congratulations, Mr. Coach, on your win here in the upper bracket semifinals.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels good.
What were your expectations, I guess, going into this matchup against Timeless Celestial? Your teams have gone head to head again, like previously before. Did you expect things to be a little bit different? It didn't seem like TC were playing to the level that we usually see them at.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that they play the Ram May comp, and that's our most comfortable matchup just because we've been prepping mostly for Timeless. Ethereal plays that as well. So, like, we kind of knocked out 2 birds with 1 stone by preparing for both of them at the same time. But we weren't underestimating them, but we weren't too worried. We just don't play scared, and we treat every match the same, and we'll do the same to the other Timeless team.
Yeah, because I was going to say you're heading up against them coming up next. So I already have a bit of your thoughts into that, but curious about Wisp Embers and how you as a coach have been prepping your team heading into championships. I've kind of been asking everyone the same thing because I think that sometimes the amount of work or time that you put in can adjust if you know that you're heading into like the final event of a season. So has anything kind of changed on that front? Are you guys putting in more hours or just operating as usual?
Yeah, I mean, I was working with one of the teams that was in the Berry Blast tournament as well. So for like a little bit of the time we were preparing, I was kind of split. But Wadi and Tensa have helped me a lot with taking over stuff when I can't be there. And they're both very, very capable as well. And the players, especially Annie Yoon, is very good at I was actually with her on both teams. So like a lot of the stuff I was doing with one team, I could kind of transfer to the other. And luckily I just made them both play the same comp the whole time too, and the map pools were the same. So we really locked in this week, and we did a bunch of double blocks, and I think we're really, really well prepared for it. The players have put in a lot of time. But
I mean, it's definitely showing in the server right now. And a bit of a fun question. I'm actually curious. I don't know if you've had the chance to take a look at the lower bracket as it stands, but if you were to beat Timeless Ethereal in the upper bracket right now, who do you think makes that lower bracket run?
So is lower bracket right now, who is in that besides
So there's Timeless Celestial, Fable, Microwave, and Kunoichi. And then in theory, if you were to win the upper bracket final, Timeless Ethereal would also be dropping down.
Ooh, okay. I would probably be looking out for Microwave, to be honest.
Okay.
I think they're a really strong team, especially last series when we played them, we had a very, very difficult match against them. But yeah, I would expect them to make some big adjustments probably going back, and I think they're a really serious challenger. But
okay, you guys heard it here on broadcast. Dark horse to look out for sure. But Cap, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with me. And before we go, want to give you any opportunity to say thank yous, shout outs, or anything in general that you want to put out there on stream.
yeah, I mean, first would be to all the players. I expect a lot out of them, and I do a lot of work for the team, but that means that they have to read a lot of stuff and show up to a lot of stuff. So it's definitely not easy to keep up with all of it, but they're doing a really, really good job. And Tensa and Wadi, other coaches on the team, are doing a really good job. And then special shout out to Annie for having to deal with me on both of those teams. Is probably not easy, but
Hey, I mean, it seems like you guys are cooking regardless. So thank you so much, Cap, for the interview and wishing you the best of luck heading into the upper bracket finals tomorrow. But we still have the lower bracket to look out for. Heading over to the quarterfinals where CB and Tiny Shiny will be back right after this break. We had an interesting start to our day in the upper bracket, but it's time to drop it down to lowers. Again, I'm Ash, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Series Championship presented by Radiant. And I've got to introduce some more casters to you guys. We said goodbye to Dogman and got Moxie earlier, who brought us that upper bracket action. We got to say hello to Tiny, Shiny, and CV. They were both here. These lovely ladies were here from yesterday, day one, and now we're heading into day two, and you guys get the fun elimination matches. CV, how are you feeling?
Fun elimination matches is a good way to put it. I'm a fan of all of these teams, so I'm looking at it as like, yeah, Tiny, Shiny, and I, we have the very dubious honor of saying goodbye to two more teams who have worked their heart out all season long to get this far, but you can only go so far before your journey, unfortunately, has to come to an end, and for two of these four teams, today will be that end.
And there's a lot of fan favorites down here in the lower bracket, Tiny, and I think that just makes it even the more difficult. And I'm sure that there's a ton of fans in chat right now also just waving their flags, hoping that their team is the one that moves on to that lower bracket final.
Every single team that we have in this lower bracket currently has been in basically all Calling All Heroes events that have been happening over the past 10 months. I mean, even myself have become a fan of all of these teams, and it's so sad that we have to say goodbye given all of the hard work that they have put in, which all means that all these teams are going to be fighting twice as hard to keep themselves alive.
It's going to be a difficult one, and we've got an interesting matchup as our treat for the first lower bracket quarterfinal that we get to look towards. It's going to be Michael Wave versus Kunoichi, and I think the story here, CB, is that we're looking towards Kunoichi as that kind of fan favorite as far as a lot of the players on this team, but they're also going up against quite the boss of a team in Michael Wave.
You got it right. Like, Kunoichi are definitely fan favorites, not just for the personalities that they bring to the table. You know, fan favorites like SK and Skies, they very popular streamers, but also because they come out with this very unconventional composition that completely not only breaks the mold, but shatters it and reduces it to atoms. Every week I'm seeing a new post on r/competitive Overwatch about how Wrecking Ball is so terrible, literally unplayable. Eve says, nah, Wrecking Ball is playable. Watch and learn, pal. I got this.
Yeah, it's pretty insane the way that Kunoichi have that prowess to even just flex around Skiesti in her main hero, that being the Mercy, and just consistently being on that kind of one trick. But at the same time, there is that concern of, okay, does that limit them, especially knowing Tiny, a team like Michael Wave, have that ability to adapt around those kinds of situations and break down those weaknesses.
Michael Wave is the one other team that is currently within this bracket that has made some other adjustments to their lineups, playing these unconventional heroes, and that really can boil down a lot to Mari on this tank, an incredibly flexible player that can showcase high levels of talent on so many different tank heroes. And even that alone, having Zoe on the Genji, Death playing a variety of hit against heroes, and the stability that this backline provides, Michael Wave, of all the teams that Kunoichi have faced so far, this is the one that will swap right back in their face and potentially give them a taste of their own medicine.
It'll definitely be interesting to see how that ends up panning out with that kind of adaptability. But even with the interview with Kunoichi's coach Kobe yesterday, he talks about how there were some tricks in their back pocket that they didn't really need to pull out. So I'm interested to see if that will come to fruition today as we head into our first map here, CB, in Antarctic Peninsula.
I think it better start coming out, because if you're going up against a team as flexible as Michael Wave, then you definitely want to start pulling out some of those tricks, because just like Tiny Shiny was saying, like, they can match Kunoichi's madness all they want, because Mari can play just about any tank under the sun and make it look good. And I think this also kind of that, like, playing that rock paper scissors playstyle also kind of masks one of Michael Wave's key weaknesses, and that being, when we're playing the Ramatra mirror matchup, Mei is absolutely crucial, and you got Zoe, who is, in my estimation, the best Genji in Calling All Heroes, but kind of falls behind when it comes to the Mei play. You don't have to have her on Mei here if you're, you know, just embracing the silliness and going with Kunoichi's game.
Well, we're going to have to see how it goes. It's going to get fun, it's going to get silly, and it's going to get scrappy in the server. You guys take it away for our first series in the lower bracket.
Thank you very much, Ash. CB, I do have to say, Michael Wave have done their research today. We will not be starting on Lijiang Tower. They have not picked their own doom. It is Antarctic Peninsula. No shenanigans, at least to a terrifying degree, will happen on this map. A much more even play field to start us off.
Right out of the gate, you're subtweeting Vancouver Titans Blue by calling out that Lijiang Tower pick. I mean, yeah, Vancouver Titans Blue, more like Vancouver Titans blew up as soon as they had to pick their own map. It didn't work out. Antarctic Peninsula, I think, will still have some points, especially Icebreaker, where that kind of flyer-style composition is viable, but sub-level and labs, not so much. And I think that might have been a better pick retroactively for VT Blue to go, before they ended up being sent packing by Kunoichi. But hey, Kunoichi, like we've said, have more tricks, and we have also seen them kind of flex and adapt to various different styles, even when they're being counterpicked by the heroes or indeed by the map. So I wouldn't count Kunoichi from playing in their own game out entirely. I would still kind of expect to see something come out from their side. It's kind of like, how is Michael Wave going to respond, right? Are they going to dodge that blow? Are they going to come back with a jab of their own, something Kunoichi can't see coming? What's it going to be? What are we going to do? Is Michael Wave even going to like try and come out with something meta, or are they going to go right out the gates trying to go for a counter to what we expect Kunoichi to come out with?
Well, we really can't say much while the spawns are still active, but with the way things are being teased as of now, Michael Wave look to be switching it up against what we kind of got a taste of. Vancouver Titans Blue pulled out a version of what Michael Wave have up now with the Junker Queen, the Echo in the sky, Zoe picking up a different hero, mind you, not currently on the Genji. Kunoichi CG there with good old faithful Ball, Pharmacy, Lucio, and Tracer.
I'm liking this Echo Mercy pick, though, because I think it plays very well into Zoe's hero pool, playing something that she can be strong at. You have a very similar set of skills to the Genji. You're still flying up a la the Pharah, but you're still looking for those assassinations like you would, not trying to section people off like you are on the Mei. So this, I think, does work out, but the question is, are they going to be able to get the better of the Essel-Skiesti duo on the other side?
It's a battle for the skies and a battle for the ground. And this is where Michael Wave has the chance to set the difference. The Junker Queen isn't going to be as quick as a Wrecking Ball. Absolutely not. But you can have more point presence once this objective starts to unlock. And Essel identifies that as a threat. Commanding shout out Mari under a bit of pressure. AJMR was able to come back, pump that healing on in, and Essel can continue the focus up into the skies. Kunoichi CGL, though, will have to continue without a take. The objective yet to be capped. The continuous pressure onto Essel, having Zoe and Wicca up there, has been a great dampener on the effects of Kunoichi's comp. With that going down, it's only the trade for the two. Essel still remains with CS.
It is the flyer comp out of the sky. Eevee's already identified that the Wrecking Ball is not going to be playable on this some point here with these particular hero compositions. Commanding shout from Mari coming out just to try and keep her backline alive. Michael Wave aren't able to keep Mari alive much longer, though.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. I mean, Death is doing their darndest to keep Kunoichi CGL at bay, and you just can't stop the rockets piling in from above. And you had that swap go on in. SK ends up falling down. This is so scrappy. It's literally just taking these little skirmishes at several points on the map. Is there really even a plan set in place right now, CB?
Right now, the plan for Kunoichi is to just take that kill onto Wicca and run with it. You can either go in aggressive to try and get another pick off, or you can just rest on your laurels, wait for Michael Wave to play into you, maybe find another pick, but continue to build up the capture percentage and force Michael Wave to be the ones to make a mistake. But it's Barcode that gets caught out by Death.
Death has been dominating in terms of the effectiveness of the Tracer hero, and it's really been showing Kunoichi are either down a player or that player is entirely occupied, unable to support the team, and it's on to Essel to make up for that deficit. It's a 2v2 trade, each team losing a DPS and a support. Death still being alive, there will be constant damage peppered on in. eBay has a decent amount of health to spare, and it's not going to last too much longer. The support for Michael Wave is simply greater in this instance and will allow them start getting more of a presence on this objective, even if it takes them a little bit longer. Clear Kunoichi CGL with how quick their composition moves.
But even if they're able to clear Kunoichi, it's not clean. They lose Wicca towards the tail end of it. Barcode has to be dealt with. She is going to fall there, and that's going to allow a window for Wicca to try and get back in, but somebody's going to have to back up to try and let her fly back in. It's going to be Zoe, so you're losing all of your sky presence. That's going to open the door for Essel and Skiesti to get back at roughly the same time, and we're at a neutral fight where now Michael Wave can't really leverage any sort of positional advantage. They only have the ults to rely on, and Kunoichi are coming close to matching that.
Adaptive circuits engaged. This is gonna last long, and Zoe knows that it has to be taken advantage of now. Sound barrier propped from SK a little bit earlier. Nobody was in an incredible amount of danger, so Kunoichi gets the greatest value out of that ultimate, scared by Zoe's presence with the Rampage, and now that will be going down completely. Michael Wave, how can they get the opportunity? They don't have to use anything. They're still very much in control of this objective, and Wicca took Skiesti to the skies. The pistol comes back out. She gets both of them. Oh, we talked about Zoe being the one to keep it in check. How about Wicca, the Glock, to shut it down?
Let's have a look at the calendar, boys. I think it's a Wicca weekend over here. She's pulling out the Glock, taking out the flyers all on her own. Doesn't even need Zoe to be the one to clean it up, even though Zoe definitely could and has been thus far. It's getting a little bit dicey, though. Look at Kunoichi's ult bank. They're going to have 3 big ones coming up online. Only a pulse bomb for Michael Wave. They have to try and build this Kitsune Rush and utilize it, or get something big with this pulse bomb from Death.
The Rampage in first from Eevee. Gonna have Soul to be able to work with. This tank has to have a lot of presence on the point. Kitsune Rush making it slightly difficult. The Resurrection, though, will be guaranteeing their fate. Michael Wave will not be getting the point this time around. We'll have to come back for another attempt.
And they used that Kitsune Rush that I was calling out from AJMR. That was a lost fight. Now you don't have that. You're only going to have this one fight to try and build up to Mari's Rampage. You can see Wicca and Death making some swaps. Actually, Zoe going to follow as well. They're going full-on Junker Queen composition, and I think they don't have to worry about Essel in the sky anymore now that the Mei is in play. So we're at something a little bit more favorable for Michael Wave here. Looking for Wicca to try and take Death on an angle if there's time, and hopefully burn down Essel.
Essel already has to use that ice block, and now Skiesti is in a heap of trouble. The Angel falling first is never a good sign for Kunoichi. SK can only provide so much support and can't provide any with that anti-ing effect online. Both these teams at 99%, yet it is Michael Wave strongly in control of this objective. That will start burning on down, and after a close battle on Labs, Michael Wave squeak it away.
And, you know, this might not be a huge surprise to a lot of the people watching in chat, the big fans of Kunoichi, but it's kind of a surprise to some of us to see Kunoichi taking it to what is quite literally one of the top teams in Calling All Heroes and making it that close. They don't win, but 99-99, and there was a realistic chance where if the trades in that last fight had gone a little bit more in their way, maybe if SK had found another pick somewhere, that we might be singing a different tune here. We might have been caught off guard. Kunoichi might have taken the first salvo there, but Michael Wave able to stabilize, able to come back in, get the trades. It's mostly Mari coming through with a lot of those throwing knives, getting the kills, getting all the value she needs. Now as we go into sub-level, though, there's going to be a low ceiling throughout. Both teams still want to bust out the flyers. I don't know about this one. I don't know how long we're going to stay on this. Obviously, you know, there's still some angles you can utilize these types of heroes from, but I don't know if this is going to stick for too long.
This is such an interesting swap. You would have expected them to stay on the Sojourn, that Mei pick, but no, Zoe will be taking the battle to the skies, perhaps predicting where Essel is going to be. And it's a very good assumption. Zoe has done an excellent job keeping this Bara in check. Although the cooldowns don't get as much value, it's all the safer. This flying duo has to play. The Hamster wasn't able to get out alive. Very limited support for your tank with that Lucio Mercy, especially with your support being tethered to the Bara player. So Michael Wave, go ahead, start getting that percentage up on the objective where we need to see Kunoichi get a quick reset to have their tank back in the fray.
And Michael Wave are doing something that, you know, other teams that have played Kunoichi thus far have failed to do, but, I mean, Death fails to get out alive. Marco gets the kill there. Essel gonna follow along. Kunoichi aren't out of this.
SK and SO, absolute S-tier players. Look at them tag teaming this with these boops, flopping them into the sightlines of these rockets. I mean, this is coordinated damage that Kunoichi CGL can get their grip on, and that's what Michael Wave are so afraid of happening.
I mean, I was gonna say how Michael Wave were, you know, doing a good job of finding a pick and then keeping the pressure up so Skiesti can't go in for a res, but Kunoichi, they know how to play that game as well, so when you have Death going in that deep and dying, there's no shot Wicca's gonna be able to get in there, especially not without the Valkyrie. So Kunoichi, they keep up the pressure, they put the pedal to the metal, and they force Michael Wave back, just brute force them with those rockets coming up from Essel, and those don't look to stop anytime soon.
Oh, but what will stop Death is Death itself. Essel got that straight damage boosted rocket onto the Tracer, following it up with a third and a fourth. This is why you gotta keep the far player in check. If you let Essel run wild, Michael Wave do not stand a chance.
Look how far Kunoichi are willing to push this, almost all the way into Michael Wave's spawn. They know they don't have the ult advantage, but they know they can make these fights scrappy, long, bloody, make the trays go out in their favor, and force Michael Wave to try and just win a war of attrition to even get on the point here. They're gonna back up and give a little bit of space here, try to bait Michael Wave into their trap though, but Death has a pulse bomb yet again. Where is it going to be placed? SK goes a little dangerous there.
Oh, and Death has SK in their sights, and something needs to land. That pulse bomb had to hit, but it doesn't. Oh, Kunoichi CGL, they are very much up in this fray. You can notice how much Zoe is struggling without that Mercy pocket going away. And Michael Wave are getting that pick off onto the supports is enough for them to start stabilizing and guarantee a res will not happen on the other side. Kunoichi, they're not done committing. Eve use that ultimate to give herself a little bit of extra health boost up to one fight territory. And that's a situation Kunoichi are okay with being in.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have more time to try and build some more ultimates and try and take this back. But what we've seen from Kunoichi is more often than not, they don't really need ultimates. They just need Essel to pop off, and that's happening more often than not. That's pretty much how they've managed to get this far ahead. But Michael Wave have identified the win condition. It is deny Skiesti's reses, kill Skiesti if you can. And Michael Wave, have a look at Wicca. She swapped off over onto the Lucio. No more reses for Michael Wave. No second chances. They have to try and make this stick with the Lucio now.
The speed is certainly helpful, and hey, why not an extra burst? Duplicate over to the Junker Queen. Zoe fighting to one on point. Eve under an incredible amount of pressure, will be squashed like a bug. Michael Wave, that's efficiency. 2 DPS ult, 1 fight win.
So Wicca swapping over to the Mercy isn't actually all that disastrous because, you know, Echo is less reliant on a Mercy pocket than a Pharah is, so Zoe can still find value, especially with that duplicate. But now you're going to be looking at these support ults to try and take Michael Wave the rest of the way. The sound barrier that Wicca's built up to, the Kitsune rush that's going to be coming out from AJMR, and more importantly, that rampage from Mari. Where is that going to land? It's going to come out. It catches Eve. Is the follow-up there? It looks like it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Eve, you don't get any healing from that. Commanding shot was already expended, but Skiesti gets the res off. That should not have happened at all. Essel trying to make this one a winning fight. The sound barrier from Wicca, though, the Lucio swap proving out and working out in dividends for this team. Michael Wave are on the verge of closing out to this point. There's a couple pesky players scattered off in this corner. Zoe doesn't have a ton of health to work with. Getting Skiesti, though, might be the nail in the coffin. Kunoichi CGL have to struggle. They have to stagger to get to the point. But there's nobody to help AGMR. Death was so focused on what was happening in the front line, and suddenly this one is very much winnable. Kunoichi sound barrier is laid on out. Mari now back on the wrecking ball, using some of this mobility to speed to stagger it out and even grab SK off the back of it. There's a little bit of time if Michael Wave take a soft regroup to get one final contest, but it's not going to be pretty.
Snatch from the jaws of defeat. SK goes in.
Essel,
Zoe needs to stay
Essel!
alive here, but Essel's the one who gets punished. Zoe, I think, was able to touch and get to overtime triggered.
Yeah.
Death is going to pop up, but has to recall out.
Have to get in there, but there's nobody left. Steven, we knew it was going to happen. Michael Wave took a page out of Kunoichi CGL's playbook. They made the chaos into their own, but it wasn't enough to turn the tables. We now have had 299 to 100 objectives back to back, and I'm expecting the exact same thing here on the third.
And it's all SK there because, I mean, Kunoichi CGL had no business winning that last fight, but AJMR was left high and dry to contest the point against SK and Barcode, who went in, identified the lone Kiriko without the TP to try and, get back to the team for safety. They go in with that assassination. It's actually Essel that comes back on the Genji and cleans up these last couple of kills, and suddenly, despite Michael Wave having the upper hand, it's completely snatched away from them, and look where we are now. We're on Icebreaker. The map that I said at the top is going to lend itself the most to this pharmacy composition, one that Michael Wave are no longer mirroring, but now opting to counter with Death on the Cassidy. And it works.
Well, all right, that works. Cool. Cassidy, often a weaker hero in terms of the hit scan department. You put it in the hands of Death. All right, that works. One player down, that's a second Kunoichi. Even a resurrection will not help you here. It's a quick reset to the spawn. The question is, CB, do we see any swaps?
I mean, if you're Kunoichi CGL, I think you don't swap because you've played enough into counters that you kind of know how to play around them, so I don't think they're sweating it. Never mind. I'll eat my words right now. I'm also going to swap over to the Mei. Hey, Hey, you know what? I'm happy to see it though, because we've seen Kunoichi be successful with this comp before. They are not by any stretch of the imagination a one-trick pony team. They do have multiple looks, and this is another one that has looked passable from them.
It has in the past. I do have concerns with the Lucia Mercy. Typically, you'd see a swap over to the Kiriko to have slightly more sustain. I mean, look how much pressure Eevee is under the commanding shout used defensively, and even that barely made a dent in the damage that Mari has outputted. She simply has more support at her back, so anytime Microwave take these fights heads on, they're gonna win 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think you do have to have SK make the swap over onto the Ana, probably. I know that's a little bit more of a comfort pick for her, but anything that can keep the sustain alive, it is actually going to be the Kiriko. But now that we've made these 2 compositional swaps, we're already 40 to 50% by the time this next fight kicks off of capture percentage for Michael Wave. They're halfway home, and they haven't even had to look for it.
Oh, but the death goes down mid. It's Deadeye. Zoe attempting to make up for it. Pulse bomb. One thing you haven't seen yet, though, is SK on this Kiriko. Incredibly deadly
Wicca.
deals, but so is AJMR. The flank from the supports is getting way too much value. CV, this simply should not be happening. Out of all the players to go in the back, it should be Death and Wicca, not AJMR.
AJMR and Wicca, I mean, if Wicca would absolutely go for a play like that and it works out. I mean, I've seen her go for these crazy flank plays from time to time. It's one of these things that, like, whenever it happens, it's like an event. You know, she'll get flamed for her team core, but if it works out, it works out. You take the dub there, and especially with AJMR backing her up, finding a couple pickoffs with the kunai, you absolutely take that. We're in one-fight territory. Now Kunoichi have built up an ult bank, though. How are they going to leverage it?
Of extra healing, but no barcode. Potential the res is always there because he has to make it happen. She's on the objective. Point flip is guaranteed, so Kunoichi have more time should they need. Go for a bit of a soft reset, and with Hessel falling, that's almost a definite need at this point. Eve holding on to a rampage. It lands onto 3 players. Sound barrier negating any sort of value that could have had, and it's just simple cleanup. Call the targets one by one because Microwave are back in control of this point. Kunoichi, they can try as they might. A touch here looking pretty darn impossible. The dogs win this round as Microwave are up 1.
I want to give a little bit of props to Skiesti there towards the tail end. Just some of the movement that I saw from her, able to stay alive, even outside of the Valkyrie, to try and pocket Eve, keep her alive in the fight. But it just wasn't enough. The onslaught from all angles that was coming out from Michael Wave, they kind of have cracked the code, it would seem, at least initially, if they play a similar composition style, a similar... taking similar fights where they're just going for these random assassinations, these random flanks, and just trying to win out some of these duels. You can absolutely just out-mechanic Kunoichi here. You don't have to play these counter comps. You don't have to go with things like the Ashe like we saw yesterday. You don't have to try and play the Cassidy, even though it does work out wonders for Death towards the tail end there. You just have to go and be aggressive and be ready to match the aggression, be ready to match the chaos that's going to come out from Kunoichi. But Kunoichi are by no stretch of the imagination in over their heads just yet. Every single one of those points was close. And again, Michael Wave is a top team. We saw Kunoichi bullying the entirety of LCQ with this comp, but that's LCQ, right? Those are teams that aren't as established, didn't have the circuit points to get right into the fold, get right into championships. Michael Wave is a team that we were like, all right, this is a team that could potentially dethrone Timeless.
They're easily a top 3 team within this competition, and to see this go as close as it did with Kunoichi right now, I mean, this is not going to be an easy match for Michael Wave to go ahead and win. Kunoichi, they're the oddball, the outlier of this tournament right now. It's putting Michael Wave's flexibility to the test, and so far they have passed, but just barely. And we get to look a little bit at these stats, and you can see the impact where this kind of started to flip back over. In terms of numbers, we'll see that, of course, Michael Wave have more elims, more damage and healing across the board, but the big difference we want to highlight, though, is they were taking more fights. The longer they were staggered out, it's because Kunoichi just had a faster return time.
I mean, the difference I want to highlight actually is that 9 deaths for Skiesti. She's, you know, still the lowest amount of deaths on her team, but if you assume that the Mercy is going, like, we've kind of highlighted that as the win condition against all of the compositions that Kunoichi like to play. If you kill Skiesti, you win you win the fight outright. 9 team fights won, that's an easy way to win a control point. You know, 3 for 3 on all 3 of them. That's all you really need. I think, you know, Michael Wave have identified it. They have figured it out that if you deny the reses, if you kill Skiesti, and by all means, have Wicca on the Mercy as well to match her on that hero. She's somebody who I know can stack up to Skiesti on the Mercy if she really puts her mind to it, and she definitely does. She's putting her mind to this one 100%.
You know, this is the most deaths that we've seen from Skiesti. That's over quadruple what we saw in Skiesti's first 2 maps of their game yesterday. I am not lying. She had 2 deaths across 2 maps. And this isn't a testament to her skill. It comes down to the matter that we're looking at Michael Wave chasing her down. They have done their homework and realized, hey, if we take out the Mercy, Kunoichi's composition is not standing on stable foundations. It's just a castle waiting to crumble underneath them. And Kunoichi's selection to take themselves to King's Row over Midtown here, CB. Not too surprising considering this is the map they're most often comfortable on.
Yeah, it's not surprising at all. I would actually be surprised to see Kunoichi take us to a Midtown here because, yeah, King's Row, I like to call it the neutral map, the map that you can get away with playing quite literally anything under the sun if you're good enough at it. I mean, that's kind of true for every map, but some maps, like, don't really enable certain playstyles, right? Like, playing Brawl on Watchpoint Gibraltar, like, yeah, you can do it, but it's not gonna be easy. King's Row, you can play Brawl, you can play Dive, you can play Poke, you can play literally whatever you want. It is a happy home for literally any kind of composition that you want. So hey, if you want to get silly and play Chaotic, play Wrecking Ball Pharmacy, King's Row is the hybrid point where you are the most able to do that. And, you know, I know other teams are going to try and go directly for the Brawl comp as their first instinct. I know Michael Wave at this point likely won't do that because they have to play Kunoichi's game. But, I mean, like, anything Michael Wave wants to play is also going to be just as viable.
What we usually see from Kunoichi on this map is they'll stick with their guns, likely the Junker Queen to start us out. But once we get to that 3rd point, or even the Winston as a matter of fact, once we get to that 3rd point, that's when we'll start to see those swaps coming in. You can't run the Pharah as well. The Winston becomes pretty darn difficult to play. So until we get to that objective, we're expecting very similar shenanigans to come on out here. Michael Wave will be the ones on the right side on the attacking first, so they'll have the opportunity to go ahead and set that pace for their own defense and try something new.
This is definitely a new look for Mari if it does come out. I did want to highlight her, by the way, in her Junker Queen play on the previous map. I think, you know, Junker Queen is one of her comfort heroes, and she is getting a lot of work done on this hero to the point where, you know, we've seen Eve going for tank swaps all over again. Hey, there's one now, wouldn't you know it? We've seen Eve always going for tank swaps to try and, you know, play around whatever it is Kunoichi wants to do at any given moment. But Mari, despite having the capability and the flexibility to make similar swaps, hasn't been put in a position where she needs to. So she can just get away with playing Junker Queen all she wants. Now we're seeing, it's still attacker spawn. She's hovering over the Diva, which is not something that I've seen her play. But again, I don't think that there's a tank under the sun. Okay, well, there's one. There's one I wasn't expecting her to come out with. I still trust her, but still, okay. You've swindled me, Mari. You've played me for a fool.
I don't doubt it. Mari, I've seen her Roadhog before, and it is a sight to be seen after. I mean, you're going to shred through a Zarya. The bubbles are forced out. Suddenly, they're incredibly vulnerable. You have to support with both the Mercy and the Ana, but I don't think they expected SK to be on that hero. Those bio-nades will become an issue if Mari is not careful with her positioning, burning through these bubbles like they're essentially made of wet paper, and then backing off once those cooldowns are expended. It's only a matter of time until she finds an elim.
But SK is under a lot of pressure. You can tell that Death and Zoe are both looking for angles where they can pressure her back, and if she can't keep her Zarya alive, then that Zarya is not going to be able for this world. Wicca almost gets punished, and indeed does, though, by Essel, so it's Michael Wave that are going to have to give ground first.
Michael Wave backing off. You do not have your mobility tool anymore. The only thing you do have is Zoe has worked her way up onto the high ground. It's gonna mean SK will have to rotate positions, and actually he's in a bit of trouble. The sleep came out on through though! Oh, she's just crazy with this. Oh.
On the other side, though, AJMR finds the kill onto Barcode. That is going to get rezzed up by Skiesti. Thankfully, Barcode died somewhere safe. Death, though, did not. There's no res on the field from Michael Wave. So, again, they have to give ground. They have to back up. I mean, and if AJMR dies here as well, that's even more stagger, more ground, more time loss for Michael Wave. They have a pretty solid foundational strategy here, but they haven't quite been able to execute it. And look at Kunoichi's ult bank. There's going to be a whole lot of executions going around.
All I can say is RIP Michael Wave. Unless this Kitsune rush gets an insane amount of value, this is not looking to end well for the attacking side. Essel does have to play around the hotel. Telling good cooldowns to go in just for the nano boost to be applied. Barrage, and that's one dead Mari. Tick was gained for Microwave, and that's all. They're going to get on this push alone.
But they did get 4 ultimates out of
That's not
Kunoichi.
bad.
That was the Pulse Bomb, the Nano, the Barrage, the Valkyrie. Yeah, you're going to get the res there onto SK towards the end. Zoe is still lurking around here. The recall forced out, but she's just going to go deep into Kunoichi's spawn. They can't chase without giving up too much ground there. Actually, Barcode is going to go back and try and take this duel with SK there to try and help her out. Zoe might be able to get out alive, but this will kind of open the door for Microwave to not have to be checking their back doors, knowing that Barcode is back here preoccupied with her hands tied up.
And now Death can solely focus onto Essel. That's a second tick game. The Pharah going down. Skesty can attempt to get a resurrection off. Evie can hold the rest of them back with the Graviton Surge. The amount of healing, the resources from Microwave pooled together is too much for Kunoichi to handle. They will forfeit this first objective, and the stagger is going to be brutal.
Poor SK. That's a big nade. Wow, it catches too. And I don't think he's going to get a whole lot for it. Immortality. That's BM, AJMR. You didn't need that. All right, well, Microwave with that stagger are going to get a lot of ground here because SK, they have to wait for her, right? That's like all the major healing, especially if you're going to keep Skiesti attached to Essel. Barcode charging a little bit forward, but not going to play anywhere where she's going to be in any realistic danger. Kunoichi have to hold ground here and wait for the cart to play, but I mean, Microwave should realistically get this cart around this first corner for free just off of that SK stagger there.
SK is slowly making her way back on her grandma legs. Zoe, hard with the recall forced out, needs to be cautious about how she's playing. Has enough of the team to peel out, and Barcode getting stuck with the Death Nade. And swiping ground again. Can she stay alive this time? Death is there to bail her out of danger. Microwave, they're not going past this one corner. No, they're going to get basically all the way through the street phase of Kunoichi's Pharmacy Duo, the last one standing.
I mean, not even standing. They're flying. They're not contesting the cart. They can't do a whole lot. So Microwave are just continuing to get more and more cart progress. And, you know, all that Essel can really do is force them to turn their heads around as Barcode comes back in to try and get a contest here. But, like, you know, now you got Zoe working with a full spawn of her own.
Oh, Death going down, though. Essel is free to move about on the objectives. The best pick that Kunoichi could have asked for now. Resurrection coming on through as well. Microwave down their main support. It's not looking too good for them moving forwards onto the second phase. And the fact that they didn't use any of their ultimates, only the amplification matrix for Microwave, it's not a bad trade-off.
It's not bad, but now the cart is in this really deadly area where it's going to be a huge walk back to try and get there at all to take any fights, and you realistically only have 2, maybe 3 of them if they're all fast left in you. Every time you lose a player on this fight when the cart's here, it is so punishing. Microwave have to leverage these ults, might even have to expend all of them to match Kunoichi's ult bank if they want to get the cap here. Otherwise, I don't know how much farther this cart can go.
Well, the Deadeye will help clear some space off, and the Pulse Bomb stick onto Evi. Kunoichi CGL not having a tank here is going to be devastating. Essel has to make up for the change. Barrage of rockets grabs one. Hailed, highly contested. The Annihilation popped. A scary sight indeed to look at, but nothing scarier than death itself. A triple kill going down under their name to push that cart the couple meters it needs to access the Foundry.
And that's such a huge hero play from Death, because if they don't find that 3K, Microwave don't cap there because of that nano barrage that went out and just took down AJMR. Just a pure assassination, but that's all of this composition's heals. It's all of its sustain. Microwave, they would not have been able to keep that fight up any longer. Death had to click some heads, and the pressure is still on to keep it going. Essel making damn sure of that with some of those rockets being lobbed over the roof there, right at Death's forehead.
Death been the Baron to the existence of Kunoichi CGL, and you can start to see that focus fire going in onto the Cassidy. As that goes on out, it's a nice stick on through. Mortality field forced. Not a terrible cooldown to take, especially with Evi. Rampage in sight. Knows the sound barrier is an option. Microwave aren't going to have to use it yet. The Drez, though, Skassi squeaks it off over the edge. Narrowly and just barely so. And is going to keep them in the battle. The extra healing pumped on in. Evi has to stay alive here. If she goes down Microwave, suddenly the door will be swung wide open again. And it's Death with a second. You just can't practice this aim. It's done over and over again. Microwave rely on their hit scam player to bail them out of any sort of trouble. And we're looking at one last fight, one last attempt for Kunoichi to halt progress.
And again, Death has to find those kills, and they do. Skiesti pops the Valkyrie, so she's able to get the easy res onto Essel, but that's not enough, because Death dishing out their namesake and is not done yet. They've lost AJMR, though, and the res does come through, so it's not clean, but it might be enough.
Essel goes down. Skiesti, oh, you're not escaping the tendrils of the Mori. She's extended her reach. There's nothing worse than facing a Ramantra Annihilation on the death of your own door. 44 seconds. And a full completion for Michael Wave. They found the way to counter out Essel, and the answer the whole time has been death.
I don't know if we're gonna bring up the stats scorecard. I don't know if that's what Prod wants to do, but I want to talk about some stats, because I'm looking at Death right now. 17 elims, 11 final blows, and 1 death. 1 death. Okay, we're saying 13 final blows on this one. The scorecard I have over here says 11. 13's more impressive, so we'll go with that. we'll boost the numbers a little bit. But either way, like, that many final blows, like, Death is all you need. And a lot of those final blows, or at least 3 of them, onto Skiesti. Again, that's the win condition. That's what's able to get them that cart the extra way every time they needed it. Death bailed them out towards the tail end of Streets phase, and even made that fight that was looking kind of shaky towards the end of Point C a winnable one, just by sheer force of head clicking. It's good old-fashioned Overwatch, harkening back to the days of Big Boss Pine. You can't play the game if you're dead.
It literally is as simple as that. Michael Wave, it's not like they're doing anything extraordinary as a team in particular, except for giving Death the space to work. You rely on them to click the heads? Well, there you go. That's all you want from a hit scan player, and they are delivering the top level that they have to shut down Kunoichi CGL's plays and force them out of their comfort zone. Essel now on the Genji, not even attempting the flyer.
One thing I do want to highlight, though, for Michael Wave is a consistent weakness for their composition right now is AJMR on the Baptiste.
Yep.
You know, Baptiste is a hero who is very, very susceptible to dive play, the kinds of things that we've been seeing a lot of from Essel and Barcode. I mean, Essel no longer on the Pharah, on the Genji, but still will be ideally looking for AJMR to cut off Mari's lifeline.
AJMR has been the player from Michael Wave, but we'll see go down most often. Kunoichi CGL looking for their way in and finds Zoe in the back, and Barco narrowly missing that shot and actually gets punished themselves. Mori saw the opportunity and she pounced on it. Michael Wave up a player, and they're continuing at advantage as far as they can, yet no players peeking their heads out in fear of being staggered.
And that's also so good from Zoe, because realistically, all she has to do there is not die long enough for Mari to come in and seize that opportunity, like you mentioned. There's a nice knife stuck into Evi there. Playing around this statue now, you gotta wonder again, where is Zoe lurking, and are Kunoichi the ones looking over their shoulders now?
Kunoichi, you need to have your head on a swivel. You got Death in the front line. Mari looking for you on some sort of off angle, and of course Zoe peppering away at your supports, and Swap already had to come through. SK on to the Kiriko of all heroes. The only thing that really has to be said for him is support ultimate on each side, but the double damage is instantaneous with Ebay's death, and Kunoichi CGL, they're struggling to get any form of point presence, and honestly, CB, I feel like this is going to go back to that support line.
It's really hard for them to hold any sort of consistent space because they're like a swarm of bees. They're just constantly moving at you. And I mean, if you put up a window and you have Death popping shots with the Ant Matrix like that, it's gonna be real hard to do. But now that they've dealt with Zoe, they don't have to protect their shoulders anymore. Now they can swarm in.
Push on forward, it is called. The Deadeye is gonna save you, Death. Kunoichi CGL now firmly planted on the objective. Several ultimates should they need to use them, and yep, you are definitely gonna have to. eBay playing within the Kitsune Rush, Rampage on out. There's no Suzu. Keep that purple effect on away. That's gonna be the same case for Michael Wave. Immortality Field can only do so much if Barcode is nailing the shots.
I kind of want to see AJMR swap over to the Kiriko, because you mentioned the Suzu. I'd like to see Michael Wave have a similar tool here. Yeah, overclock onto Barcode. Wants to win the duel with Death, but it's actually Evi that comes through with the final blow there, and that's going to slow Michael Wave's roll just a little bit. They're already kind of holding strong at this corner, but they're down someone. They're going to go ahead and get that kill, though, onto Evi. Now they can take all of this space back. Kunoichi essentially have to play on the cart at this point in time, and Michael Wave can now secure the archway.
Oh, you don't get to play on cart. You get to play from spawn. That's what Michael Wave are telling them. Like, yo, shoot, get back here. This is our payload for now. That is a critical death from eBay. Now they have to fight through this darn near impossible choke.
AJMR does make the exact swap that I wanted to see them come out here with, though. The Kiriko now a lot less vulnerable to dives than that Baptiste was. Now Michael Wave should have a little bit more staying power and a counter for Evi's Rampage, but do they know that that's what's coming? They have to with the commanding shout coming out.
Oh, they don't even care about that. If Essel is slicing and dicing through your backline, that's 2 down with the Genji. Zoe mirroring that hero, but not finding anywhere close to the same amount of value. All it results in is a late stagger as the payload is on the move.
That was a Valkyrie pocketed Genji blade there, which is essentially as damaging as a Nano blade, and now you're gonna have SK building up to a Nano of her own. She's a little bit behind, but will get there eventually, that you can put onto Barcode instead. Nano rail shots are some of the most deadly things in this entire game, and with Barcode hitting them, you gotta believe that that's gonna be a great plan. Once again, though, Kunoichi still have that Rampage that looks to be the tool that they're gonna want to leverage in this next fight here. Zoe gonna kick it off with the Dragon Blade. What is she gonna find? It's SK.
SK and Essel going down. The Suzu back as support, and why not a third? Once Kunoichi lost 1, they lost 2. This one is done. You're giving this one over to Michael Wave with his least amount of resources committed as possible.
And no pocket required, no Nano, no nothing, no
Barcode.
Wicca. Hello, Barcode. They're going for so Michael Wave going for the stagger there, but on someone as lethal as Barcode, that might be a little bit greedy. Yeah, Wicca will get back relatively quickly. She's Lucio, but that's gonna, you know, really neuter Michael Wave's maneuverability here. They're not gonna be able to pull back as quickly, especially if Evi does go in with this Rampage, which she's opting to do.
3 down, all of them covered in the color purple, and Evi glowing in blue sparkles. So many effects happening on the screen, yet one is canceled out. The key is the Rampage, or excuse me, the Annihilation, getting no value. Mori made the attempt to come on through, but Michael Wave coming up with nothing, and we're going to have to forfeit the second objective. Players so far back, contesting, not worth it at all. Have to hold it down here on the Foundry.
SK makes a swap over onto the Lucio. I'm not sure if that's gonna stick because now we don't have the Kiriko. We don't have the sustain. Now that she's back in the spawn, though, gonna swap back over onto that Kiriko, but Barcode doesn't want to wait for SK.
Nope, you're not waiting for SK. You are scared. There is a death. There is a sound barrier, and you guys need to go bye-bye. Get a regroup and come back swinging. Michael Wave now on a composition they are arguably the best at.
Yeah, with Zoe on the Genji, and we've seen it time and time again. She is, again, in my opinion, the best Genji in all of Calling All Heroes, and we don't have a Mei on the field to keep her in check. And I don't know if Essel plans on making that swap. Mari! Something cheeky, but she gets sussed out.
Well, can she manage to get out of this alive? That health bar struggling to stay above 100 HP. You can see AGMR and Wicca stretch to their limits, and all it results in is a dead tank. Oh, I like the idea. It was there, but Michael Wave just weren't prepared. Kunoichi, they've made that same play themselves and checked their corners properly.
But I don't even actually know what Mari was going for there, because she didn't have the Rampage, so you don't have the ult to use from there.
Oh.
Another great shot from Death. That's gonna be rezzed. It's not.
Right. No, it's not.
No, it gets denied.
I think she went around the corner. She went out of the range of it. And, you know, if you can just kill everybody else, the resurrection doesn't matter. The playing field is already even. In fact, it favors Kunoichi CGL. Dragon Blade Rampage, 1-2 combo punch. And suddenly, they are knocking on Michael Wave's door. Zoe, Dragon Blade in hand. If anybody can turn this fight around, it is her on her signature hero. She's not going to have a ton of support. No sound barrier, no damage boost. For Nano coming her way, already put down at half health. She's looking for Skiesi, trying to get around the corner. That's one swing. The Mercy does fall as a result. Kunoichi CGL significantly weaker, no support lines, and this fight is not theirs.
It's kind of like a Roadrunner cartoon there. Zoe doesn't have to actually kill Skiesi, just force her to fall into some quicksand in the form of deaths, disrupt their field, and that's all you need. With the dead Mercy, it's a dead fight. Michael Wave now have their heels dug in. We're under a minute. Kunoichi, they're going to swap over onto the Mei now to try and keep Zoe in check, but I don't know if this is really going to work out with this much time left on the bank. And with AJMR in your backline, winning out the Kiriko duel, yeah, they're going to get traded out with a spawn advantage. That's all for Michael Wave.
Oh, that's going to go their way. The res is there, and the more that this happens, you have Skiesi. Oh, you had Skiesi. I spoke too soon. Death is yet to make their mark. It's going to be the final battle, the final 20 seconds, and Michael Wave know it, committing every single ultimate that they have to force the staggers on through. Barcode has to swap over the Tracer. Realistically, the only player that can touch it, they're not going to have eBay to do it.
And you called out Skiesti going for the res onto SK, but because it's on the other support, there's no one there to save you. When Mari goes in with that rampage and the rest of the cavalry comes on through, the touch is gonna come out, and there is overtime, but what are they going to be able to find here? Not a whole lot with Skiesti already taken down and SK joining her.
Both the supports have fallen, and Death being on the Widowmaker. No touch is possible. Michael Wave looking to claw their way through the losers bracket, and it only is going to take one more map to get them on through.
They're still sweating for it, though. It is almost never clean, but when you have people like Death and when you have people like Zoe just popping off with big plays like this on some of their comfort heroes, which Kunoichi have kind of accidentally themselves into letting Michael Wave play, it gets so much more difficult to play your game, to play these, for lack of a better term, cheese compositions like the Wrecking Ball, the Pharmacy. You're not getting as much juice out of them as you really want, and even still, you've got players like AJMR going on these flank plays, trying to take these duels with SK that they know they can win, and indeed they do. And again, like you called out, yeah, you can have Skiesti go out and res SK, but that's your healer. That's both your healers. That's your only living healer breaking off to go try and pick the other one back up. That's when Mari strikes with the rampage. That's when Death comes through. That's when Wicca pops the sound barrier, and everything just starts cascading like an avalanche, washing over Kunoichi and burying them alive in the snow, and they can't quite dig themselves out because there's not enough time and they don't have any more shovels.
Kunoichi are starting to crumble. The surprise factor is no longer there, unbeknownst, forcing Michael Wave onto their best composition, and that's not a team you want to be facing, especially with Flashpoint coming up next. It has to be a terrifying thought that this map is going to be difficult. It's going to be a tough battle. And what else can Kunoichi have left to say? They've shown us two of their signature looks, and neither have come to much fruition.
And you gotta remember, the Vancouver Titans blue game that we watched last night with, against Kunoichi CGL is where Vancouver Titans had already started to feel like they were cracking the code a little bit. So if you're Kunoichi, you can't feel too confident going into that, because now you know that not only was the jig already up yesterday, but plans B and plan C have also faltered because Michael Wave is just one step ahead of you at every possible turn. And, in some cases, in the case of AJMR, one step behind you, and you gotta turn around to look for him.
And that damage output is pretty insane, giving the proportionality to the healing that AJMR has. I mean, CB, you can't understate this enough, how Wicca and AJMR have been propelling Michael Wave forwards, completely dismantling what we've been seeing. Kunoichi have been confident, and they've looked comfortable, yet they find themselves at a roadblock. They can't seem to break on through, and when you look at the stats, you see Barcode, you see Essel. They're trying their best, but the deaths are so incredibly high.
I am, looking over on the other side towards the stats on Michael Wave, to me, what I'm seeing there is everyone is firing on all cylinders. We highlighted AJMR briefly. Their deaths was a little high at 10, but to me, that is a mixture of them getting caught out from early playing the Baptiste early on, and then going for this aggressive flanking Kiriko style where they do get caught out from time to time, but they're taking people down with them every single time. So you're finding all of the value there. Meanwhile, Wicca is there to aid with some of those flanks, whether it's AJMR, whether it's Death, whether it's Zoe. And speaking of Death and Zoe, they might as well rename them to Death and Taxes the way they're inevitable right now.
Took me a second to get that one.
I've been cooking that one for weeks.
As you should be. I mean, Death right now is unstoppable. Death is inevitable, and with Suravasa being that next map, there isn't a single other map type that is going to lean as heavily into Jotes as this one right here. This is Kunoichi's last leg. All of the fans out there, they're sitting on their edge of their seat, hoping to see something different, to find a bit of light to hold on to. So far, Michael Wave have been in control, and it's only slipped further into their favor as the series has gone on. It's time for that dial to change. Kunoichi want to make one last stand.
They're choosing Suravasa, which is an interesting pick to me because every time I think of Kunoichi and when we get to Flashpoint, I always think of New Junk City. I can't recall if we saw them play Suravasa at all in LCQ or how their compositions worked out. I think we might have, and I think there's a couple points like the opening point that aren't going to play too nicely into the Flyer composition, so we are going to have to see the more grounded side of Kunoichi, but that's where they feel like they're a little bit weaker. You know, especially compared to a team like Michael Wave, who has been scrimming contenders level teams, you know, playing all these different kind of compositions, all these different looks. Just, you know, by the way, just as a little side tangent about Michael Wave, is I talked about Zoe and her Genji being an absolute asset to this team, but her Mei being a little bit, you know, falling behind. I know for a fact that Michael Wave have been experimenting with a lot of different compositions to try and find some way to either, you know, force her to become good on the Mei or let her play her comfort heroes. And again, you know, that level of flexibility, that level of prep work, even though you're not prepping for what Kunoichi is going to play, you're still prepping yourself to put Zoe in situations where she is going to succeed.
And not just Zoe, the entirety of Michael Wave right now. You touched on it a little bit in our first map of Mari being on this Junker Queen. There's 2 Junker Queens that you really want to think of when you look at this current Calling All Heroes this backline, and it is currently Kindred and Mari. These 2 will go toe-to-toe with each other in terms of that hero. The fact that she's able to play that comfort has been all the more valuable for Michael Wave. I believe she had the most eliminations on the entire team, as a matter of fact, from the last map alone, and they're gonna have to decide whether they pick that up or go an entirely new direction. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
I'm just gonna let it ride. I don't expect Zoe to come out here on a Junkrat. Yeah, no, this is a little bit more like it. Microwave. This is about what I expected. Kunoichi, though, they are on their composition, their signature with the Wrecking Ball. Eve gonna go for a wide angle there, way up towards the north side of your screen right there. Gonna loop back around with SK. I don't know if Barcode's gonna be in position to pinch on this, but she's gonna get into position real quick. Who's the target gonna be? Likely AJMR. And that's going to make it all the more difficult for Mari to hold space.
JMR, the first one to kind of get poked out. You can see Death is in Esso's crosshair currently, and he's playing incredibly cautious. He's getting some flashbacks from when we saw the Cowboy making an appearance in our previous 2 maps. Michael Wave getting that first capture, and Esso loses a head. Ooh, that's a big yikes. You have to be respecting Death's space, and I'm not going to be surprised, CB, if we see that immediate swap back over to a Junker Queen form composition.
That's the 3K for Death, and yeah, that should be the death of this composition for Kunoichi. And something I want to point out for Death, by the way, is they're not playing around cover. They're just kind of playing out in the open where they don't have to respect any space that Essel wants to take. And so Kunoichi can't really play forward. Essel has to continue to play safe. It's her that's forced to play behind cover, and Death that stands fearless in the face of their namesake.
It is insane how good you have to be in order to change that dynamic. I mean, look at that. Death is able to play out in the open, knowing that they're afraid another headshot goes down. It takes so much effort. That's all 4 players only shooting the Cowboy before Death shall hit the hay. Michael Wave down to their contention, but Zoe comes right back up and gets the elimination. No one stops DSD, and Michael Wave have to commit some more of these ultimates and attempt to extend this fight further. With it being overtime, though, there's not much more of a point in extending it as long as you're losing down in the numbers. Take a reset and come back, swing it with your ults.
Something I really like that speaks to the team cohesion is Essel gets another 3K. What else is new? And they're going to keep going, actually, make it a 4 as they go into the spawn to try and take down Death. Something that I really like from Kunoichi, though, is after Essel falls, courtesy of the anti-air ninja that was Zoe, Eve goes in and commits the pile driver to make space to force Zoe to vacate the premises so that Skiesti can safely go back in and get the res. So it's not even just Skiesti and her mercy ability, but the team's ability to play around her and allow her to get this value.
Speaking of value, Zoe is looking for SK. Without that sound barrier coming on down, Kunoichi, they're not gonna have a chance at staggering this fight even further. It's gonna be a short-lived presence as Zoe has cut them all down to size. Oh, Kunoichi made a hefty investment in this battle. I can only assume that swaps come on in with 3 out of their 4 available ultimates just being dumped on the floor. Check out the whole kitchen sink, and Michael Wave hoping for the best. And it is the worst-case scenario that has made an appearance. SK now, sound barrier as the return. Evi cannot contest any longer. It's onto the frog, glued to the walls. Skiesti provides providing a little bit more of that support from above, and suddenly the recontest is there. Mori has to use a lot more than she had originally intended just to get that little cherry on top, that security elimination. Flip that objective back on over and let it close out. Evi going down surely will expedite the process.
Kunoichi is doing so much testing right
what?
here. Another res from Skiesti needs to
Hang
get
on.
back in, and it's going the way of
Hang on.
Kunoichi. AJ and Mark finds 2, taking out both Essel and Barcode, and this might actually be winnable for Kunoichi. They just have to deal with death. The pulse bomb comes out onto Eve, but the healing is there. SK criminally low, but Skiesti is still there. Eve still making all the space. The Kitsune rush from AJMR comes out. Michael Wave want to buy themselves back in.
They're trying to buy themselves back in, but it appears they are all out of tickets. AJMR tried to give them the golden one, and Death grabs SK. She got way too aggressive there. That's going to come back to bite Kunoichi. Michael Wave, they have their tank back into play, and Mori gives them a significant chance of flipping this into their favor. Minefield from Eevee sells out about half of the objective. Michael Wave, they are completely okay with that, dodging and maneuvering around the mines as needed, not letting the tank get any value. Fashion pulse bomb that goes through the sound barrier, not enough. The resurrection, oh my gosh, CB, this has been going on for nearly a minute and a half, and yet we are still yet to find a victor within this market objective. It's the sustain, it's this how quickly these players can return to the battle, extending its life time after time. Anytime you think it is over, somebody finds a way to pump the life back in. It's been Skiesti, it's been AJMR, but finally we have a victor. The point turns purple, and Kunoichi are walking away with it.
The longer that overtime wick goes, the quicker it burns. So once Michael Wave are finally forced to regroup, take a split second, a second is all it takes for the point to finally go in favor of Kunoichi. But that could not have been more scrappy. Michael Wave are going to have some ults to try and take this one, but Kunoichi's comp is fast. They've already got first positioning here on the next point, trying to wait for Michael Wave to come through one of these chokes, bait them in to somewhere where Essel can take them down, but Barcode is no longer in position to do any of that.
No, Death swapping over to the Tracer has actually done a lot more than what we saw on the Cassidy. You're now mobile, and you can do basically the exact same thing, peppering these shots into Skiesti and Essel, forcing them back, and it gives Michael Wave the opportunity to cap.
Yeah, Barcode was the bait there that was trying to get Michael Wave to come in, but like Michael Wave took the bait and then cut the line, ran off with it. Kitsune Rush coming out from AJMR. What value are they able to find with it? So we can pop the Dragon Blade.
But Essel gets those rockets shoved right back down her throat. AJMR, the Kitsune Rush, all there in the kill feed for the assist and with the kunai as well. I mean, Michael Wave are solidly in control of this objective.
And they still have the Rampage as well. If they're able to catch Skiesti out with it, it might be curtains for this point on Kunoichi's end. Already, as we're at 60% for Michael Wave. And remember, in Flashpoint, it goes so much faster than Control. One fight territory is right around where we are right now. Kunoichi, they have to make something stick. It's got to be Barcode's Pulse Bomb, and they're not going to have SK to aid in the capture here.
Already down in a 4v5 and spinning it up. That pick onto Zoe is a wonderful start, and that one right there onto AJMR. Essel is working her magic and hitting these rockets, and it comes up when Kunoichi needs it the most. As inconsistent as it's been, you can never not be happy to see Essel in the kill feed.
That's 3 ults, though, used for Kunoichi, and none from Michael Wave. They still have that aforementioned Rampage, and now they've built up to a Sound Barrier and a Pulse Bomb of their own, whereas Kunoichi, they realistically only have SK's Sound Barrier to play for, and again, you know, they don't necessarily need or rely on ultimates. They just need Essel to pop off or Barcode to do the same thing, but a very aggressive Sound Barrier from Wicca is going to make it all the more difficult to do so. Kunoichi, at the very least, are going to have to give space here.
Oh, yeah, they're giving space. Michael Wave now on the objective, and this is okay. You wait for SK to rebuild that Sound Barrier, because you're going to need it for the Rampage. SK needs to live, get the ultimate off, but no! She goes down with the Sound Barrier in the tow, finding nothing for their team. Michael Wave taking out the key player at a critical moment. They're ready to close out round number 2 here of Suravasa. CB, this is going to get very close. Getting them onto that match point scenario. If Kunoichi keeps staggering touches in, it's always possible. This flip is not going to be a touch coming into play. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep on top of a reverse sweep. Kunoichi to move on in this championship bracket.
It wasn't, so SK didn't just die with the sound barrier in tow, she actually Ajaxed it, and I think that's crucial, and it's going to be all the more troublesome as we move on to the next point. Look, it's just right over next door to where the previous one was, so Michael Wave are already going to be on the point, despite Kunoichi's fast comp. They have a wealth of other ultimates that they're going to need, but they're definitely going to wish they had a sound barrier once the blade from Zoe builds up.
Oh, they're not going to have that, and there's R-code! AJMR! That's a ding to the head of Barca. I mean, you can't understate enough the value that this hero is finding. I mean, AJMR should not be allowed to do this on the Kiriko. Normally it's SK we talk about. AJMR right up there with them, and there's only so much that the rest of the team can do. Kunoichi commits the barrage, and what they've been doing so far, CB, it hasn't been working. Now here we're on close to your last life. Gotta switch something up.
And you know, I'm gonna call it out again. SK still nowhere near another sound barrier, and Zoe does have the Dragon Blade, wasn't forced to expend it in that previous fight, so if she pops it, Kunoichi are gonna have to rely on Skiesti's Valkyrie to try and sustain them through, and that might not be enough, especially if Zoe's able to get close to Essel and potentially even deny the res that's gonna come out. You can see that's the duo she has in her sights right now. She wants to pop this blade, and she wants Essel to be the first target.
Essel isn't gonna let her pop the blade out. Every time Zoe thinks about it, she gets too loud. Eventually, she's knocked over like a bowling pin. Kunoichi CGL, they have the health. Skiesti within this Valkyrie form. She can choose to go for the resurrection or not. Michael Wave at this time don't have a win condition to play off of. Going off the map is a bit of a yikes, and that has to be made up for. And Skiesti isn't the player to do it. There's now no healing on Kunoichi's side, and only the hamster to stall it on out. And that's not going to be enough. Kunoichi, they bled their resources way too thin and will end up collapsing in the final hour.
They still have one more hour. It's 1-1, but there shouldn't be another touch here. SK does come in and get a late kill there, but because she dies so late, and that's your Lucio, one of the faster heroes that would typically be the one that you send in to go for the touch there, it's just not gonna happen. All of the fast heroes died way too late to be able to go for a contest here, so it's match point, map point for Michael Wave, and look at the ults, still holding on to the Dragon Blade, plus a Rampage, plus a Kitsune Rush. SK might have that sound barrier I've been talking about, but she can only use that to counter one salvo that's gonna come out from Michael Wave out of potentially 3 that are gonna be coming Kunoichi's way.
One of which is going to land a deadly mark unless something goes seriously wrong, and it has. But for Kunoichi, Zoe right now decides this is the moment to pull out the blade. That's 1, that's 2, and you don't need any more than that. Michael Wave have the percentage ticking on Palace.
That's such a smart blade from Zoe too, knowing that she's gonna find that pick and that Skiesti is gonna want to try and go in for the res. So she pops the blade, so not only can Skiesti not go for it, but if she does, she's going into this really narrow hallway where the Dragon Blade is going to be all the more lethal. So anyone who tries to go in and make that save or try and facilitate getting that res gets their head chopped clean off by Zoe's Dragon Blade there. Michael Wave still have all the tools they need to hold this, but a minefield on the point gonna make it a little tricky.
Minefield, you're able to dodge and weave. Zoe, though, way too low. That call out came through, and Kunoichi decided now's the time, unleashing the barrage of rockets on Mari's head, and soon others to follow. With this flip coming on through, notice the sound barrier is still being held on to.
I mean, they haven't been forced to use it. SK's holding on to it. Death, late death there. That might be pretty big for Kunoichi. It's a Tracer. Again, you know, Death will be back relatively quickly, so not the biggest thing in the world. But because SK still has this sound barrier and Michael Wave has cycled through a couple of their ultimates, now the mission is clear. You use the sound barrier to counter out the Rampage that's going to come out. Since you don't have the Suzu on your side, that's going to be the way that you survive this next salvo. Death has to find a key pulse bomb somewhere to negate that.
Death has done it before and very well can do it again now. Sound barrier lose a lot of value if you don't have all of your players there to get it, or if again it's just to get SK. She'll be able to scooch her way on out, and now Death is chased down. SK isn't the support. No, she's the one giving Death back into the grave. Kunoichi CGL, that is the only pickoff that they need. Michael Wave would be crazy to commit more ultimates into this, knowing they still have one more lifeline to fall back onto. This objective of Palace belongs to Kunoichi CGL, and it's going to go all the way to 5 to decide the outcome of this series.
SK is not just a Reddit Lucio. She's practically a mod on r/Lucio mains. I don't know if that's actually true, but she should be. So I'm going to reach out to the mods and have a talk with them and say, get SK on the team because she knows what she's talking about. She goes in and wins the duel with the Tracer. And Death and Zoe actually going to flip-flop now. Death onto the Cassidy. I think, again, to just try and pressure Essel out. And that might be a doable task here on Gardens, this last point here, where the skies are a little bit more open. If Death plays as boldly as they were before, it's looking like they might be able to put the punishment out onto Essel. SK with the sound barrier, though. Kunoichi want to push go.
Kunoichi pushing go. The pulse bomb goes a little bit wide, and Eve is out of the fray. The resurrection, though, it's in, and the Cassidy is out. Oh, everything is going right for Kunoichi CGL. SK proving the Mercy's worth. We haven't seen her nearly show up as much as she has in the past, and yet this game in Suravasa, when it matters the most, the Angel flies high.
But it's so costly for Kunoichi. They used everything but the minefield there. It's costly for Michael Wave as well. They used 3 ults as well. I actually don't know if Mari used her ult, but she definitely doesn't have it now. She's made the swap over onto the D.Va, and this is a very not Pharah-friendly composition that Michael Wave are playing. Zoe's going to be constantly hunting for Skiesti. Mari and Death are going to make it so that Essel is purely suffocated in the sky. Can't even poke her head out without feeling the pressure. And right now, SK's feeling the pressure from Zoe.
SK under a ton of pressure. Not as much as Death. I mean, Death being on this Cassidy, you have one roll, and how's that gonna save you? Well, I can tell you, it's not. Kunoichi takes you down at purely the cost of nothing, and now it's SK's name next on the chopping block. Get that trade, you'll be back in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, and that's a lot of resources pulled away from the point to try and get the kill onto SK, but that's the big one right there is Mari taking down Skiesti. Now the door's been busted wide open for Michael Wave to try and make a play here, and once they get all of their players in tow, save for Death, who's gonna fall courtesy of Essel yet again.
The trade going on through. Kunoichi won't be able to regroup. The one fight territory seems to be where this is landing. Eve is going to stall this out until eventually rolling off the objective. And now it's going to have to be a full 100 cap from Michael Wave to walk away with Suravasa.
You can kind of see how much Kunoichi is prioritizing Death, though, noticing that they're on the Cassidy. Death has a bullseye on their forehead right now, and everybody is trying to look for ways that they can catch Death out while they're trying to look for an angle where they can catch Essel out. It's like 3 games of cat and mouse all going on at one point, or at one point in time.
Yeah.
Michael Wave, though, 5 ults, they can stagger this out, get themselves to 99 quite easily. Kunoichi have to look for a way to crack this.
But the Deadeye up first was looking for the Pharah. Yes, is going to be sneaking away behind the corner, and it's just another 7 seconds off the table. This is where things start to get crazy, and SK is crazy for standing in front of Death for as long as she did. Michael Wave now, sound barriers, bull support ultimates committed. That is going to be difficult to come back from. Kunoichi CGL will have one final regroup and a bunch to work with.
Gotta be looking for Essel to make a big play with this barrage. She's done it countless times, but it hasn't been enough to secure a win for Kunoichi yet. But if it comes out now, it will be the win. If not, it will be Kunoichi going home, set packing. As Michael Wave takes it, the pulse bomb gets eaten by Mari. Zoe's goes a little bit wide, and now Essel looking for a play, looking for someone with this barrage.
One final explosive on the field, and Mari gobbles that one on up 2. The trades are even, and Zoe is finding 1. That's 2, and this pancake and SK, Michael Wave are just clawing their way back up. They're saying, no, Kunoichi, this is our map. We are one of the best teams in the Calling All Heroes circuit, and we will not be knocked out here, not today.
And that's Mari, one of the best tanks in the Calling All Heroes circuit. In my opinion, the best, easily the most flexible, and she understood the assignment so clearly. Just as I said, you had to be looking for Essel with that barrage. Essel goes to try and pop it. Mari, like you said, gobbles it right up, swallows all those rockets wholesale, doesn't even have to stop to chew. And then, also eats the pulse bomb from Barcode, so another win condition taken out before that one even comes out. Gets the remech kill onto SK, and then just cleans everything else up with the self-destruct remech, clears out the mines, clears out Eve, clears out everything, clears a path for Michael Wave to take it 3-0. They're still alive in the lower bracket. We have not seen the last of this dog and this team that's got that dog in them, but we have unfortunately seen the last of these tricky foxes over on the side of Kunoichi.
Kunoichi, they made an excellent run to get through the championships, battled the way through the LCQ, ended up winning the whole dang thing, and this is where the trail shall end. Foxes blaze their way through, and Michael Wave are there to shut them on down. And you really got to be proud of Kunoichi's accomplishments. They worked with what they had, and it is an incredibly talented roster that plays a completely unique style that no one else even dares to pull on out. This team is skilled on such an individual level. They pull it together with the synergy they've managed to develop over their countless hours of playing together and competition, and it takes the best of the best to finally silence their voices.
Yeah, like you said, the best of the best. Michael Wave is easily an A or S tier team, depending on how you look at it here in Calling All Heroes. And, you know, yeah, it's a 3-0. Michael Wave win this 3-0, but every single map was close, and there was never a moment where you felt like there's just no hope for Kunoichi, where they didn't have any options, where there wasn't somebody ready and willing and able to make a play. So they made Michael Wave a top tier team work for it. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you're Kunoichi for coming this far and falling in such a grand fashion against a team like Michael Wave. But Michael Wave are just so hungry. They want this. They want this so badly, and there's only so many teams that really show how much they want it. Michael Wave is one of them. They're one of the few that might actually be able to have it.
Top 3 team easily within this current bracket. Their run shall continue. We need to talk about what went down during this game. Christopher and Ash will be coming back on the desk to give us a bit more insight on what went down. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The LCQ champions fall in the lower bracket. Kunoichi knocked out 0-3 in this matchup against Michael Wave. And I mean, Christopher, we know that Kunoichi, they're able to bring out these cheese compositions, very much so circulating around Skiesti, who is that hard lock on the Mercy. And it can work for against some teams, but up against a team like Michael Wave, where they're so adaptable, that's not going to fly.
Yeah, as an expert of cheese comps, I
Oh.
really respect it. I think it's really interesting. It felt like Michael Wave tried multiple things. They tried originally kind of matching it with the Echo, which I think is always a really dangerous game if you play a team on a matchup they're comfortable, even though I think the theory probably says that Echo is a counter to Pharah. It felt like once they figured out the Cassidy comp, that felt like the best counter. That's where most of the success came from. I think it also allowed Zoe to play Genji, which is clearly her best hero. So it felt in a way for Kunoichi that Michael Wave was one of the worst teams to try this comp against, because you almost allowed people to play their comfort heroes.
I think it's difficult to, Tiny, when you're looking towards a tank like Mari, who is just so flexible in her own right, like the ability to play essentially any tank hero in the game and look so comfortable doing it as well.
Yeah, CB made the statement earlier, and I'm going to have to back it up. I seriously believe that Mari is the best tank that we have in this competition in terms of flexibility and the ability to perform on these heroes at a top tier level. I mean, there's never a time that I'm like, oh, Mari's really got to step it up. It's not. Like, she's never somebody that you look over to, because she just gives you that star level performance that you want out of a tank player, and it's a big part of the reason that Michael Wave have made it as far as they have.
It really is. And that's the thing is, though, we cannot take away from the fact that Kunoichi really put up a fight here. We have to keep in mind, Michael Wave, they're the ones that we were looking at to win this matchup, considering the fact that it's the juxtaposition between the consistency of circuit point winners who have gotten into this championship weekend versus those who are coming out of that LCQ, obviously hot. And despite that 0-3 loss for Kunoichi, it doesn't tell that whole story about what the individual matches were like, as far as that 1-2 loss, 2-3 for the last two maps. They kept it tight. And Chris, that Pharah was so oppressive to start things off, but Death making that swap onto Cassidy changed the game.
Yeah, it's kind of a polarizing counter, the Cassidy versus Pharah matchup, because if you hit the shots, it's a very, very oppressive counter. If you miss the shots, all of a sudden the hero feels very easy to hit. The Pharah can actually get a lot of kills, but Death was not missing, and especially on King's Row. If we look at the final blows counter here, 22, almost all of them were on the Pharah.
No, it was absolutely ridiculous. I think we're going to get to see some of these shots coming out as well, Tiny. It was pretty insane. Like, we saw how well the pharmacy was working there for Kunoichi at the beginning, and they were really oppressive in blocking off a lot of like the narrow hallways that Michael Wave were looking to push through. But the adjustment really was everything, and like Chris said, it allowed Zoe to also flex onto that Genji.
Kunoichi, Chris said it earlier, you put Michael Wave accidentally on their best composition, and it was to their own detriment. I mean, Zoe, the best Genji that you are going to find within the Calling All Heroes scene, you have Death absolutely popping off on the Cassie. I mean, there's just so many things that went right for this series, and honestly, if Michael Wave could play against a composition like this, I guarantee you they are the only team that would ever want to do it again.
Well, we're gonna have to see how that ends up going as this competition goes even further. But again, big kudos to Kunoichi for the fact that they are able to try and take this the distance. It did get tight at times, but the comfort of Michael Wave was just a bit too much. We do have an interview on the line though, so I'm gonna say goodbye to my analyst desk and say hello. AJMR, how are you? Congratulations on your win here in the lower bracket.
I'm doing good. I'm happy with our performance in our last match, but the one before, we shouldn't have lost to Timeless. We made a lot of silly mistakes, honestly. So I'm feeling okay, but I would feel better if we won our first game.
I mean, that's understandable. But as far as, are you able to maybe talk me through how you and your team were able to kind of come back from that mentally, just knowing that, okay, it's tough to drop down to that lower bracket, especially in a matchup where you felt confident that you should have been able to take?
Shit happens, and I can't say that word. Oops.
It's okay. It's okay.
No swearing.
You're good.
I've gotten in trouble on broadcast before from doing things, so I gotta be on my best behavior. Anyway, the match versus Timeless, that's really like what we've been prepping for because they're clearly the best team in the tournament. And as the analyst said, we're so flexible that like we can play versus any cheese comp and just beat it by playing something normal because we can all play what we would need to.
And I know you can't give away too much. Obviously, there's another day to go. We're going to continue on, hopefully seeing you guys make that lower bracket run. But what was the preparation? How did it look like? I mean, I know the importance is always playing and focusing on your own game, but you did mention preparing for that matchup against Timeless in particular. Was it kind of just expanding on what the foundation that you guys already have as a team?
Well, before this tournament, after our placing in like the last major or minor, I don't remember what it was, honestly. After our last placing, I decided for my team, like we're going to be scrimming pretty much constantly and reviewing after every scrim. Like for the past week, we've stayed in voice chat until like 1, 2 in the morning every single day, just either talking about the game or just like bonding as a team. So we've been putting a lot of effort into trying to be better going into this like tournament and these next few matches, really, where it actually all matters.
I mean, it really is paying off from what we're seeing this particular weekend already. Just you guys have leveled up throughout the entire season. And now looking at the fact that you have headed now into the lower bracket semifinals, on the other side of the quarterfinals right now are Timeless Celestial and Fable looking to go head to head. And I'm curious actually if there's a team between the two of them that you in particular want to face up against again.
I don't mind who wins. I have friends on Fable, so I want Fable to win, but I have friends on both teams, really. So no matter who we play against among the two, I feel like my team's winning, though. Michael Wave on top.
Okay. We love hearing the confidence. Michael Wave on top. Can we get those W's in the chat for that? And is there any last like shout out, thank you, anything that you want to say on stream? It doesn't have to be a shout out or a thank you, but your opportunity to speak your truth.
Shout out to Molly for being the best tank in the tournament.
Hey, the analyst desk is raving about her. It's undeniable, like the flexibility that she has. But AJMR, you popped off in this last series. Your entire team did. Congratulations again to you and Michael Wave. And thank you again for taking the time to do this interview.
No problem.
Okay. Such a sweet interview there with AJMR. They were absolutely lovely, and I can't wait to see what then their team are able to do tomorrow. But we do have to continue on with the lower bracket quarterfinals. We're going to be seeing Timeless Celestial versus Fable coming up next. Michael Wave have moved on in 3-0 fashion to the next portion of the lower bracket. Now we've got to see who's going to be facing up against them. It's Timeless Celestial versus Fable coming up next, and a bit of a preview of how today panned out. We already just did have to say goodbye to a fan favorite there in Kunoichi, CB.
Yeah, a lot of fans are going to be kind of heartbroken to see Kunoichi bowing out, but making it that far with a Mercy-centric comp, something that a lot of people would have assumed to be a limitation but ended up being an asset to the team, is definitely an accomplishment in of its own. Unfortunately, not enough of an accomplishment to keep their lower bracket run alive, not enough to topple Michael Wave, and Michael Wave keep going a little bit further. And by the way, watching that last match almost has me wishing that Cassidy Genji was like the DPS meta again. Like, I yearn for that era of Overwatch to make a return. I got just a little taste of it, and I'm hungry. I want more.
She's looking for the juice, the juice right there, the DPS juice. But as we head into this matchup now, Timeless Celestial versus Fable. This is a different story. Tiny, the matchup that we just saw between Kunoichi and Michael Wave was a tale of a team that had consistently been playing at a high level within the regular season versus the LCQ champions. But now this time around, I think the competition is just a bit tighter, considering the way these two stand in circuit points.
Circuit points, maybe, but I do want to talk a little bit about the individuals itself. Timeless Celestial, we got to see them play earlier on in the day today, ended up falling down to the losers bracket to face Fable. One of the things that they noticeably work on is that they are incredible at pushing the tempo. Snozzler can set up with these Maywalls. Street can follow in on the Ramatra, but their biggest weakness came about when we started to see these flanks. They were getting completely wrapped around and outpaced by Wisp Embers in so many different regards, which is why I think Fable is really going to push them here in this lower bracket match.
That's something to consider as well. That was a Timeless Celestial that didn't feel quite like themselves, and Fable being the ones to push them in this matchup here. CB, do you feel like Fable has a little bit of an advantage knowing that that momentum isn't behind Timeless Celestial after the earlier match today? And on top of that, Fable having kind of just been chilling up until now, obviously looking to warm up into this matchup, but it's not like they're playing off the back of the loss. It's their first matchup of the day.
I think both of these teams, I'm looking at them right now, and they both feel like teams that have a lot to prove. I mean, I even, had like fed you the question for Avery for the interview yesterday, and I wanted you to ask them, how badly do they want to prove themselves? Well, it feels like players like Arya also have a lot to prove as well, because she has been popping off. We've seen a lot of flashy Sojourn play all throughout this tournament, and Arya has been no exception. Definitely one of the names that comes to mind. On the other side is Timeless Celestial, and I highlighted them saying that at least 3 members of their starting roster have Calling All Heroes trophies to their names, some of those under the Timeless Ethereal banner, being integral parts of their success, and they want to prove that they still got it, that they are just as good as the team that gets all of the attention, and they have to do it at Fable's expense. Both have a lot to prove, but only one can prove themselves.
That's the thing, only one can, because the other one is going home after this best of 5 series, and we're heading over to Antarctic Peninsula coming up first here, Tiny. And I feel like this is no surprise. I think for Control, we very much so have leaned on Antarctic throughout this COD championship.
Antarctic Peninsula has been more of a fallback as of lately. It's the map that you could say is the most conventional to play with this meta comp, and arguably one of the easiest to do so on. You don't have to worry about any oddball picks with Lijiang Tower. Nobody's even picked Samoa with how new it really is to the entirety of Overwatch in general. So Antarctic Peninsula has been the happy medium for any team that has been approaching the meta more conventionally.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if Timeless Celestial are able to pick up after that tough loss earlier today in that upper bracket, or if Fable are the ones that are able to take the narrative for themselves and write their own story. I'll leave you guys off into the server and see you on the other side.
Final game to round out the day. We've said goodbye to 3 teams, and a 4th will be joining them after this matchup. CB, Fable and Timeless Celestial. This is one of those matches that you can go in and not exactly have an idea of who is going to come out on top, as they both have some incredibly strong attributes that need to be looked at.
I'm checking the stream chat right now, seeing like if who's betting their channel points on what, and it looks like the streets right now are saying Timeless Celestial, but even still, like there's a lot of shooters out there for Fable as well, and rightfully so, because what we saw from them yesterday was nothing short of impressive, and if that keeps up, I don't think this is going to be one-sided. I don't think Timeless Celestial are going to get out of here unscathed. I think it's going to be bloody. I think it's going to be back and forth. I think you're going to be looking a lot at Arya versus Azure, seeing who is going to get the better of the Sojourn 1v1. You know, Mini versus Snozzler. Which May is going to be setting their team up for success the most? And of course, we've got the tank matchup, Avery versus Streetlord. Streetlord was super impressive on the Ramatra yesterday. Does that pattern keep up? Is Avery able to match that despite being known more for their Sigma? Playing the Ramatra now to great effect. Who is going to get the better of some of these head-to-heads?
Avery has really stepped up in their role as the tank, but I want to turn our eyes more towards these DPS. Arya and Mini versus Azure and Snozzler, particularly here on sub-level. They will be the ones to have the greatest impact on the outcome of this first fight. Both approaching to the high ground. Yet Arya from Fable, along with along with Fieri, will be backing off just slightly to go on these off angles. The exact thing that was the thorn in the side for Timeless Celestial and cost them their previous series. And with how good Fable's macro play and positioning is, you will need to be conscious that from a moment one, you can already see the Immortality Field came out. Avery required a lot of assistance in that exact moment. Fable's already capped the point. Timeless Celestial have been sitting here doing a whole lot of nothing. You gotta walk on forwards, and eventually one of those hits will land. Streetlord and the Mauler coming up with one apiece, and it's a meager 12% that Fable walk away with.
You talk about Fable's positioning and the fact that they're able to cap the point first, and they position themselves in a way that they can do that, but in order to get that done, Arya had to play the low ground for a long period of time. She wasn't able to get an advantageous angle, and the rest of the time, Fable's backs are up against the wall, so all it takes is Timeless Celestial to acknowledge their window, push the go button, push Fable back, get a couple kills, and I mean, it's Azure that comes through with the rail shot, the opening salvo, and the rest of the bodies hit the floor to follow.
Only a matter of time until somebody pulls the trigger. Panther, of course, winning that race, but no, the May wall. Wonderful placement. That's the impact that Snozzler can have for this team. Has been an excellent addition to that roster. Trade out for Panther, plentifully working over into Timeless Celestial's favor, but they gotta be careful because they're losing heads left, right, and center. They're pushing onto Arya, who's a hit scan player you do not want to mess around with. Timeless Celestial are getting a little bit too aggressive for my liking. The fact that they're barely clinging on to life is a very risky style of play. One that Fable have taken advantage of and are gonna get the point flip off the back of it.
Now, you said Timeless Celestial are barely clinging on to life. They can only realistically have enough bodies to cling on to the high ground. Fable identify that, send some bodies in to go flip the point, and now Timeless Celestial have to drop off of that high ground in order to defend and try and take it back.
But Timeless Celestial, they still have it. I mean, the Mauler, that's an Ant Matrix on the high ground, then Blizzard thrown in as well from Snozzler. Avery is staying alive. The Ant Matrix defensively from Panther. Wonderful call on that. The reaction is present. And can it be enough to shut down Azure, a deadly player with the overclock in hand? Once that expires, slightly less of a threat to worry about, but one Fable will take seriously nonetheless. Arya, that's an overclock of her own now, peppering these shots on in. Streetlord not standing a chance. Fable back in control of the objective and have won the positioning battle so far, as well as the current point percentage.
They've also won the war of attrition, but it doesn't seem like that's going to last much longer. Snozzler with 2 kills towards the tail end of it, still alive. She's going to drop down and try and pressure out Avery, and there's realistically only Fiery to try and help Avery out. And oh, yeah, there's a lifeline if ever there was one.
Sounds like it pulled off the high ground? Is that what just happened through that void?
No, she dropped down to try and find a wall onto Avery there, I think. I didn't actually see a vortex go out, but regardless, she does give up the high ground, makes herself vulnerable to Fiery, and Fable have capitalized. They're at 80% and ticking, one fight territory, and Timeless Celestial don't have any ults to try and break through this.
You have a whole lot of nothing. You need someone to come up in the neutral. The one to do that would be Azure, or in this case, Nozlar. Icicle to the Dome of Mini. Fable now don't have the wall to isolate their players or save Avery in this situation. So Timeless Celestial will continue their fight on to sub-level with a miracle of a shot.
They had no ults to bust down the door, but it turns out the keyhole was icicle-shaped, and Snozzler found exactly where to put it, right into a skull. Something fun about Snozzler, by the way, that I tried to bring up in the last series we saw Timeless Celestial play, was that when she was playing for Timeless Ethereal as their hit scan player, she was mostly playing the Sojourn, now has transitioned more over onto a flex DPS role, playing the Mei to great effects. Definitely one of the better Mei players that we currently have in the tournament here, kind of, you know, in the upper half. Is it going to be enough to keep things going in Timeless Celestial's favor here? One fight territory either way. Fable gonna have a blizzard here really soon. Snozzler lagging a teensy bit behind. If Mini strikes first, this might be disaster.
You're looking at that. I'm looking at the wobble combo on the high ground. Azure with a damage of boosted overclock. A terrifying sight nonetheless. Panther not peeking around the corner in the slightest, and that costs Avery their life. The lack of support, the zoning, the high ground was never contested throughout this, and Fable are losing out on the objective they were so firmly in control of at the beginning of this point. And it really does show how these two teams are going to push each other. It's going to be a war of attrition throughout this series.
And you were absolutely right about that Ant Matrix. The damage boost for the Sojourn is absolutely lethal. And what I would have liked to see is Mini use that Blizzard up on the high ground to just force Timeless Celestial to vacate the premises. Make it so that you can't safely play behind that window, so that the Sojourn can't stay behind it, can't shoot through it, can't get all of that value. But the Blizzard is held onto a little bit too long, and when it finally comes out, it doesn't actually get enough value to buy Fable back into that fight. Meanwhile, Snozzler just has to throw hers in to try and close it out. It doesn't even need to find anything, it just needs to zone off the last remaining bodies, and it does so. Timeless Celestial going up on this point here. Now as we go to labs, we'll have to see. It's been pretty even. Fable, they don't feel like they're out of this. They feel like they still have a realistic shot. Just a couple small mistakes away from taking sub-levels. If they iron those out, we might be going the distance on Control.
And this map, honestly, has a lot more room for them to work. I talked about it a little bit earlier. With their positioning, they send Arya and Fiery off on these flank angles, and it provides additional pressure that Timeless Celestial historically have not dealt well with. So when they're trying to back off this high ground, you need to be constantly checking your angles. Where is Arya? Where is she playing? Because she is constantly a threat, regardless if they're on the objective or not. Either team has been able to set sole foot on the point. That's because they were so focused on a wonderful Maywall that Snozzler managed to prop up behind Avery. You have to say, though, that Snozzler has been getting the better value out of these Mare walls compared to Mini.
Absolutely, and again, I can say it till I'm blue in the face that the Mei is the most important piece in this composition. It's your ability to section off the enemy players with the walls, your ability to have, you know, potentially the highest value ultimate in the game in that Blizzard right now. And I mean, if you're just constantly getting the better of that exchange, your team's gonna have so much more space to play with. They're gonna be so much more lethal, have so many more opportunities to go in with a Nemesis form or go in with a rail shot from an off angle, find a kill, find a frag, bust the whole fight wide open for yourself. And that's been all Snozzler has been doing. Despite giving her life up a couple times, has taken more than her fair share of lives in exchange.
Snozzler right now is team's Timeless Celestial. So much map control to deal with. I mean, that's an immortality field already out in the Mauler. What are you doing? That's two players that they are chasing on their own immortality field out. Has the backup on, just jumping the gun a little bit. Really driving the anxiety through the roof, yet Timeless Celestial have their back teeth back, and Fable have their backs against a wall. The Mini cannot stay alive. We won't get to see the Blizzard make an appearance in this fight. The Annihilation, on the other hand, very much so present. Avery used it to grab a little bit of extra health and sustain. Panther providing the support, and it's the perseverance of Fable to push them in these fights. They just don't have the health bars to validate it.
They don't even, I mean, Fable don't even have the resources to validate it. It's one of the things I don't like about that Annihilation, but they do have the overclock, though. KQA feeling quite annihilated now, courtesy of Arya going in with a Disruptor shot, takes down the entire backline for Timeless Celestial. Street Lord gonna go 6 feet under with them, and that's it. Fable finding the flip there. But again, you know, I go back to that annihilation from Avery. I wasn't a big fan of it because it also drew out the immortality field from Panther. It drew out so many resources just besides the annihilation to try and keep that presence there, but it ended up being just enough to create that opening for Arya to seize, and she does so, but not at the cost of any ultimate save for the sound barrier from Timeless Celestial. They nearly have 4 big ones to flip it and take this whole map.
Fable's fight to go ahead and win. The Blizzard is massive. It lands onto 2 players. You just need to find that killing blow, and there it is. Azure's value completely nullified. Timeless Celestial, though, did manage to flip the point back over, and as a result, will find themselves in a single fight territory, and it just might be the end of the entire map. That annihilation that was committed, so the rest of the players on Fable don't have the health to persevere through this fight, and now they're scrambling to pump this health in. Street Lord, only 17 health to spare, and 94% on the board.
It was the kills that Fable were able to find being on the Mauler and KQA that ended up creating that space. Yeah, you had Azure and Street Lord able to contest the point for a while, but their health bars were both on the clock without any healing, much like Avery, who's now on the ground.
Avery is 6 feet under, if not even further. A brutal death to the Ramattra player. Fable will struggle to regroup. Without their tank, they need to find a target to single focus on, but in fact it's Snozzler slitting them up, taking the ones and winning them. Timeless Celestial are proving themselves they want to be the team to move forward, face their sister squad, and take map number 1.
And we're highlighting Snozzler a lot here, and for good reason. She has been a huge asset to this team since joining, and not only that, I was highlighting again how she played the Sojourn for Timeless Ethereal. I didn't even see the Ajax there from Arya early on. That was something special from Arya. Anyway, focusing back up, talking about Snozzler, I gotta gas my girl up over here. She was playing the Sojourn for Timeless Ethereal when they went on their undefeated streak throughout Minor 3, and has now made, again, that swap, like I was saying, over to more flex DPS-like heroes, picking up the Mei, which is something that other flex DPS players like Zoe have at times struggled with. Snozzler being able to make up that difference is going to provide all the more flexibility to this roster, make it so that they can play any look. She comes out with the Tracer, gets a couple of big pickoffs there towards the end, and it just seals the deal for Timeless Celestial. And I think Fable are trying a little too hard to buy themselves into fights that they don't really have a whole lot of buying power in. Towards the end there, Timeless Celestial able to get the better of it, flip the point, deny a lot of percentage, and then come back with their healers. Snozzler pops off, and it's done and dusted. Fable don't have another opportunity to go back in.
Fable are a team that we've known very well for their macro playstyle. Their positioning has been impeccable, their ultimate usage up there as well. And once we take a look at this, look at the difference in ultimates used between Mini and Snozzler, or even Street Lord and Avery. Those are deaths. I can't count. But there are differences in those as well, but the deaths
7 blizzards
need to
would
be
be
high.
absolutely bananas.
That
There's
would
no
be
way that would have been a
bananas.
real stat, but
I would
you
love
know,
it.
We do also kind of have to highlight Azure there. You know, we weren't talking about Azure as much compared to Snozzler because 6 final blows to 7, but you can see the damage that Azure is putting in, as well as the overall limbs, how much this Sojourn is contributing to the overall success of Timeless Celestial. Arya not falling all that much far behind Azure, but you know, you're kind of seeing this pattern, right, where the Sojourn that's getting the better of the exchange is ending up winning a lot of these fights outright for their team.
The Sojourn, yes, but also think about the setup that Snozzler has been providing for Azure. You charge up these shots on the Ramattra, whether it's one that's walled off or not, it doesn't matter. You're able to keep pushing that on through, and then take even more players down as a result. So having this advantage within that initial phase, you're forcing all of the cooldowns out of Fable, the very important ones, the Nemesis form, that immortality field. Suddenly, they don't have the resources to keep pushing on forwards, allowing the rest of Timeless Celestial to push on in and just stomp on them.
It kind of speaks to what I said earlier, though, that both these teams feel like they have something to prove. They both feel hungry. That's why they want to try and buy themselves into these fights that may or may not be winnable, but in some of these exchanges, it is Timeless Celestial that are coming out ahead. We'll see if that pattern continues as it's Fable's map pick. They're taking us to Midtown. We finally get a break from King's Row for the day. Midtown does exist, chat. We have seen another hybrid map for the first time, And I think Fable did take us to this map when we saw them play yesterday, and we theorized that maybe Avery Sigma would come out, and it didn't actually, and I don't know if it's something that Fable want to do, but one thing I do want to bring up is earlier on in the winner's bracket, when we were watching Michael Wave play up there, Mari did bust out the Sigma as kind of a counter to a Orisa composition, and I think that might be something that Street Lord might try and come out with at some point, is the Orisa, if, you know, Timeless Celestial don't feel like they're getting as much mileage out of the Ramatra as they really need to. So, you know, we might kind of see that rock, paper, scissors exchange. Again, it's optimism, it's copium, it's me trying to set Avery up for success so I can hype them up some more like I have been since I started casting them. But it's still, Midtown is where you're going to be able to get away with that if it does start to happen.
There are always those options, yet with how like just solid these teams have been on the Ramatra Brawl compositions, I don't really see Obey where that's necessarily going to change. I do want to see more from Fable though. Those glimpses with Arya moving on up and taking these off angles and getting at least one elimination off of it, even if it ends up in a trade. That's where they were able to win. That's how they were able to win their series yesterday against somebody as good as Persona. While Persona was getting incredible eliminations, Arya managed to get the most important ones because of that positioning. And in Antarctic Peninsula, we just didn't get an opportunity to see it.
I'll have to see which team is on the defense first and if they're able to lock down the choke and deny some of those angles that we saw Arya taking in the previous series here on Midtown, because we know that's the win condition that on Fable's attack they're going to want to try and leverage, is getting her all the way in to that little building right over there on the side of the point. And trying to rotate through the laundromat to make that happen. If the other team's able to lock that down and not let her get that deeply entrenched where she's going to have a shot onto your backline, then you're good. Or you try and punish her making that rotation and just collapse on the rest of the team as they try and make it through the choke. Either way, you can't leave the door wide open for everybody. You have to stop the valve at some point in time. Like you gotta be like, all right, we're at full capacity. Fire Marshal's gonna shut us down if y'all keep coming in.
Hey, no fires here. We actually are operating outside of the fire station and the fire truck, not a fire hydrant, that will be keeping everybody safe. And that's kind of the big playing point that you'll see. Once you move past this initial choke, it's all kind of this ring around the rosy, around the good old fire engine to decide how this ends up playing out. Arya historically has gone towards this high ground to the back right off screen that you see, or closer to that subway car sitting on the stairs. And Timeless Celestial need to be watching all of their angles as they rock on out. No compositional changes as we expected to, even if the option is still there.
So it is actually going to be Fable on the defense first, looking for the way to lock Timeless Celestial out. It was something that they weren't able to do against Inarizaki yesterday either, so we'll have to see. Azure going to go for the rotation all the way around the alleyway here. Still just kind of holding the angle. We'll see where they end up actually going. They've got an angle on Avery, and I think they're just trying to bully Avery back so that everyone from Timeless Celestial can get through the door. Now that KQA's there, though, Azure can go around through the alleyway, take this angle, and put the pressure out onto the back line of Fable.
Azure, though, not committing to it fully, understanding the risk, and in fact, we'll be moving as a full 5-stack, because we did touch on that a little bit on the analyst side. It was Christopher that brought up how all of these players, they're playing so closely knit together. While it's great for packing one big punch, it's oftentimes these off angles that provide the most value in terms of elimination. So Azure poking her head out a little bit more is helpful when you're trying to make this rotation on in. Now inside the fire station, but Snozler is cut off. A wonderful mole from Minnie, who we haven't had the opportunity to talk about just as much, but if she keeps doing things like that, CB, that's gonna change.
And we talked about how careful Azure was, just kind of like dipping their toes into the water, not ready to fully commit to this off angle. That patience did allow for the rest of Timeless Celestial to catch up, but Snozler getting caught out and cut off is going to be really bad, because it's going to be so difficult for her to get back with the rest of her team, because now Fable can just focus her down every single time. They still have to watch for the other four at their backs, but not having the Mei with the rest of the formation is really bad.
Oh, especially after getting on that high ground. I mean, what value are you going to get? Malor, certainly. Double the damage, double the healing. Avery, in a sticky situation, needs to hold up that block, making sure everything is safe. And in fact, it is Streetler that ends up going down. If you looked over at the top, Fury went up to the high ground, distracted the Mauler, so there wasn't any healing going out to the tank. What a genius play from Fable, splitting their opponent's attention and prioritizing a single target.
And Timeless Celestial, going back to that fight where Azure was over there on the flank, they needed to be so much more swift because it all just kind of falls apart from there. Because again, Snozzler wasn't there for any point in time in that fight. Mini had the wall to try and block off that window. The Ant Matrix does come out for the side of Timeless Celestial. That's all well and good, but then Panther goes in with an Ant Matrix of their own, and Fable, they don't have to worry about Snozzler coming through with the wall to block it off. They get all that damage, and it all just goes right into Street Lord's face. Street Lord falls. Timeless Celestial can't maintain presence. The push dies. Azure, as if to illustrate my point, goes for a push, dies.
Oh, that's one eyeball, that's two eyeballs, and Azure is down. He's able, not getting value out of the Blizzard. Excuse me, Mini is. It was the other side. Timeless Celestial ended up committing a sound barrier to this. This ultimate management is completely bonkers, and you're just chucking them into the abyss, essentially.
And we're only down to a minute, and you would have liked to have the Blizzard for the side of Timeless Celestial to try and deny some space to bust this choke point open, because aside from that first fight, you haven't really had an opportunity to safely get everyone through it, and now all you really have is the Annihilation to try and push people back like a snowplow and hope that makes enough space for Azure to pop the overclock. They do, and they find Mini. That's a huge value pick.
And that's before the sound barrier came on out. Azure hit the opening blow. Timeless Celestial need to push on up and take advantage. The second is looking pretty darn good. The point is now occupied. Fable have a few remaining members. They're grouping up in this subway car. Panther holding on to this Ant Matrix. That's a ton of angles you don't want to peek. And Snozzler fighting the head of Mini, returning on the stagger. Fable needs to get on the objective sometime soon, and it has to be Avery, ideally in this scenario, making the rush, the void, floating them down. Not enough. Panther chucking it in from downtown. Yet Fable inevitably will crumble. Timeless Celestial sneaking on through and have gotten the fire truck on the move.
It was a pretty solid plan for Fable there, but there was one key problem, and that's they need to contest the point, and that was all up to Mini on the Tracer to do. So once that Tracer falls, suddenly Fable don't have any staying power, and despite a great Ant Matrix comes out from Panther, it's not actually all that useful because everybody else, namely Avery, has to try and walk forward, take the full brunt of the Timeless Celestial offense, and just to try and keep the point in contention long enough to maybe build up to something else here. That's a great wall from Snozzler. Is she gonna fall for the Blizzard?
Blizzard. Oh, it's getting frosty out here in the streets of Midtown. There might not be snow on the ground, but there is a storm happening inside. Fable losing out on their tank player. This payload is going to get so far. If it gets all the way through this Midtown tunnel and Timeless have control of this high ground, they might just roll straight through the second point.
And more importantly, yeah, they have this high ground. Azure is going to have all the angles they could possibly want to keep pumping in the damage, farming up the rail shots off of Avery, taking the duels with Arya, where Arya is now going to be at a disadvantage. Fable have to not only stop the card from capping, but find some way to reclaim this. And look at the angle that they're taking. They're all playing so far back, giving so much space that trying to retake this high ground is going to be a fool's task unless they can get some feet up there.
You can't. I mean, there's 4 players of Timeless Celestial, and there's these 2 small chokeways. It's literally a death sentence to attempt at this high ground, and they have to play on the neutral, make Timeless go more towards them, and the Ant Matrix is gonna be brutal to deal with. Azure packing a punch right behind it, overclocked with double deadliness, and it's Arya who gets Azure out from behind. Hit the touch come through as Arya with the second at the same combo. Panther and Arya coming up at the final moment that halts this payload. Ideally, they need to get the tank down. Street Lord close to annihilation would be crazy if they popped it, and especially with Arya clicking as many shots as she has. Timeless Celestial need to wait for her to cool down.
It's almost a critical mistake from Fable because they give so much space, they wait too long to make a move that Timeless Celestial able to take the angle right on that door, the left-hand side of your screen. They're able to put an Ant Matrix up there, but Arya, the hero they needed at the moment they needed her most, comes through with the shot right through the Ant Matrix, takes Azure out, and then finds 3 more to boot. And with only 10 seconds left, Arya guarding the cart. Timeless Celestial have ults to try and buy their way into this, but they need to make it stick. They need to stick the landing right now. Mini with the Blizzard can put it all to bed.
But the Blizzard is going to be there to stick them into place, but it doesn't catch Street Lord. Street Lord's on the payload, the annihilation in play. Fable have to deal with the Ramatra now, or they're going to be in a world of hurt. They're looking away from the tank. It's the supports in the backline. Timeless Celestial are catching these players out. They've managed to split them just enough where Street Lord has maintained this annihilation for almost a full 20 seconds. second duration has even more health to back it on up. Fable, they're not out of it just yet. Avery nearing close to one of their own ultimate, but the P1 here, Snozzler Blizzard, is on the way. They're not currently in the fight. Fable need to close this out quickly. Panther, extra support from an off angle. Is this the tool that makes them come on down? The Blizzard has arrived, but it's too little, too late. Time of Celestial, they're down in numbers, they're down in health, and the payload, they'll hit the brakes just shy of the second objective.
One of the things that Christopher was saying when he was analyzing the last couple of series, though, he was talking about the stat you don't see when it comes to the Mei players is the Blizzard's use versus fight wins. That's how Blizzard use for many, and it doesn't look like the fight is completely won outright as a direct result, but it did slow things down for Timeless Celestial too much of a halt to where they aren't able to really play for their own Blizzard. And by the time Snozzler's back with one of her own, she might as well have just thrown it down the drain because there was no more value that could have been found there. You had Panther on the angle with the Amp Matrix pumping in all the healing, all the immortality fields that Avery could ever possibly want to keep the Ramatra on the point, keep all the staying power, and Timeless Celestial just don't have enough resources to force them to vacate the premises. The cart stops just shy of point B, and we have to give props to Arya for that one because that would have been a cap in that second to last fight there, if not for Arya's heroic 4K.
Oh my goodness. I mean, when we kind of break it down a little bit more here is, notice how slow that these teams are playing. They're letting the Sojourns decide the outcomes of these fights, and Timeless Celestial themselves, because they took so long to get through that first point. I mean, Arya builds up the advantage just being in a defender sort of position, so Fable had such an upper hand in the majority of those engagements. It came back to bite Timeless, and now they're going to have to try to give Azure the exact same opportunities as Fable now begin their own attack.
Arya with that little Hanzo arrow shot, make sure no one's trying to do anything tricky, swapping back over onto the Sojourn, and we know what she wants to do, right? She wants to try and go through this laundromat over into that back building, but you can already see it's being occupied by Snozzler, who doesn't want to let that happen. It's a great heads-up play there, but Snozzler vacates the premises as the ice block is forced out from Mini. They're still trying to play defense and not let Arya get set up there, though. That's a great play right now from Timeless Celestial. We'll see if they're able to make anything out of this. With the Mei wall, they just might.
There's a lot of players sandwiched inside the laundromat. The only one that's not is a Mini, one that's been setting Fable up for these eliminations. It's unlikely to be able to pull this one together. The only thing they have going for them right now is a couple players that are corralled at their back. The Mei wall actually working against Timeless Celestial, or at least not for Street Lord. We'll be able to clean everybody up, and Fable is just another lengthy stagger coming through.
It's such a good read from Timeless Celestial. Yeah, it might be another lengthy stagger if they're not able to bail Mini out. It looks like Fable are, so Timeless Celestial have to give more ground. But, you know, they were playing in the spawn there. But again, you have Snozzler on that angle, so Arya can't get set up. You can't let your Sojourn go in on a flank. You can't get all of the value that comes from having this pick, getting that Lucio split off with your, with your hit scan player. Arya, I think, is going to try and go around the alleyway this time around, while the rest of Fable just going to walk right through the front door, but another Snozzler wall is right in their face, and a window to boot.
Fable are split in two, and Fiery bends over backwards, a little bit too far for Lucio's liking. Fable, I mean, every single time they try to get a rotation off, they lose somebody at a critical point, and it's because of Azure's positioning. And if you're going to keep losing fights off of that, you need to be conscious of where all of Timeless Celestial are. If you keep getting split off and you're not finding the value out of these Mei walls, something needs to change in your playstyle.
Yeah, they have to find a new plan here, because you're definitely not going to be able to get Arya where you want her to be. You do have a Blizzard, but so do Timeless Celestial, as they were able to win the previous fight off of only an Amp Matrix. So Fable, you have a slight ult advantage, but not a substantial enough one to just brute force your way through this. You have 2 minutes. Try and bleed out as many resources from Timeless Celestial as you can, and then maybe fall back on plan B. But this fight has to either be won or it has to go quick.
I don't think it's gonna go quick, but it certainly will be won at the end of the day. And Timeless Celestial looking to book themselves that ticket. That's 1-2 ultimates expended, and both supports from Fable, the golden rule of Overwatch. Don't put them both in the safe fight, and yet there they go with nothing to show for it.
And now you're not going to have a sound barrier to counteract, the annihilation or anything else the Timeless Celestial want to come and throw at you. Mauler is going to have another Amp Matrix, so more positioning going to be forced from Fable. You're kind of looking at Mini's Blizzard to try and be the thing that breaks it open, possibly the overclock from Arya, but as we've seen, Timeless Celestial know better than to give Arya an angle to make any use out of that one. Snozler already in position with a wall to cut her off if she tries anything too tricky. You can see she's going through that alleyway again, so the wall's going to be invested, but it goes right on top of Minis.
The genius play that wasn't intended. Mini might have a huge impact on this fight. That Street Lord, the wall didn't come up. It couldn't save the tank player. Timeless Celestial had the sound barrier hanging on for a little while longer, and it gets them through not one, but two players on the side of Fable. Avery sitting on no health. Panther is gone, so that health bar isn't going to go up anytime soon. Yet they still find two with the pummels. CB, this should not be happening.
That's that Nemesis form giving you the extra armor. Avery didn't have a Baptiste to try and keep themselves alive, so they have to pop it. And thankfully, you're able to find two, and they really had no business finding those kills at all. They're gonna get 2 ticks for it. There is still some bodies in the vicinity that can go for the contest. Street Lord on the point, has the Annihilation, and that might be all they need.
Annihilation in overtime. There's not a more devastating ultimate you have to face. The tank is gone. The May follows suit. Timeless Celestial are riding behind Street Lord, securing their second map win in this series and find themselves on match point of their losers bracket match.
And I think they know what they're doing. I mean, it wasn't a great offense from Timeless Celestial, a pretty solid defense for Fable, but the defense from Celestial was just all the better. They understand the assignment. You don't let the Sojourn have the off angles. You deny it as much as you possibly can. Arya can never get set up. By the time she does, you have too many ults. You have too many resources. It becomes too costly for Fable to even make that gambit, to even get that play into position. And every single time that it happens, you're losing a backliner. You're losing your Baptiste. Suddenly, Avery has to try and go for heroic plays. And they do, absolutely. But then, Street Lord just comes in with an Annihilation. And you even had more ults to back that up, more resources to keep Street Lord as an ever-present threat. And Z Panther was not at all in any position to get back and try and keep Avery alive by the time that all of that torrent of ultimates and resources and abilities came through for Timeless Celestial. That's nearly a full hold, a couple ticks given, but we'll still call that a full hold for Timeless Celestial. Fable, though, they look like they are on the brink of cracking this.
They look so close, yet they're so far at the exact same time. I mean, Timeless Celestial right now, between Snozler and Street Lord alone, I mean, those are two key issues. When Fable attempts to take space, when Fable are in defense and they have the opportunity to make these decisions first, CB, I'm impressed. They looked great. I didn't expect them to be in a full hold situation until Timeless came on out and Snozler and Street Lord ran it down mid and looked excellent while doing it. And Fable, they have the potential to push this to more maps. I have not been more confident in saying that than any other series we've had on broadcast today. But they just need that little extra oomph to get them over that mark.
Have a look at the Sojourn head-to-head right now here. Arya versus Azure. It's pretty close, very similar. Only one difference in final blows and one difference in deaths either way. The 16 limbs overall versus 20, that's just indicative of, Fable losing more fights than they ended up winning here. What's setting it apart for me, though, is Snozler versus Mini. That 15 and 5 on the limbs, despite only getting 5 final blows. Keeping your mate alive is going to mean more walls are going up, more blizzards are going to come out. You can even see that, one more ult used, and more fights are going to be won off the backs of that. That's the value that the Mei brings. She's not always going to have the highest damage in the lobby. She's not always going to have the best, final blow to death ratio, but she's always going to provide that unspoken value that's not going to show up on a scoreboard, and Snozler is very much so indicative of that in this series.
Yeah, Mini has had a very mini presence within a couple of these maps in comparison to Snozler, which feels almost unfair to make considering how good they are at Mei in general. And you can't understate it enough, the value that hero brings to the table. And this is where Fable find themselves on the last chapter of this series and potentially the final one for their story overall. We're going to give them some more time to keep writing to find that answer, and we'll be back after a break.
Both teams looking to write their own history, one in a fairy tale book, the other in the stars. But one of them, Fable, facing elimination as Timeless Celestial are on match point here, 2-0. It's Fable's map pick. Where are they going to potentially write their final chapter?
Well, there's only two options for you. Flashpoint, New Junk City, or Suravasa. We've only seen New Junk City, I believe, once in our entirety of Calling All Heroes at broadcast so far. So I'm assuming we're going to go over to Suravasa unless we decide to shake things up a tad bit. Nope, Suravasa back to the beautiful gardens of India. Perfectly fine, and there's not too much of a difference between these maps unless you're fighting slightly more close quarters in some points of New Junk City. Suravasa is where Fable believe that they'll be able to write themselves a successful story.
And Suravasa is kind of an interesting one because, like, the Mei is still very valuable here, but, you know, on Flashpoint where some of these things are a little bit more wide, she's not as much of a threat as she is on, like, a hybrid or a control, so you're going to be reliant a little bit less on Mini to try and match up with Snozzler, and you're going to be looking for a lot more of these flank angles where you can set Arya up for success on the Sojourn, which she has been lights out on, but just not quite enough so to carry the entirety of Fable, as, you know, Mini has fallen behind in the Mei head-to-head, and some of the backliners are getting caught out where they don't really need to be. This is where you can really let your Sojourn shine, and potentially you need to let your Sojourn shine. And also, where, you know, you can really change things up as well. Maybe have either Avery or Mini make some hero swaps onto something they might be a little bit more comfortable on, a little bit more dominant on. Somewhere where Fable can kind of wrestle control away from Timeless Celestial here.
Fable, right now, they gotta come up with something. There's a couple ways in which they can step up, but can Timeless Celestial really be stopped? I feel that the more that they play, the more their confidence grows, and confidence is a dangerous thing for both Timeless Celestial and Fable themselves. Take more fights when you're confident that you can come out on top of them. And Suravasa is a game all about ultimate management, the positioning, the decision making. And so far, both teams have proven to be excellent, and it comes down to the smallest of errors that decide fights, decide maps, and what could be our last.
You mentioned confidence being a dangerous thing. For my money, there's a difference between confidence and arrogance, and the difference is whether or not you are able to back it up. And right now, Timeless Celestial, they are not arrogant, they are confident, and they have right to be being on match point here, and we're sticking on the same compositions we've been on the whole time. No major change-ups so far, but we gotta keep an eye on where Azure and Arya are looking to play. Right now, Azure just helping the team lock down this choke point. Arya, though, might be capable of finding a little angle here with the aid of Fiery.
Yeah, look at that. See, this is the angles that we're talking about. Flashpoint leaves us open, and Azure is caught by surprise. You have to turn around to look at them at some point, and that's the immortality field going down. Arya has already gained significant value for your team. Fable have the point essentially for free. They don't have to worry about the Mei wall, and you don't have one of your own. So there must be some other way to win this fight. Arya still in the back line, grabs Snozlar. She's the one that has been stepping up for this team, and it's still not enough to make it happen. Mini falling so soon was too much of a detriment.
Yeah, props to Azure for that one. By the way, that rotation from Arya and Fiery actually almost won Fable the point because it made it to where they were able to get through the archways because the rest of Time of Celestial had to pull back to try and deal with Arya the threat. But unfortunately, she missed the rail shot she needed to hit, and the Immortality Field was there to prevent any sort of cleanup damage. So despite Fable being able to make it through the archways and get onto the point, they don't actually find enough kills, enough purchase to actually give themselves any staying power on the point. And Time of
there you
Celestial
go.
come back. But now that Azure has been dispatched, though, the wall comes up from Mini. Now it's time to go.
And not really. You don't want to walk into the Ant Matrix and the Mei while down. It's defensively useless. And Time of Celestial are going to hold the space despite being down a player, and rightfully so. Fable haven't had a good opportunity to push themselves. Panther having an Ant Matrix of their own online will surely change the tide of that fight, but Mini has to stay alive. Thankfully, they'll manage to skate their way back over to where Panther and Fiery are located, and now this is the fight that Fable wants to take into Street Lord's. Annihilation has way too much damage to deal with. You can try to kite it out, but you can't do it in an overtime situation. Testing the point is all that matters, and you need to get there, Fable. Barely letting that overtime lick stay ablaze. Arya now with the overclock. That's one down. Looking for the second support. Doesn't even need to find it. The rest of Fable able to collapse and recover this objective.
But it's a little bit sketchy there for a second. I really don't like the Ant Matrix angle that Panther put out there because it wasn't able to get a whole lot of healing onto Avery, and it forced Fiery to be able to need to invest the sound barrier as well. So you've burned both your support ultimates. You also had to use the Blizzard and the overclock there, and you kind of like forced yourself to have to do that to be even be able to cap here. You're only going to have the Annihilation. Time of Celestial, thankfully, aren't going to have the Blizzard to try and freeze it in its tracks, but they will have the Overclock to just chunk it down little by little. And Azure is going to have the opportunity to pick their way in. Where do they want to come in? Overclock coming in from behind. Fable have to turn around.
But they don't! Panther gets stuck off on the corner. Thankfully, Avery walks on in. The Mauler is trading his team on an even playing field. That is until the Soundboy, the ultimates, make a mark, and Azure makes Arya's head roll around the marketplace of Suravasa Point, looking to be flipped back on over. And with that overtime about to go down, Time of Celestial guaranteeing themselves a nice start on Suravasa.
And it kind of goes back again to burning both of those support ultimates, but not only that, losing Panther first once that overclock gets popped, that's again all of your staying power, everything that you need, all of your healing to try and keep the Ramatra in play, gone, off the table, no longer a factor, and Timeless Celestial don't have to respect your space anymore. They can walk right in, kick their feet up on the coffee table, take it for themselves, and also take an early position on the next point here, and Fable don't really have any tools, any keys to try and unlock this, whereas Timeless Celestial, have a look at Snozlar with that Blizzard, gonna go in as soon as she gets
it. Timeless Celestial, they're pushing the advantage, and Avery's the only one not covered under the umbrella of the Immortality Field. Oh, you love it when Timeless Celestial takes this initiative. They know when they're in control, and they take any opportunity given to him. An inch becomes a mile, and Fable set back so far. And they're even committing the Blizzard into the CB. Oh, they're so staggered out. That's two ultimates that everyone from Celestial is able to get far, far away from.
Yeah, they just kite it. They just use KQA speed boost. Now there's the Ant Matrix that comes out from Mauler. Arya falls as well. Fable are investing so much into this, and I don't see any way that they're going to make it worth their while. It's sunken cost fallacy. They keep pumping in more and more when they really don't have to. They feel like it's winnable, but it just never was.
Celestial, they didn't bat an eye at what Fable were doing right now. They're still staggered, mind you. There's only 3 of their 5 players in this current situation. Street Lord has an annihilation, so it's about to come even less. Unless they can start to run away. The damage block doing plenty, keeping the tank on their feet, pushing on through. And Time of Celestial, they're going to get a clean sweep on this path for a second point.
And all the resources that Fable used to make that fight last as long as it did, all it did was waste time. 90% for Timeless Celestial. I don't think there's even going to be a touch. No. So right away, Fable are going to have to go the distance, run it all the way back to try and cap out Suravasa if they want to stay alive in this fight and in this tournament. They cannot give up another inch. They can't make any more egregious mistakes like that one. No more fights where you're sunking in every ult into a lost cause and just burning out the clock, because the clock is not on your side. There's not a whole lot on your side right now, as Fable are once again taking an early position on the point. Fable, they have the overclock, but Azure can match it. KQA has the sound barrier. That's the big difference maker for Timeless Celestial right now.
Timeless Celestial, they know they have the sound barrier to fall back on should things go really wrong. And as the Annihilation going out, all right, things are going wrong. Time to pop out the sound barrier. Azure is on the point. Don't fight too much on the overclock value. And this positioning, the Ant Matrix, I don't know how to feel about it unless, all right, could manage to find a sightline. Zazlar on your head still does peek over that staircase, mind you. Fable, expensive commitment, one that they shouldn't have managed to squeak away with. They're definitely going to need it considering the start they had on this map.
That overclock angle from Azure was just kind of bad. Like, they go in from the low ground while Fable's playing up on the high ground, and they're not able to get a whole lot of value out of it. And they also invest the sound barrier, which means now look at Fable's DPS ults. You'd love to have a sound barrier to cancel out any of those. This is Fable's opportunity to swing it back in their favor. That little mistake from Timeless Celestial, Fable can now capitalize on, and Mini has to be the one to do it.
Now on to Fable and to Mini, but mighty, but Mini and silent throughout this fight. Does manage to grab one on the Blizzard. It's not a great trade. Fable, I mean, you got the sound barrier at your backs. You can try to push on up, and all right, we see you now. They're gaining a little bit more of that momentum back and are slowly snowballing it into consecutive fight wins.
But Arya's overclock also wasn't the best either. It didn't find any kills and kind of forced Fiery again to have to use that sound barrier to keep Fable in that fight. And now their ult bank is looking mighty dry. Timeless Celestials, not all the much more damp, but they're coming up on some big name ultimates. Fable, the only way they can buy themselves into it is if they get an early entry frag here from Timeless Celestial, and they know that. So look at the angle that Snozzler's playing. She wants to be the one to draw first blood.
Which is interesting from a May. You do want to have a Zero behind the Ant Matrix, so completely understandable, but you don't have the same amount of setup. You need to keep an eye out on the walls, but no, Marler doesn't have eyes in the back of their head. That's a key pick, no support for Timeless Celestial. Any damage they take is now permanent. Fable have to know that this is going to be the battle they can win. Panther committing the Ant Matrix, knowing just that. And the fact they don't have to commit every single resource is wonderful. The comeback starts here.
That's exactly what they needed. Arya, mission accomplished. She gives her life, but not before two members of Timeless Celestial fall. And I said that Fable needed to find one entry frag. Well, two is twice as good. And now Fable, they only invest the Ant Matrix. Now their ult bank is looking a little bit more respectable. Check the bass in your voice when you're talking to us now, Timeless Celestial. You got an overclock of your own for Azure. Where are you going to use it from? Fable have their first point, have presence on the point first. It's Azure gonna have to look for a way to try and pinch Fable, bleed some more resources out of them, and give Timeless Celestial the advantage.
Timeless Celestial. This ends now. Mini wall being out as early. It's not gonna help anything. Azure right flank angle as well. That's enough. I mean, look at this. Timeless Celestial finally are they're gaining independence, right? They're like, oh, I don't need to give you a hug anymore. You can be peeled off and take these off angles. And look what it can get them.
The good news, though, is they only lose one for Fable. It's Avery that falls. The rest of Fable, they just vacate the premises. They don't take any more fights. They don't stagger. They just completely disengage, and they now have a very firm ult advantage. KQA's sound barrier can make it take a little bit longer. Snarls are going in with a real early Blizzard. Avery might fall here.
With that wall from Mini, that's gonna keep Avery alive, but not Arya! KQA reads the flank, and that is going to honestly keep Timeless Celestial away from most of that potential threat. The one in the front line has yet to be dealt with. Fable, and while they didn't get anything out of the Annihilation, forces the space necessary moving towards this objective Gardens, an incredibly open point. You need to be watching your back.
I mentioned KQA's sound barrier, but she wasn't actually given the opportunity to use it because she was on that flank angle taking the duel with Arya. She does win it, which is absolutely massive, but that means Street Lord doesn't have that safety net and does fall courtesy of Avery, and the rest of Fable, without that tank in play, just march right forward and flip the point. 74% for Timeless Celestial. That's still one fight territory, but enough room for Fable to make a comeback if they concede the point, which they currently have no intention of doing so. Dueling windows come out. Panther just trying to stop the onslaught that comes out from Timeless Celestial. You can even see Fiery checking angles that they know Azure wants to try and poke from.
Look at this, they're so aware of where Timeless Celestial could be positioned, ready for those threats, and they're using their ultimates accordingly. As I've said it before, when Fable feel like they're in control, that's when things can go well. As soon as things start to get crazy, when the chaos ensues, it's gonna get sloppy, it's gonna get messy, and Mini will fall. Without all of those resources, the Immortality Field and Sound Barrier, not even close to enough support to cushion any of Timeless Celestial's violent intentions. Abel, they might have one more opportunity to contest, but it's not going to be pretty if it is there.
They were chasing down Fiery, but Arya's actually the one to fall, and we don't have a whole lot of time. There might not be another touch. Fiery's still alive and might be able to get it. Going for it. Avery gets spooked away, and Fiery's not there to get the touch. Timeless Celestial just completely rip the pages out of Fable's playbook, toss it to the side, left on the writer's floor. Their story comes to a heartbreaking end, and Timeless Celestial were the authors all along.
Timeless Celestial, stayed true to their name, gods in the realm of Overwatch, and you do love to see the comeback, even if it didn't look like they were playing their own game at times. A team such as Fable looked like very simple work for them to move on through. This tough upper bracket match did not affect them and their ability to pull through like they've showcased in previous events, and they're gonna keep their heads above the water for now.
It really hurts to see a team like Fable going down, but props to both Fable and even Kunoichi earlier, because both teams, despite 3-0 scorelines, they went down swinging with nothing to be ashamed of. There was some key mistakes that came out from Fable towards the tail end that just kind of make you feel like they had it in the palm of their hands, but it slipped. The sound barrier coming out just a hair too late to save Mini's life, and again, if your Mei is the first to fall, your ability to control the battlefield is completely gutted, and Timeless Celestial swarm the battlefield, take everything they could possibly want, force a retreat out of the last remaining members of Fable. Fiery has to go in for the touch, isn't able to. Avery tries to go in with a Doomfist, gets booped away. Props to KQA for that play right there. You see Avery just an inch away from keeping it back into contention, and Fable, they would have had tools, right, where they could have maybe made a comeback here. It was about as close as you could have asked for Suravasa to be, but it wasn't close enough, and it wasn't in Fable's book today.
No, their story, unfortunately, has come to an end, and they made a valiant, heroic effort
don't say that.
throughout all of it. And, you know, with a squad such as Timeless Celestial, you need to understand that both of these teams had something to fight for. You teased it at the beginning of the series. They had to prove themselves, and only one of them could actually have the opportunity to win the day, and it was Timeless in this regard. And given their team play, their ability to communicate and regroup around the Street Lord, who dominated the space throughout the majority of the series, and you have to hand it to them for that skill.
I absolutely I'm gonna hand it to Fable. I'm gonna hand it to Timeless Celestial, because Timeless Celestial, we talked about confidence, arrogance. Timeless Celestial right now, they look confident despite being in the lower bracket. That confidence might carry them all the way, potentially to a Timeless versus Timeless match in the future, a family feud that only Steve Harvey could have dreamed of. And that's kind of what we want to see out of them. And if they keep playing like this, what we very well might see out of them. So congratulations to Timeless Celestial for continuing their run. But again, we have to give our hearts out to Fable for not being able to continue their story. Again, nothing to be ashamed of. You have to hand it to them. Players like Arya making big plays, things that we didn't expect to see, but so many flashy Sojourn plays across the board. And Arya, you know, arguably at the forefront of that throughout. Tank players like Avery that still feel like they have a lot to prove and the capability to back it up. I'm sure we haven't seen the last of some of these Fable players, but unfortunately in this tournament, we have.
Heroes have been made here on today's stage. We have now bid goodbye to half of our teams within the championship, but the competition is far from over. We're going to throw it back to a break. Get our analyst desk, get Christopher and Ash back up, talk about some of the action that went down. So don't go anywhere. The Calling All Heroes action is yet to conclude.
Timeless Celestial will be moving forward in the lower bracket, 3-0 up against Fable, and we'll be heading up against Michael Wave tomorrow. But before we even get into that, we need to talk a little bit about what happened today here, Chris. We did see Timeless Celestial earlier on in that upper bracket up against Wisp Embers, where the play was pretty high octane, but I think things shifted here in this matchup.
Yeah, it's hard to know if it was Timeless played at a different pace than, like, tried to make a difference, or if it was just the kind of nature of the two teams, but it felt a lot more slow-paced. It felt like teams were playing wider, yeah, trying to, you know, like, really wait for the off angles, wait for the right moments to go in.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I think it's pretty interesting the way that things did shift in that kind of way. And I know that despite the fact that Timeless Celestial definitely came out with that 3-0 here, CB, there's also the fact that they did look a little bit uncomfortable. I don't feel like we necessarily saw them playing their own game in a sense that we're used to seeing, and we're maybe a little bit more cautious in their approach.
I mean, Fable definitely didn't feel all that cautious. Timeless Celestial definitely did. There were points on Midtown where I felt like, you know, Timeless Celestial knew what Fable wanted to play. Like, we kept calling out that they wanted to get Arya in position to make a big flank play, get some value out of that Sojourn angle, and all Timeless Celestial had to do was just negate that, constantly play to stop her from getting in that position, and then shut the door on the rest of the rest of Fable who were trying to come through. And then, you know, you saw like that fight towards the end there on Suravasa, one that I think Fable's going to be kicking themselves for, where Fable was anything but cautious.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it was an interesting balance and how both teams were looking to tip that balance into their favor either which way. But a big difference maker in the last matchup, I've got to say, we've got to look towards those tank players. You know, Avery had a bit of a slower start compared to the consistency that we saw coming out from Street Lord there, Chris. But overall, we got to talk about that utility usage too.
Yes, I think so. I think that the stats look pretty even. I think that we can say that both the Ramatra players had a pretty good performance. One thing I really liked about Street Lord was I felt the ult efficiency was very, very high. I think there's a thing that you can do on Ram where you use your first shift, you take space, you realize you have the ult for the reset, so you continue to take space where you would not ordinarily go, and then use that third shift to just kind of, you know, walk across the entire map without any possibility of death. And I felt there was numerous times where Street Lord was clearly thinking numerous steps ahead. Okay, I'm 90% ult. If I do a punch trade here into an ult, into a punch trade, I can kind of just take over the entire map. And I really felt like the ults were very, very high value.
And speaking of those ults as well, just like talking about the numbers there too, CB, it's considering the fact that Street Lord manages to get 4 of those annihilations off 2 times the amount that we were able to see coming out from Avery.
Yeah, and like Christopher was saying, like, it does kind of feel like whenever Street Lord is popping that ultimate, they're getting the maximum amount of value. It's oftentimes when they're deep entrenched, like right up in the enemy Baptiste's face, where you know the Bap has nowhere to run, just has to stand their ground, try and fight it out. But that's really hard to do with an annihilating Ramatra, just slowly draining your health away, bleeding out every resource you possibly have. Or it's when Street Lord's deeply entrenched in the entire enemy team, and those tendrils are just sucking up everyone's health bars. That's the kind of value, right? Versus on the other side with Avery, where it felt like they were kind of using it a little bit more just to try and extend the fight, try and stall things out a little bit longer. That's still value, but only if you're able to follow up on it.
Yeah.
There's a huge skill with, there's a huge skill with the Ram ult here, where if I use it 1 second too early, the enemy team runs away. If I use it 1 second too late, I'm kind of already dead. And it's very, very easy to make what looks like a really strong ult into one that doesn't really get too much value. And I think Street Lord especially nailed almost all of them.
Yeah, I think too, we also even saw, not to take away from Fable in any kind of sense, they were looking for opportunities to cut Street Lord even off from the team too. You saw many trying to use some of those Mei walls to block her off from that team. But overall, we also have to think about tomorrow too, Chris. The last point to kind of touch on, because Timeless Celestial, they really need to be able to regroup, because again, they look like they're playing a little bit more cautious, and they have to reset going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, my feeling, I watched it from the client, so I watched it kind of overhead, and my feeling was that Timeless, they were trying to play wide, but they didn't look truly comfortable. Like, what I kind of saw was they would play wide and something bad would happen, and then they would just group up. Like they're a family, so they need each other. And my feeling is that, especially when we watched that first game of the day, the way those two teams were dealing with the flanks was really high level. And my feeling is that if I'm Timeless Celestial right now, I strongly consider trying something new, or at least maybe if we lose map 1 tomorrow, we try something new. If I could make a suggestion, I think that if you want to keep playing the Ram comp, if you swap Baptista Moira and then throw a Genji or a Reaper in there, I think that you can play this comp very stacked. You can play this at a pretty high tempo. I think it's really viable in this current meta. It might not be S tier, but I think it's really, really okay. So I think if they want to try something new, but they don't want to switch too many heroes around, that would maybe be my suggestion.
I think you might have seen some of the same scrims that I've been seeing, because I've seen that exact composition being like tested from time to time from some of the teams in this tournament. So I think that idea might already be entrenched in some of these teams' heads. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not we actually see that kind of like Genji Reaper Moira variant come out to play.
It'll be interesting. We haven't actually seen that much Moira coming in any of these matches. I think there is one yesterday for a split second, so something to definitely keep in mind there, and appreciate, of course, your expert analysis on that from both of you, but especially Chris, who you were only joining us for today. It was an absolute blast having you on Calling All Heroes with us. We hope that we can have you back again, and thank you so much for your time. If there are any last words that you want to say before we end up saying goodbye to you for tonight.
No, thank you guys for having me. It was a pleasure, really. I'd love to do it again sometime in the future. It's been a pleasure.
Fingers crossed, and it's been lovely working with you. CB, I'll see you on the other side of things, but I am going to phone into an interview now. Heading over to a conversation with one of the winners here from Timeless Celestial, Goldfish, the coach on this team. Congratulations on your lower bracket run.
Thank you. We put a lot of effort in today to try and win this second match, because obviously the first one didn't go as we hoped, but yeah. It's nice to have won the second match.
Well, I mean, elimination's on the line, right? You got to keep that energy going. And I was actually curious, knowing that that first match didn't go the way that you guys had necessarily hoped. I think the hope was obviously that it would be a little bit closer. I think the expectation was there from the audience as well. I know the 3-0 doesn't tell the whole story as far as like how every map ends up playing out. But what did the recovery look like after that loss, now heading into this match that we just saw?
Yeah, going into the next match, we looked over like the maps, of course, and I mean, just looking at the overhead with my team, it was pretty obvious what we were doing wrong. So I just went over the basics with them and did a couple micro things with them, and it was all simple for them to understand, and because I trust all my players to absorb information and learn things really well, and they've been doing that excellently for like the past little while that I've been working with them. So I wasn't too worried after doing the VOD review with them. I wasn't too worried about this second match. I was pretty certain that we were gonna be able to pull this out, because everyone during the VOD review, I didn't even have to tell them what went wrong, to be honest, but just they all got it, and then fixed it up in the next match. So I'm really proud of them.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and you love being able to hear that praise, like, and the self-recognition in that kind of sense from the entire team too. Looking also at like the changes that you guys were making from that first map earlier today into the second, was it more of a story of looking to try and play a bit more of your own game, or be a bit more flexible with the pacing that you were looking to approach these matches with?
It was kind of mostly like paying attention to the pacing of the match, and things like the simple things like kind of just like playing our own game, and not getting caught off by what the other team's doing, and just being more relaxed and not being so worried about maybe if something's not going as expected, to not panic and not do anything drastic, and just be, because I have this this thing where the calmer you are during matches, the easier it is to process what's happening, and you're less likely to make mistakes. So I just drill the basics into them, and just make sure, remind them, just stay calm and everything. You guys know how to play the game, and they'll just you're gonna be all right. And then I saw a lot better cooldown usage, and a lot better recognition of when a fight's lost, and a lot less burned ults, and good, it was good stuff. So yeah.
I love hearing that. I feel like we heard from another coach earlier today, and the theme has definitely been keeping your cool, and making sure that you're grounded in that kind of sense. And I'm actually curious, like, when obviously with Overwatch 2, this game is built for chaos, and the comms are naturally going to, I think, devolve into that at some point in time. Is there a player on the team that is really good at kind of leveling things out when that does happen in game?
I would say it's a mix of probably Street and the Mauler. They're both pretty good at recognizing when something's going wrong. KQA is also pretty good at it, but they're my backline and Street are also they're all pretty good at recognizing when something's going wrong and calling that like we need to do this thing or we need to slow down or stuff like that. So yeah, and that's also nice to have too, having players on my team that we can trust to be able to recognize and call tempo.
Yeah, you gotta have that glue to keep everybody together and like the rock to hold everyone down and keep that fort locked down as well. And
Mhm.
now thinking about tomorrow's matches, looking into the fact that you are going to be playing up against Michael Wave, how are you and the team feeling knowing who you're going up against? And Michael Wave, I feel like they've been making quite a splash so far this weekend too.
Yeah, Michael Wave's a good team, and I'm not super. I'm not gonna say I'm worried because obviously they're a good team, so it's gonna be a hard match. But I think that just you maybe going over a few maps again and just like making sure my team is set on all the basics and just staying calm. I think it should be a pretty good match tomorrow.
I'm excited to see it. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be really fun to watch you guys duke it out in the server. And before we say goodbye, I just want to say one, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with me. And two, are there any shout outs, thank yous, anything that you'd like to say on the stream right now?
I mean, obviously, just shout out to my team. I love those guys. They do, they're good listeners, they're good learners, and they're a great environment to be around. And I've loved working with them. So I couldn't ask for a better team to have. Honestly, I love this group.
That's so sweet. Well, good luck on your run tomorrow, and we hope to see teams Timeless Celestial continue their lower bracket run, and wishing you all of the best. Thank you for the time doing this interview, Goldfish. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, another interview for the books, and unfortunately, we did have to close that chapter on Fable, but Timeless Celestial will be moving on to tomorrow, where they're going to be facing up against Michael Wave. We have to bring back our casters to continue to talk about how today has panned out, because it's been a pretty wild ride, CB.
Sorry, Echo just jumped on my desk, wanted to give her some pets. Yeah, and absolutely, sorry. I gotta give love to my cat here. Yeah, it has been a wild day though, and we have unfortunately now, like you said earlier, had to say goodbye to 4 of our original 8 that we came here with. Yeah. It is now Timeless Ethereal versus Wisp Embers. That's gonna be a pretty important match to keep an eye on in the winners finals. We might even see a repeat of that in the grand finals if whoever loses that one turns out to be victorious against the winner of Michael Wave versus Timeless Celestial. A lot of moving parts here, a lot of storylines being written today, and a lot of them unfortunately coming to an end.
Yeah, Tiny, it's been a pretty, I don't know. I'm like looking at the numbers right now, and we are saying goodbye to 4 of those teams, like CB just mentioned. But I really feel like, again, those 3-0s aren't telling the whole story here, especially looking towards this lower bracket as to how close some of these matches really ended up being.
I can agree. I think that the results that we've seen so far haven't been all that surprising, but there has been a lot of these 3-0s, as you said, that may not necessarily look like 3-0s until you look in on the big picture, especially that match that we saw earlier today with Fable and Timeless Celestial. They had a lot of shining moments that it really could have gone either direction, and fortunately, that may not have been the case, but it does show how these teams really are competing at the top level.
Yeah, it's pretty insane how close the competition has gotten as the season has gone on, landing us all the way into this championship weekend. But now we have to look towards tomorrow. I think the matches that we have there that we're going to be looking towards, knowing Michael Wave versus Timeless Celestial and Timeless Ethereal versus Wisp Embers, there's no shortage of bangers. I think both matches are going to be heat there, CB.
Yeah, again, the one you want to keep an eye on definitely is going to be that first winners final matchup with Wisp Embers versus Timeless Ethereal. You know, numbers 1 and 2, Timeless always take in the gold, and Wisp Embers always the bridesmaids, never the bride. Second place in 4 out of the 6 tournaments, looking for looking for the one that matters to get that gold into.
Yeah, really looking to prove themselves in that kind of sense. But day 2 is coming to a close now. A big thank you to Christopher, Dustin, Dogman, and Got Moxie for being on earlier today, and to you two, Tiny and CB, for joining me on the desk as well. Tiny, any final thoughts heading into tomorrow's matches?
Buckle up. It is about to get serious. We have had, seriously, there's no understatement. The only team that has beaten Timeless Ethereal in a final so far has been the roster that we see in Wisp Embers, and with everything being concluded, $20,000 plus other prizes on the line. I mean, Ash, there's so much to be looking forward towards tomorrow, and we better see all of you back here.
Oh, absolutely. A big thank you to our production team, to Radiant, and to all of the talented admins behind the scenes putting on this show, and of course to the teams for showing up and being part of this event, and everyone at home for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow to crown the winner and the champions of the Calling All Heroes season.